Good morning, Twitch and YouTube. Well, I guess it's a few minutes past the middays, but maybe we'll forgive me for still calling it morning. I mean, technically, somewhere in the world, it is still morning, right? And what a way to wake up. We've got a brand spanking new map to check out. That's right, guys. 1 second, I just realized I came off of streamer mode, so apologies for all the Discord ping notifications you're getting because Voldemort yaps like a little chihuahua dog. But no, we've got a fun one here. So we've actually got a play all 5 show match between Myriad and Voldemort on a new map created by Avali. 1 second, I'm actually going to turn on my heating. Good God, dude. All of a sudden, we've gone from it's too hot to my fingertips. I cannot feel them. It's that cold. So bear with me 1 sec. Yeah, so we have got some fun ones. We've basically got a play all 5 show match between the two of them. And depending on how well received it is and if people enjoy it, I might throw a little bit more money into the pot for more Voldy and Myriad, or maybe some other players coming in to test out both Atoll as well as Avali's map, which he gave a Scandinavian name for reasons that I can't explain. He wanted to make it hard to find. It is called Scarguard, so you guys can actually find it on the map area, on the modding tools on Age of Empires 4 if you want to try it yourself. But it's an interesting map, actually, because apparently there's, like, almost no sheep, which is wild. So you have 5 starting sheep near your TC, and that is it. And then there's a 5 stack of deer nearby. A third of the map is water, but there is no fish. So, yeah, I think he said he'd done the maths, and it works out like, you know, you have about 13 sheep worth of food each. I don't know, man. Dude, like, can we just acknowledge that really annoying piece of hair? It's tilting me. But it sounds like it's probably going to be pretty likely that most civs are going to have to transition farms, which I'm not always crazy about. But we'll see how it goes. So, 1 second. Let me go ahead. We're going to load up our game. I believe they have got a draft rearing and ready to go, and they're going to link me through to it as soon as they're ready to go. We have a lot of cool things happening today. Of course, it's the second stream of our month-long partnership with Protein Works. We're doing the blueberry cheesecake right today. Absolute bangers. Definitely recommend checking them out. Works out less than £2 a meal, if I remember correctly, was the pricing. Definitely if you use my discount code, because although they've got an 80% off sale right now, if you use code KillerPigeon at checkout, you'll get another 10% off that price that's already listed. And of course, the bigger you spend, the cheaper the price of delivery is going to be. In certain countries, around like the $60 to $70, $80 mark, I think it goes down to being free delivery. For you Americans, apologies, it doesn't quite get that cheap, but it does scale down as you spend more. And there's plenty of good things to spend on. So, just going to open up and make sure we are live on both platforms. To the YouTubers, I haven't forgot about you. We got something special in for you. You now have an ability to use emotes. I added a few over on the YouTube side. Apologies, it seems a bit stingy compared to the Twitch side, but that's because you have to unlock more emote slots by basically having members. So I'll add more emote slots actively if people do want them there. If they want to subscribe, then that'll be the way that we'll be able to unlock them. But we've then, later today, the other cool thing we've got going on today is that we're going to be checking out a game called Eyes of War, which is a third-person action / RTS game. So the whole idea is that you can command from above in a game that kind of reminds me of Stronghold to look at. And then you can transition into a third-person action game by taking control of one of your units and using them actively. There was a game in the early 2000s that kind of reminded me of a little bit. And I love another thing that I was checking out a little bit of gameplay of it. I wanted to go in mostly blind, so I just saw like a minute or two. And one thing I noticed that was really cool was this whole idea of like you can switch between the units when you're already in third person, which reminded me a lot of Battlefield 2 Modern Combat switch system, which if anyone's played that, they know exactly what I'm talking about. All right. All right, just going to ask them to limit me the draft when they're underway. Myriad has already jumped on the game screaming, "Let's go." I don't think he's even done his draft yet. So, Myriad thinks. Another new map we'll never see on ladder? It would be great, wouldn't it? Oh. Oh, nice. He did. Oh, let me have a look. Is this... Wait. Okay, Voldemort is lying to us completely. Sounds a bit like Spellforce. Not really, because Spellforce doesn't have you go down into third person and just kind of basically Dynasty Warriors are up. it's like you go. I'd say like from the way it's described and the little bit of footage I've seen, it kind of reminds me a bit more of Mountain Blade without the grand strategy map element. But you know the way the combat and command systems work there, and you can just switch between the RTS and kind of third-person mode. So. Looks like Voldemar is blaming everyone else for his ineptitude again. He's finally got a draft ready. Let me roll that up on screen for you guys so you can see how things are playing out as they go. So, in fact, actually, while they just get the normie bands of Byzantine's Atri OP out of the way, let's just quickly show you guys the modded map that we're going to be using today. So the one we're checking out, it's Avli's latest creation. Avli, who made Coastal Cliffs, which I think a lot of people can agree is almost like Dry Arabia tier. It's that good. It's this one right here, Scarguard, which apparently he just hates people who don't have Scandinavian keyboards because he put these dumb A's in there. But this is basically a little bit Coastal Cliffs-esque, but imagine if you could actually use the water for something. So this is a sacred site. So sacred site wind conditions aren't possible unless you go to water. It means Delhi aren't going to be as oppressive here as they are on Coastal Cliffs. And there's also free relics out there that spawn. There will be one deer stack nearby, only 5 sheep spawning on the map per player next to their TC. So there's a lot of presence. You see deer scattered all around the place. There's a lot of presence required out towards the center of the map, or you could just be a farmer boy. Time to find out if someone has picked the farmer boys, though. Of course he did. I mean, you see this map, you hear this description, English is just going to be a top tier pick because farms are so efficient. And you know the other kind of threatening civs are Atri and Byzantines for farm transitions, and those just realistically shouldn't be making it through the early phase of the draft. Mocking Scandinavians everywhere? No. No. I would say Cow's design of Scandinavia done more to mock the Scandinavian people than I could ever do. Sorry, Cow. Actually, I'm doing him dirty. It's better than, what was that other one? Water Drake. So, you know, improvements. What is up, Point T-Boy? But yeah, so we, by the way, are probably going to be live for about, I would anticipate 8 hours today, maybe 9. I don't think we'll be live tomorrow. There's a chance I put a short stream up and maybe we check out some Age of Mythology because I am going to be hosting all weekend Age of Myth across on the EGC channel for the Red Bull Wallalol qualifiers. So plenty of Age of Myth is going to be seen involving me one way or the other. It's just a case of whether it'll be on this channel or just on the EGC. So yeah, draft-wise, Ibids of Bastards is opening picks. Like, I'm sorry. Let me just... I see I've made a mistake. We didn't actually invite Myriad to play here. So let me just go ahead and fix that. So, there we go. We'll make it right, guys. Oh, yeah. Nah, it's not very viewable like that, is it? Let's fix that. So... clearly, there was a mix-up in the naming conventions in the lobbies, because that is most definitely not Myriad. That is clearly Dragavan, judging by the draft. Even Delhi. I actually, does Dragavan play much Delhi these days? Yeah, he does, right? I mean, in fairness, he didn't pick French, so maybe we take that away. Maybe it is actually indeed Myriad. A little bit surprising though for a guy who like made his bones picking English, picking Ottomans, and there's one other I'm forgetting. It's kind of surprising it not being there. Rus ban phases were kind of intriguing here though, right? Like neither player willing to let it through in the end, but the Mongols. I mean, I'm looking at a lot of this and I really like Voldemar's draft. English feels logical here. Chinese can have some viability. Ottomans are going to have a field day with the amount of deer kind of scattered around nearby, but the fact that you can use Madrissa to kind of pad yourself. And then the other thought I like here is the later part of the draft. It's the later part of the draft are all punishing civs for people who have to come out onto the map. And because we're talking about a map where you don't get many sheep, you have to play out quickly onto deer, it makes sense that things like French, Mongols are going to be really powerful here. Myriad, on the other hand, has done a nice job in some ways of supplementing himself. So Marlin seems really good here because you can just eat the cows when other people have to play on the map. Delhi is going to be able to be kind of similar to French in the idea of punishing people for being present on the map. And then someone like the Japanese, I can see being quite effective in the right matchup just because even though they won't have lots of sheep, they will have the nearby deer, they'll have the berries, And then on top of that, they'll get that natural farm transition going with the Kura Storehouse. So, I'm not crazy about Ayabid Abbasid here per se. I'm kind of curious to see what Mira's got in mind, because those picks in particular, they almost just seem like atypical tournament picks, which would normally make sense, but with this map, might be a little bit out of place. Okay, so let's go ahead and we are going to reset scores and everything. We're going to upload the new draft. And then I can do this. Wow, look at that. Switched across. We have got a draft. Oh, for God's sake, dude, every time. Cal, can I please just have one mode of this goddamn thing that is consistent? I'm never getting it, dude. I'm never, like, it's always... We change the draft format by, like, one pick, and it always breaks something. I've noticed this. Like there, I just don't get it, man. Why can't they just be on the same line? Maybe that one? Do we... Maybe that one. And then we move score. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. And we'll update it from BO3, of course. So, sorry, guys. We're just trying to do this last second because I didn't expect the draft we selected to break everything again, but here we are. So, this is, of course, going to be a PA5. And then we'll double-check when we get in game, but that scene should be fine as well. Thank you for everyone. Appreciate it, buddy. Okay, so let me check in-game and see if the lads have loaded in. All right, they're in lobby, so we've got like a minute or two to go. Reminder, this map has been created by Avali, and the nice lad was kind enough to generously donate $5 a win per map. So he's put $25 into this to just get some test data to see how it thrives. And, you know, it's good to have someone like me watching Avali, I'll say that much. Because your boy kind of has some sway on getting maps into tournaments these days. So maybe... if I like what I see, if I am entertained, not only might I extend it from a play 5 into like a play 8 or play 10, we might see about getting it in a few upcoming tournaments. So, I think we've got everything right here. There's definitely no second Scar Guard that's going to bug us out. The other one I am kind of curious to check out at some point is I know Kevayu created the Atoll map, so I definitely want to try to maybe carve out a point maybe next week, if not today, to check that out. But like I said, if we have a bunch of players watching who are like, you know what, I really like to look at Scarguard, they want to run some show matches as well, maybe we'll find a small budget to get a second series or third series going. No crazy amount of money. I'm not raking in the big bucks like some people in AoE for. But we'll do what we can. Oh, so the berries are 2 packs each. I didn't glance that when I took a quick look. Will it be as good as Coastal Cliffs or Bridges? I think it will... So my prediction is that it will probably sit between Coastal Cliffs and Bridges, because I think Coastal Cliffs is Avali's best creation. I think Bridges was, like, in theory cool, and I like the way he utilized a certain concept there with the destructible bridges. But I don't want to say it felt like a gimmick, because you get what I mean. Like, it didn't... It was a cool leverage of a hard-to-feature feature. But as a well-rounded map, I'd say Coastal Cliffs is just superior. And I think Avali is probably nodding his head in agreement on that. Like, it's... I'd like to see the idea of what Bridges is done with something a bit more focused on the bridges than it currently is. But obviously the challenge is finding the right situation, the right setting for that. So... That just reminded me, we've still got the team trim on, haven't we? So we're going to have to turn that off. So, block that. Switch over to... This one? No, not that one. There we go. And then we will quickly go like this. Look at that. The lads didn't even put a delay in. How nice. All right. Oh, actually, I don't know. I think that gold trim is way too aggressive, right, guys? Sorry, Farm Man. I think your trim is too much. You're overcompensating, mate. So should we try? No, I hate the King of the North one. Sorry, cow. 1-1 Cup's a winner. I'm sorry, it just is. It's so good. All right, let's get underway. Let's unload the logo as well. And I think that's everything. Nice. The Age of Empires 4 developers just do not work quick enough. They do not add maps fast enough, which is why we are here to fix that problem. And by we, I mean the community. And by the community, I mean the Chad Lord that is I Am Avali. That's right, the man who made Coastal Cliffs, who also made Bridges. He made, I believe it was called Basin as well. He's back again, this time with Skarsgård. A new map that is a little bit reminiscent of Coastal Cliffs, being a 2/3 map, but with some twists and turns. You can actually access this water. He's not teasing you anymore. And there's plenty of reasons to do so when you consider the sacred sites and the relics that spawn out here. But this map has so much more going on. We're going to get into it. But to get into it, we have to intro the players. We've got two wonderful and familiar fellas here who have been grinding non-stop up against each other in custom games to test this out in a playoff 5. It's going to be Voldemar opening this series on the Ottomans. And he seems to have read Myriad perfectly because Ottomans is a Slayer Civ up against Malians, being manned by Myriad. So, let's talk about this map a little bit, because you might be looking right now and saying that Myriad is a noob because he only has 5 sheep. You might be looking now and saying Voldemar is a noob because he only has 4 sheep. Ah, it just hit you, didn't it? There are no sheep. There is only 5 sheep per player that spawn on this map. You start with a 5 deer stack near your base to try and utilize straight away. Or was it a 4, actually? I think it's a 4. Yeah, it's 5. There we go. Definitely is right on that. And then you've got small deer stacks scattered around the map, as well as some berries and some boar. But the berries are not great. They're 2 stacks, which I'm not the biggest fan. I would have loved to have seen the central berries be like a full stack of berries, right, to balance things out. As I think berry-based civs like Delhi and Ibis are going to have a hard time on this map. And I think Delhi in particular is already going to have a hard point playing this map because of the sacred site being so inaccessible. But for now, we might see Delhi. Not guaranteed. I believe the players drafted 8 civs each. We're going to be playing 5 matches. And without spoiling too much, based on the draft, I really like Voldemar's position here. Myriad has a lot to answer for because he did decide to open his draft with a double Middle Eastern pick, which means he's heavy on the berries. He might not be heavy on the gold, though. This is rough. He invested a lot, actually. I'm a little bit surprised. You know, the problem with what Myriad's done here, and I see a lot of players do this, you're adding 6 houses. You're adding a pit mine, right? So you've now added a pretty lofty amount of resources. You spent 300 wood on this location. If your opponent walked over and blocked it with 1 outpost, it's totally worth it to do so, right? I'm much more a fan of the idea of, like, you can probably still do your pit mine, but you do, like, double house. And then I would say in this type of spawn, shove the deer past towards the gold, kill them, build an outpost, and then gather here, right? The logic being that your village is going to run out here anyway, so they're close enough to run over to the outpost if things get a bit dicey. And that way, you don't also have to worry about going in for a defensive landmark later. But instead, Myriad is now going to have to go for a delayed reaction to Rax, which was always going to be tough to mirror in this matchup because not only are Donzos a premium spearman in terms of cost, but also your Rax feels premium compared to the Ottomans. The Ottomans built this for 100 wood. They even then added in a military school because they were getting such good bang for buck. Now with the pit mine going down, Voldemar can just start to pitch down the houses and all of a sudden it feels worthwhile. And yeah, Myriad is now going for the archery range. You know, I think I've seen him do something similar in a pub game up against Crackety. He tried to react with the archery range. And I think I discussed this with him afterwards, that in theory, if he skimps on the houses, the archery range timing is viable. He agreed at the time. And I don't know if he experimented with it and just not found the return, but seemingly he's ignored the feedback there. So archery is going to come out, but at this stage, you've got reasonable value out of this spear investment, right? It's definitely been expensive, but to block the Malians the way you have, the fact that you've kept them off of javelins is something that Voldemar can already be confident about, because with your opponent going into archers, you can now very naturally play towards Sipahi. I will say one thing, though. I'm going to stick my monocle on here and zoom in. I don't rate this still. Because usually the value is like if you get one out, you can shove deer, you can poke at the enemy gold. But you know, if you're going to add a Rax anyway, you're going to reach the massive spearman needed to achieve your objective, right? I think genuinely, and yeah, I agree with Baltin here. If he just made an outpost, the game was already over, especially with this gold spawn. That detail maybe we can forgive because I don't know if Voldemar saw this ahead of time, but he should have scouted the double gold before he built the military school. It might have been that he'd already walked over to the stone. Ah. Okay, this makes more sense now. This is one of those classic, it's so shiny, I have to pick it up, you know? This is like DD with the red button. When you get a mining camp drop like this, it all of a sudden makes you reassess the situation. I still think he should have resisted temptation here and not gone for the stone to build a military school. But we have the double stables coming out, archer range as well. So it looks like they're all going to be layering the cake, right? So we're going to get spears, Sipahi archers, javelins, and donzos. This can favor Myriad, actually. Because he's got the double gold spawn so close together, he can essentially just park himself between the two. So I'm a little bit worried for Voldy. I don't know. I find the longer you play Feudal, the kind of nicer it feels for Malians because they scale their army really well. Ottomans aren't completely crippled, right? Because they do have the ability to inflate their age with Vizier points in different ways. But I find the premium element of like the Malian army, the way they scale is quite hard to resist. So I'd rather see Voldemar attack sooner rather than later, or just try to scale for a tech up behind this. Sipahi is going to be moving in. Nice hits here. This is actually perfect because Myriad split it a bit wide. Sipahi took a heavy hit at first from the Donzos, will go down, but to kill two javelins makes it entirely worth it. If he's going to play Feudal, why not add the military school in Dark Age? Because you get the tech up so much later, right? Like, that's the trade-off. If you think about the production rate in the Dark Age, it's not that great, right? Even now, he hasn't even bothered to upgrade the blacksmith's production rate. I find the quicker tech time is just nicer because, especially with Ottomans thriving off of Sipahi, it gives you a more aggressive conversion point. The Spear's just training out the Donzos. Sipahi is just wrapping around trying to poke away the reinforcements. The easiest way to think about it as well is like between the tech timing and the cost of the units, like building a military school is you two less Sipahi. And I find whenever you want to play like Ottoman's long feudal, even though it might go long, the initial hit of those first few Sipahi is wild. It's not quite a French knight, but you'd be surprised how close it comes to comparing in value for cost, right? It's like you essentially can have like, you know, 1.5 Sipahi per knight, or 1 3/4 Sipahi per knight, and these raid almost as effectively. They're also just phenomenal against things like these javelins. Voldemar. Looks like he's trying to creep around the back here. We have got the ranged armor up. Yeah, makes sense, right? Donzos, remember the ranged attack might get bonus damage against Cav, but it does count as a ranged attack there with the javelins. So it's pretty smart to just keep toggled on this by default. Voldemar, I think now we are going to see more military schools added in. It's interesting, actually, because we've seen quite a few builds recently where people just kind of skip military schools, even in Feudal. They only really start prepping for them when Castle Age is coming, because there's like a logic of that's where it starts to become a desirable investment, right? In this type of game, I think it's kind of okay to add in more. You just need to be very careful to keep shrinking Myriad, right? Because if he's able to scale this Javelin count up high, Donzo count up high, you know he's going to start adding in the ranches, and that's where the game starts to kind of pivot a little, especially when you consider that the Ottomans will have to play onto the map, right? Madrissa can do a lot for you, but it also has hard limitations. So things like these deer packs are going to become quintessential for Voldemar. Meanwhile, for Myriad, he's just a happy little camper with a cow. You know, I'm kind of wondering more with like the water side, how much that's going to come into play outside of like HRE. It is a peculiar one, right? Like, if you're usually going to get 2 relics out there, it's not too bad. It seems there is some small spawn issues for Avali here, in that usually I think there can be 3 relics that spawn out on the coast side, but in this game we've only got a 4 relic spawn map. Yeah, it's always a buggy thing, right? Like, we know the limitations that exist with the modding tools, and It's something that we've seen frequently on other maps as well. It's very hard to guarantee that 5 relic spawn constantly. I think there should be a third in the center Gold Island. Yeah, I've seen some of the pictures. There's meant to be one here, and one up here. Another funny thing about this map, by the way, that makes Marlians a little bit sadder, guys, is that there's no big gold veins. So you can't get more than the 102, I think it is, or like 120 max, right? Also means gold heavy civs are going to get tortured a little bit by this. There is at least trade posts, but they're very central, so it's not exactly something you get for free. This is a scary amount of Sipahi, by the way. Undermesh is also on the way. That seems to be something Myriad was skimping on, but he's looking to fix that now. He is almost halfway to where he needs to be, right? Like, he's half Fulani right now, 3 ranches. So I think Voldemort needs to start making his move, and it looks like he's on the way now. And no, not even shoreline fish on this new map. It's just, you know, Avali doesn't like fish in his water, all right? It ruins his swim time. Push coming in for the Sipahi. Love that. Absorbs the blow with the Spearman. There's a lot of Donzos here, though. The Javelins are trading him out well, so kind of problematic. Sipahi now trying to reach into the Archer Mass. In fact, they're just going to have to frontline against the Donzos. One Spearman baits him back. Sick micro there by Voldemar. He pulled 3 Donzos away from the front side of the fight, and it gives him the flood through he needs to run Myriad down. Damn, that small detail mattered so much. It meant the melee units weren't actually contesting the thing they countered there. Now the Sipahi dive like this. I think we might have a swift end to the first game. Myriad fully garrisoned inside the TC, exposed Eco on the backside, nowhere to fall back to here. And with a Sipahi count this high, there is no denying what's going to happen. Ranged armor is going to allow them to consistently dive for the rest of this game. Man, Almonds is just brutal. And yeah, I was a little bit surprised Miro tried to take the fight there. It's almost like he got baited by the fact that Donzos were going to get to attack Sipahi. But between that one Spearman, the fact that Sipahi are more lethal than Horsemen, Miro had learned the hard way that defend, 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 and run like a little scared rabbit is the Malian's best friend. But in this game, he tried to be Braveheart, and we all know how that movie ends. So game number 1 is going to go across to Voldemar. Let me know what you guys are thinking based off of one game. Let me know what civs you think are going to be strong, because we've still got 4 more games to go on Skarsgård. And, you know, I'd like it if Myriad could survive a little bit longer. Thank you, Myriad. Oof. Rough opening game for him there. Yeah, so that... Now where's the draft? Oh. That's where the draft is. All right, this system, dude, I need a better overlay. God damn it. What about this one? That one's horrible. No, that's not what we want. Give me a sec, guys. I'm window shopping through all the different ones to see which one doesn't look terrible. That one would work if it wasn't for the names. I don't know about that one. Oh. Oh, yeah, dude, there you go. Guys, we got it. Boom. Booyah. Although I don't like that there's no names. Can we... Really? Really, guys? We're not going to find an overlay that's perfect, are we? I feel like there's always going to be something to screw us here. You know? Just give me a sec. Clicking through them all. Clicking through them all. Draft. Hey! There we go. So, wait, are we just going to have to go for the classic Slapfest one? Maybe. I think we'll have to go Slapfest. Alright, there we go. Apologies, guys. Dude, but I don't like the... I need to, like, customize the in-game. Because I like the in-game as we had. And good God. It was cold in here, and now it's way too hot. We've got a minute or two before they get into the second game. In fact, I think... Wow, they're now loading in. So there you go. Perfect timing there. So we'll just keep figuring this out. We're going to keep changing the UI every single game, right? What was wrong with the Farm Man one? Oh, that's right. It was way too garish. It was way too much gold. Well, that would be great if it didn't say Master of Realms on it. No, we don't want Stormgate Beta. We didn't like the tech too. Screw it. I guess that's good enough for now. We'll keep experimenting between lobbies. Let's get ready though. We've got another game. So. No, I actually... Okay. Guys, I'm going to just apologize and say that the draft menu is going to look ugly, and we're just going to have to accept that. Okay? It's not there for long, right? So it's not the end of the world. It does make me a bit sad, though. All right, let's get ready to go, though. It's going to be so weird with this map spawning in different directions with the water every time. But one and all, welcome back to a brand spanking new map. That's right, we're here in Skarsgård, created by Avali, for game number 2 of this playoff 5 between Myriad and Voldemar. This time, it's going to be Chinese in the hands of Voldy. Myriad is going to go for the Ibids. And guys, Ibids may be just absolute poo-poo on a stick on this particular map. So, for those that have not seen Skarsgård, you just hopped in now, oh my god, you're missing out on a fun time. This map only has 5 sheep in total, a 5 stack of deer nearby, and for an Ibid player, a taste of sadness. As it's got the small double berry spawns. So, there isn't this mass of berries for a berry sieve like Ibids, Abastas, or Delhi to fully take advantage of. And the sad reality of Miraz's draft is the majority of it is made up by berry sieves. He picked the Iabids, the Abbasids, the Delhi, if I remember correctly, and then he also, I believe, picked Japanese. So most of his options here are quite reliant on berries to shoot their gathering rate through the roof. Let's see what he's got in mind, though, with Ibids. I mean, even with that detail in mind, it's still a pretty potent sieve. I like the idea of playing Feudal Present here. We used to see Desert Raider all the time against the Chinese because they would try to do 2TC and the Desert Raider blocked that out. I would prefer... Maybe... yeah, I think you have to, right? I was about to say, I think I'd prefer to see Growth Wing. It's not going to feel nice because Growth Wing only gives you 3 villages. And a Chinese player is very likely to go for Song Dynasty, which would give them the increased production rate on their town center. So... economy-wise, you'll get eclipsed quickly. Like, even before that, with Imperial Academy, with the taxation and the extra gathering rates, you're going to end up behind, even with the free village boom. But I think he just needs to play fast. I love how organized the deer are on this map, by the way. I just noticed it's a perfect line down the center. And what's that Sacred Site? That Sacred Site is a screw you to Delhi picks, all right? Anyone who's been having a hard time with Delhi on the ladder should love this map right now. Yeah, Sacred Site win conditions takes a little bit more effort. In fact, that island is so teensy tiny, you can't even keep dropping to cheese. So, what I will say about this, and it's quite intriguing actually, because it almost looks memey, but think about it for a second. This has a really cool contest for Sacred Site control as a win condition. You would have to get into a Navy fight. Because you can't just come out here with a transport ship and a few villages and drop a keep, right? So when your opponent comes out with archer ships and springald ships, you're going to have to contest them. So it's quite intriguing because if you really want that win condition later in the game, it's going to be expensive. There's no fishing on this map whatsoever. So you're coming out here for sacred sites, relics, and gold. That's it. Voldemar is going to be opening up that Imp Academy. He has got the stone behind him, so we'll see if he tries to go 2TC. It would feel very greedy now that Myriad has gone for the Eco Wing. And Voldemar did just scout that. One thing that I find quite intriguing about this map is because there's really no sheep to be grabbed, to be gained, I find that there's going to be a lot more aggressive scouting. And that might open up opportunities in the early game that maybe doesn't exist on a Dry Arabia, because to do so would be too gambly. God, could you imagine if there was a way to have people not spawn with a scout? Am I weird for thinking that would be kind of interesting for this map? Like, making it an active choice you have to invest in, right? Because part of the logic on why scouts are so necessary is because you have to go gather sheep. And if there's only 5 sheep and they start at your base anyway... The reason I like that idea is, like, it offers up more cheeky opportunities, such as proxy bases and tower rushes, that otherwise won't feel that viable because of the scout's easy responsibility to just check on the enemy. So Myriad 5 on the gold. I mean, it's kind of making his intent clear here, right? Like, this could just be for the eco upgrades. I think it is going to be initially, but Voldemar has to be astutely aware it could be either a tech choice or it could just be an eco upgrade to play the edge. And Voldemar is already looking to go on the offensive here. So no Song Dynasty whatsoever. He's just going to scale Archer Spears. Now, that's interesting. Not the worst of ideas as well when you think about it, right? With all the taxation in range here, you're able to inflate your economy via a huge injection of gold. And that means that you can beat the Ibids on Blacksmith techs. I think it's also that Voldemar's a little bit paranoid. He doesn't know if Myriad is playing H2 or going H3. And if he overinvests by going to Jugnu, he's going to be stuck in H2 too long. And that opens up the playing field for Ibids because one of the big win conditions is to drive towards these relics. One cool thing about that, by the way, for Myriad, is these 3 relics. Ibids get their docks at half price. The idea of building a transport ship and ferrying for those is a lot more viable for Ibids here. Also, in the meantime, though, have baited Voldemar. Check this, guys. He's adding even more archers. He's going for the blacksmiths. He's trying to go for the all-in time, and Myriad was greedy as all hell here. He's going to have to go advancement wing, right? There's no other goal, guys. He either goes advancement wing or he's stuck. So he either has to now defend himself or just go for a quick attack up. He's queuing up more horsemen. The problem now is there's already 2 spearmen in the field, right? And remember, spearmen are going to produce quicker than the horsemen, so you're just always going to get eclipsed here. I think Myriad was just a bit too greedy with this build. And yeah, he's going to go advancement. So that works really well for Voldemar now. He can still harass the archer in the meantime. He's going to have spears to directly contest the camel lances he knows is coming. It looks like the archers are going to get picked off a little here. Able to snipe out, though. There is one spearman in there, and the problem right now is, like, Myriad isn't actually getting that good of a trade, guys. No, this one didn't work out. There's enough archers left over that it could easily be the entire worth of your eco upgrade in Age 2 gone. 2 villagers low. One is going to get sniped down. Myriad unable to get the outpost up. And I've got a feeling we could have an even quicker game 2 than we had game 1. Dude, this is rough. The problem here for Myriad, man, is just too much greed. You can see his intent, and, you know, when it's this obvious, and when you have a forward spawning gold like this, not building an outpost is one hell of a gamble. He was assuming that Voldemar would see the 2 horsemen and panic retreat. But credit to him, Voldemar understood, like, there wasn't enough reason yet. Not good map for Castle Rush? I think it can be okay for Castle Rush. I just think Myriad was way too greedy. Like, it's very hard for him. Like, in hindsight, when he looks back at this game, I think it'll be very hard to justify the approach he took. And he'll know that. Like, it was one hell of a gamble with his opponent already running across the map straight towards him to say, these 2 horsemen will make him come home. It just wasn't realistic. Like, you're playing a boomy Civ, one that's expected to go Castle Age. So this play felt overly readable, very easily readable, in fact. Now you're seeing the double archer range because Myriad doesn't have gold access, guys, so no camel lancers. His only option is to scale archer mass. And the Barbican drop from Voldemar. Oh, you know why we call it a barbecue? Because it's about to cook and then burn everything that Myriad is trying to do here. This is brutal. It's all his gold, right? He's only got 1 on the eastern flank here that's just so far out, it's never going to seem feasible. So how does Myriad get out of this? What he's trying to do now, guys, is he's going to try to buy into the veterancy for archers and just bulk archers to stay alive. The problem with this strategy is you're now going to be up against Jugnu, which shred you, even from an age behind, right? Like, they have very high DPS. And on top of that, you now have to contest an increasing economy from Voldemar. Because Song Dynasty just got activated, so villagers are now being pumped out 25% faster. Another annoying thing about dealing with the Chinese, right? Outpost builds fast, village gives lots of garrison spots, so good read by Voldemar. I mean, he needed extra economy room anyway, right? So this protects him entirely. So easy garrison. Taxman might be in a little bit of trouble, but yeah, with the scout going down, I mean, Myriad has to back away. He's playing pretty blind right now. This just looks so pathetically bad. Guys, we underestimated Myriad's grand plan here. Growth Wing with the mini berries makes Mills worth it. 50 wood to secure 800 food. I can't. It's just... I think Myriad did check the map beforehand. I know Voldemar kept spawning in and seeing what it looked like and what the options were. I'm wondering if Myriad did check that much. Just because, like, opening his entire draft of Ibards and Abbassids when you see how sad the berries are on this map doesn't feel like it makes a lot of sense. I could probably get behind an Abbasid pick more than an Ibid pick because Abbassids at least have the food efficiency because they use less food on villager production, right? But Ibards just feels kind of wonky here. Also got Undermesh on the way. He did reach the level 3 archers, but Voldemar has to be feeling pretty cozy right now. I feel like Myriad just needs to get Rams, but the problem is he doesn't really know what Voldemar's doing. He can only really try to go for Rams to clear the Barbican when he knows that it's a tech attempt. And even then, you just might feel better about the idea of going after Voldemar's economy. Spear archers. Myriad, he's doing the right thing here. You'd think it's weird that he's not tying down the spears, but he kind of just needs the archers gone. Man. I mean, I say that, but actually, like, mathematically, the more I think about it, this feels like a mistake targeting archers over spears. The spears aren't really getting kited that well. They hit for 8 base damage. These archers right now are hitting you for, well, it should be 5, but there we go. Undermesh just came in. And although archers do attack quicker, I think the spearmen actually have a higher DPS here still. Yeah, Myriad, I can't believe that, man. It's weird as well because, like, on top of those details of the spearmen are doing more damage than archers, even if that detail wasn't there and it was equal damage done by archer or spear, remember that the spearmen die doubly quick against the archers, right? So you could argue a difference in health. The archers have 70 and spearmen have 90. But even with that extra health in mind, when you consider that you do double damage to spears, it almost just feels like a no-brainer that you want to be taking out the melee unit first. I feel like I'm just going to have a bunch of thumbnails in the coming week that say that spears counter archers, and it's kind of looking more like it the more we watch it. Outpost is at least going to get denied, but it's going to come at a high price here. Myriad losing half of his standing army. Has got the Ram now being prepped to try and deal with the static defenses, but starting to feel like it might be too late. Like, this is spiraling out of control. Voldemar now at 37 military to just the 9 of Myriad. And considering that it can only be mass archers, Voldemar had the correct call to switch over into horsemen. Not just that, villagers now in peril. Myriad, who doesn't have wheelbarrow, remember guys, he didn't have gold. He's dead, this is over. These villagers do not get out, and with this eco loss, I don't see a way. He's bringing archers across now, but considering horsemen are already in the mixer, feels like a done deal. Last the Deer Gatherers are down. 7 eco lead now for Voldemar, but it's about to get bigger than that, folks. Dive's coming in. I don't even know why he's wasting time on the Ram. It does absolutely nothing here. They dive into the choke point. Archer's barely able to frontline this, and the villagers are now in trouble. Pretty much Myriad's entire economy on this one screen right now. There's a small group sneaking out, at least on the west side, try and make it interesting to keep himself alive with some extra food gathering, but that's another starvation point here for Myriad, right? It's like food is incredibly limited now. So sure, even if he had access to the wood, archers are mostly wood cost, but there's still a 30 food demand per one build. Voldemar seems more than content to just keep hurling archers into this. Horseman is going to get rid of the Ram. Spearmen are now building a Ram up behind this with Voldemar. Archer count is just good enough to win this. This is over, man. He has 1 food and 0 food income. Oh, Myriad made a mistake. He should have picked the Woodpecker Civ because he needs something that can survive on just eating wood. I would recommend Voldemar's mum. No, I'm not going to finish that statement. Ram now dealing with the blacksmiths. Not that it really matters. Villagers are now going to be pulled, but this could easily be a massacre, right? All you got to do is clown car them out. Well, props to Myriad for kind of sticking to it. But, I don't think there's really much left to stick to here. It's interesting, actually, because Voldemar could potentially just go castle now. That would guarantee the win, right? We actually have Stone Gathering coming in from Voldemar. But that's just about all the outpost emplacements. Myriad, no. No, no, no. It's a trap, mate. You're not ready yet. Please just kill him. I say this as a mercy killing for Myriad at this stage. This is getting kind of painful. At this point, guys, this is if you're wondering, like, why is Myriad not just calling it? He's banking on Voldemar maybe just making a mistake. So, for example, he just keeps checking, because if Voldemar's teching up, Myriad might be able to secure the food on the east side, because it means that Voldemar will have put 1,800 resources into something other than army. But Voldemar has made the correct call. Understanding what Myriad's up to, he's just going to keep adding more and more feudal units to end this game. Well, Myriad has at least got a few farms together, but I can't help but feel that ship has sailed. Dive coming in now. Villager's going to get struck again. I have a feeling this might be the final time. You can see the Congo line of pain coming to Ibid's base. So, good thing we made this a play all 5. Because so far, this series is looking a little bit one-sided. God, I don't want to watch these berries being gathered from. All right. Avali, I'm giving you evils from across the internet right now. These double berry stacks are just so painful for pretty much any, like, atypical berry civ, right? Ibids, Japanese, Abbasids, Delhi. Oh, good lord. And no, there are 0 coastal fish. There is no food on the water whatsoever. There's barely any on land. Well, seeing as Myriad doesn't want to leave the game, Voldemar's going to help him now. Good guy, Voldemar, you know, just showing him the door. Myriad check the map before playing. Why not transport? Oh, for gold? That's an interesting idea, Baltoon. Maybe we need Baltoon on this map. I mean, you never get scouted, right? And Ibids do get the cheaper dog. Not cheap enough, though. GG finally comes through. Myriad is going to need a myriad of options here to get him out, because right now, everything about this draft, everything about this series is equaling Voldemar breaking the bank and Myriad out in a cardboard box. Oof. Not looking good right now for our resident Hungarian in the Britlands. So 2-0 now for Voldemar. What could he do here? I stand by what I said, by the way. I just don't really like his draft. I think this felt like a pretty lofty outdraft. Myriad has some potential with, like, Japanese, I think comes to mind with the right matchup. Possibly Abbasids, but, like, I just haven't liked the Ibid pick. The Malian pick, in theory, would have been nice, but the Ottomans read was perfect, right? So for those who didn't see, game 1 was Ottomans versus Malians. Voldemar knew exactly what his opponent was going to do. And apologies, I still can't fix this stupid draft window. So we'll just stick with it in that problematic phase, because otherwise I'm going to have to keep switching. I reckon Myriad's going to go Delhi. He's actually got a really good Delhi game now. Voldemar has nothing for Delhi. Like, well, that's not true. French can play it. Actually, sorry, no, he's got Jeune. I'm an idiot. Yeah, no, he's fine. Oh, crap. Okay, guys. Black flag Civ, then. Yeah, so you're kind of at a gamble point, right? Like, you either pick Delhi and he picks Zhone and you're in trouble. But if he picks anything else, you're fine. Abbasids should be able to handle almost everything there reasonably well. Even, I think Abbasids versus Zhone, I think Abba's pretty good even against Zhone. It's not easy, but it's playable. So we're probably looking at Abbasids or Japanese. Japanese have a hard time with Mongols is the issue. I think Myriad's safest and most obvious pick is Abbasids, but I'm going to say something weird here. I don't think you should do that. And the reason is this. Voldemar is a very orderly player. He will follow this out now logically. He's looking at what your most logical pick is, right? So Myriad, he gets a good one, guys. Game 3 is going to be Zhuji versus Zhone. That's actually the first time where I'm like, okay, Myriad is favored draft-wise. Zhuji's pretty good against Zhone because they just shred her, right? You bulk Chuganu, and then you just eviscerate that poor gal. It's not guaranteed, right? Because French Knights are still a problem. But I'm trying to think, was there any good spawns? You can get reasonable spawns, right? You can get like double gold wood. You're not going to get great food. I think that's the only thing that also makes me think Zhuji overall aren't great on this map. Is because there's no big berry mass, you don't get high value meditation gardens. Any hints regarding the mysterious new RTS? It's a very interesting hybridization where it is an RTS, but you can also control your units in third-person mode. So we'll be checking that out in about probably 5 hours, I think. Between 5 and 6 hours from now, we'll be checking that out because they've sponsored us. So they see value in reaching you guys. They think you're the right audience. All right, you guys ready? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let me flip that score. You have to work harder than that. I am a surgery without anesthesia. That's how this must feel for Myriad, because so far he has been getting beaten to a pulp with no painkillers in sight. But maybe we can finally offer a dose of savior here. We hop into the third game in this Playoff 5 show match, showing off the brand spanking new map created by Avali. It is, of course, Skarsgård. Myriad has finally got a Civ that can fight. Zhuji Legacy going up against Voldemar in the yellow on Zhone Dark. And this map is going to be an interesting one, actually, because Zhuji can get very annoying if they get the Chuganu mass up, and Zhone is going to have to be present out on the map. There's no Call of Duty campering mode here, because for those that have not seen this, if you're joining for the first time, we've had 2 maps on this already, and there's one thing that becomes clear quickly. It's that resources are very rarely given over for free. You start with 5 sheep near your base. There is only 5 sheep per player spawning, and then you have to play deer. Now, Avali has been generous. He has pushed 5 deer right next to your TC, so you start off with some extra food there. But after that, you're going to have to move out fast, or you're going to have to consider a farm transition. Neither of these civs want to do that early. Zhuji can, with a good meditation garden position, kind of gradually get there. And I would love to see Voldemar go here. This is the jackpot. This would be about 40 wood, 25 gold, and then the 12 food, which doesn't sound like a lot, but considering how sucky a lot of the options are, it's pretty damn good. The berries only spawn in batches of 2, which means overall Zhuji shouldn't really often be getting a good meditation garden here. It's interesting as well, because I think Chinese and Zhuji kind of struggle a bit more on this map in a weird way. And what I mean is, because you don't have many sheep, that's a sucky detail for Zhuji Chinese players, because it means less taxation, right? So it puts you in a situation where realistically you're more likely to need to put workers on gold than you normally would have to, because with deer, you gather to 25 and then drop off to tax, right? When you do sheep, you gather to 10 and then drop off. There we go. Voldemar agrees. He should sign up for my coaching course. I don't have one. And it's not because I couldn't, guys. It's clearly because I want to keep all these secret strategies off the ladder because they are way too toxic to give around. But what I can give you that is the opposite toxic, absolutely delicious and nutritious, are those savory meals. Go check them out now. His Partner in Protein works again. Click that link if you haven't already. Trust me, they're worth having. We've got the blueberry cheesecake right today. But you know what? I'm excited to see how Myriad is going to riot and maybe upset in this, because we are paying the players per map 1. And it sure would be a shame for Myriad to take a few hours out of the day to earn nothing. And someone's saying bring out the monks. I don't think you fast castle rush this matchup. The problem with fast castling it is the monks just get sniped by the knights, right? So you have nothing to show for it. I mean, in theory, you can make Joan's life a living hell by getting to lances. The problem I have with it is just you just don't have that much food if you think about it, right? So you've got, what, 1750 food in deer, and then the sheep. So you have 2750, then you add the berries. So you got about 3.2k food in total, which sounds like a lot in theory. In practice, not so much, right? So obviously Tang Dynasty gives you a discount, but you're spending about half of that for teching alone. Then you got villager production along the way at 50 a pop for every one, so 150 per minute. And then you have to afford lances. It just, I don't see it making sense. Like mathematically, I feel like you leave yourself so little wiggle room there to get it right, and so many opportunities to get it wrong. So instead, Myriad is going to be adding the racks at least to add in the spears. And Voldemar already now queuing up the knights. Oh, I forgot. We didn't put predictions on for the last games, and you guys are gambling addicts, so let me fix that. So Arch Range already coming. I mean, Voldemar understands what this is going to be, right? I mean, it has to be Spearman against Feudal Knights. And Joan is going to activate in melee form here, so a little bit surprising. I find usually when you're up against range threats, players tend to lean into range Joan just so they don't get sniped. So we've, for example, seen this against English Lombos. Because the problem now is if your opponent's just going to mash Chuganu, you can't walk anywhere near the fight without dying. But what it does at least give you is an initial buffer against the Spearman early. So what Voldemar is doing with this hero choice, he's playing the first 5 minutes of Feudal instead of worrying about the second 5 minutes. So, 10 and 15 minutes in. Ball already being taken. There is one on the south side, but I don't think he's going to run for that. I think he's going to look to gun in here. Murad just looking to get that wall up to protect himself. It's only one Chuganu, so this is where Joan is really impactful. Send her in. Tanks the blow. Love that micro as well. That was beautiful. Voldemar doesn't take a scratch on those knights, right? Just a few bolts flying by, but no big spear, impaling them. And then we have to criticize the micro a bit. Voldemar went from absolute Chadlord there to, I don't know why I need this. Let me just throw a scout in there. So playing a little bit blind now. The good news is at this stage, Mira can't take full advantage of that blindness. But definitely feels like an unnecessary loss there. Nice dive in. Knights do get their charge off, so heavy injury on the villagers. Important you were able to keep these villagers out here. Remember that scaling Chuganu does cost gold. So this is your life essence in this game. And when you look at the backup golds, Myriad doesn't have many options in retreat. Nice. Stun dive in. Joan getting even more XP here. It's nice the way he's striking past and finding a Chuganu here or there. Because between delaying the gold and keeping the Chuganu count down, it means that Joan gets to keep playing the game. How's Myriad already so far behind? Initial trades were pretty bad. He's also about to have a problem with food. Yeah, he's down to about 500 food on the deer. It doesn't feel great to have to build mills for each of these berry bushes either. And 170 difference in guild? That's not true, though. Remember, the game does maths really badly. So it's actually, I think it's higher than that. So Myriad's only killed a scout, but Voldemar has killed, it's annoying even more with the Chuganu, but it's like at least 4 units, right? Because remember, wood cost doesn't calculate because game is dumb. So we've got to play onto board now. Voldemar is in a very cozy position in this game, folks. Myriad is now going to have to play east side, right? Yeah, it's his only option. I think south is way too exposed to wall off. So his win condition is playing into these choke points and booming from there. If he can get the Chuganu count high enough, Zone is not going to be a factor anymore. But he needs to be, I'd say, 25 to 30 Chuganu to be at that point. Nice garrison there. Myriad, of course, does have the village nearby to protect him. There is a pushback now. Voldemar, he's got a lot of knights, guys, but they are not here. So this read by Myriad, it's risky, but it can pay dividends. Voldemar only has 2 knights to defend with at home. Games say 3 units die? Yeah, but here's the problem. The game is wrong. Like, Capture Rage doesn't do math very well. Oof, 2 villages straight away. Yeah, this is a sick read by Myriad. He's essentially punishing Voldemar's overextension, right? Voldemar is going to go in for a dive. We'll get a trade out there, so Eco remains even again. However, these guys can do a lot more consistent damage. He's hunting for it now as well. Deer on the south side might be in trouble. Voldemar with 14 villagers out here at least has the wheelbarrow. Myriad, I think he just needs to find the stride forward. Right now, he's hesitating way too much. Myriad's way too deep. No, I think he's only way too deep if he doesn't go quickly. It becomes a problem the longer he stands here because it means the enemy knights can get home. And that's what's now happening. But had he just struck in there when the knights hit the backside, he could have reaped the south corner. The problem is, giving this breathing room is a danger, right? Like, Voldemar, as the minutes tick on, it means level 3 is coming closer for Zone. That means the Divine Restoration is going to get more value as well in these fights because these Royal Knights never died. This is kind of tricky. I mean, Myriad is doing a good job of idling Eco. Voldemar is definitely struggling with that a little bit, even for getting a few villages here or there. Voldemar needs to find the entry point, right? Because he's just given up his aggression. He's now dancing to Myriad's tune. A little bit of poke here. Don't you just love how every time you try to trade with Chuganu, it ends up not being a good trade? Knights are going to charge in though. Spin and reveal themselves. Zone is gone. Like some A4 in a paper shredder. You see how much of a counter this is against her. I mean, it's actually Voldemar's own problem. It's his own fault. He kind of screwed the pooch on this one. He doesn't have a blacksmiths. No undermesh means that he takes a ridiculous 9 damage per Chuganu. So if you just like to do the maths on that, that means 10 Chuganu would take almost half your HP. Fair to say this is enough to 2-hit you. Oh, man. Yeah, I think that detail might have cost Voldemar here. Because now even the knights struggle, right? They kind of just have plastic shields against these guys. It's still 6 damage going through onto your heavy cav from the back line. And I'm getting a bit worried that Voldemar... I'm not sure if he forgot or he just couldn't get the wood, but Myriad may be aware of this. Dives the wood line again. Oh my god. The end point crawls closer in this one. Voldemar really just needs some of these villagers gathering wood right now. He keeps trying to come back for these predictable tree lines, and it's punishing him time and time again. Now Myriad adding in the rams. In the meantime, Voldemar is looking to go across the map. He got scouted early here. Supervision coming in as well, so the spearman count is going to surge up quite quickly. Love that from Myriad. Even pulling just a few spearmen back to try and assist the defense. It's 10 knights, and that does bring a big danger with it. But unless they can find this trickle of spearmen, I'm not convinced they're going to be able to do enough. Neither is Voldemar. He backs away again. Myriad now ready to go, though. He bought the time. Double ram now in action here. Base now under siege. Spearman with the backstab. Front side they're coming in as well. Voldemar able to shift away, but not finding that big hit he's been looking for. Meanwhile, the kid is now housed. It's no surprise a Dane would have problems with housing, with how expensive everything is in that country. But this is kind of taking the cake. Blocked at 50. Archer range is also now getting targeted down. More houses being spammed. At this point, Voldemar looking like he's playing the Malians. In this game, every minute that passes, it's not often you say this, but as the minutes are passing, this game is going further against Voldemar, not towards him. Sure, Zone level 3 will eventually be a thing. But it's a question of how much value it's going to get when it's up against 60, 70 Chiganu. Spin this Chiganu. They're going to move in now. This outpost is not safe, guys. At all. Chiganu are like mini siege rams when you get them this big in numbers. Spearmen are now going to look to try and start torching this down. He's actually going to dive past instead. Myriad has to pull back. Spearman able to scare him away. And Zone goes down again. Immediate buyback. That's 250 gold burn. Villagers now trying to run, but not able to get away quick enough here. 3 of them are going to go down. 2 able to live to tell the tale, but the tree line on the south side here has been seen. Myriad, he found the wood. And not just that, Voldemar may have wood, but he still does not have Undermesh on the way. Zone dead for the second time. This plastic armor strat just ain't working. And it is with great glee, I say, that Myriad has finally woken up. This boy's about to get on the board. This game looks done. Voldemar, he's not going to be ready for that level 3. We have to remember, Zone's died multiple times. The buyback's already been used. You can't bring her back. And here's the funny thing. She dies quicker than a Royal Knight, but buying her back costs more than a Royal Knight. It just feels like a waste. Consecrations being lost also just hurts so much. Not something you can easily scale or replace. Voldemar now just trying to cull some of the reinforcements. Myriad, I don't think you read into this too much. Just head into the base. Right now, Voldemar is in the business of buying time. And if you chase him, business is going to be good. Villagers are going to have to run away, though. And Myriad just needs to go in. I think the longer he waits, the more opportunity he gives back here. Chiganu are going to get brought down here. Spearmen are starting to snipe out a few of these knights, though, and I think this damage is more permanent. Like, realistically, at this stage, Myriad could just build 4 rams and end the game. I don't think you should panic too much about this raid. And he knows it as well. Like, the only way he loses this game is by coming back to deal with it. Villagers pivoting to the other tree line again. Rams. They can start dealing with the last of the production buildings that Voldemar has online. Archer range down. Houses are going to get targeted here to make sure he's going to be pop locked. Knights are on the way home because Voldemar, the sirens just went off in his brain. He understands that this will end the game. He has to react to it. Zone naturally respawning here. I can guarantee you her death timer will be over 20 times longer than her live timer. Because he's going to have to take a fight. And you know what happens at the beginning of these fights, folks. Chiganu, frontline a little bit. Spearman, get return stabs good. Level 3 Zone's in. Voldemar, he did get that 1-up, that opportunity. But it's not going to count for enough here. Spearman diving in. This is done. Even if you got the best cleave in the world, there's no coming back from this. Zone dead. No gold reserves for Voldemar to buy her back. Archer mass is about to get fully depleted. Knight count barely exists. And we are going to be getting a winner on the board for Myriad here in this playoff 5. A much needed morale booster as well, because I feel like if he went 3-0 down in this playoff 5, probably would have just been a snowball effect. Pause that thought. Voldemar has brought back. I feel like he should just be losing too much here. School of Cavalry's already down. He has archery range and that's it, right? So no real production here. Love the split as well, just sending a few Chiganu to chase after. Earlier in the game, you're worried about throwing XP at Zone, but now that she's level 3, it's kind of more of a shrug. Voldemar doesn't seem convinced this is over. And, you know, I can't blame him, because Myriad couldn't be convinced that either game was over. So I guess it's just going to be one of those series. Well, champions have been spawned. Oh my god. Blacksmiths win games, guys. Oh, Jean wants to come again. Might as well welcome it. Spear hit. Oh, finally he gives it over. Jean, die, and die again to finally get Myriad on that scoreboard. Damn. +1 done everything in that game, guys. Like, +1 was the world for Myriad and Voldemar, right? Voldemar for getting it definitely hurt him a lot there. Oh, you know what we call that one? I know what we call that one. It's going to be new map so cool, it makes player forget about blacksmiths. What do we call that? No +1, like from the thumbnail, I'm trying to think. Map pretty what blacksmiths. There we go. Alright, there we go. So, have a look now. I think they're getting ready for the next game. Based on what we've got left in the draft, I think this is probably the best opportunity to play the Delhi he has. And I'm right. And Voldemar has read correctly. He's gone French. French is the single best civ left for Voldemar against the Delhi. This still does make game number 5 difficult for Myriad, because if you play Abbasids, I think English can do quite well there. If you play Japanese, then Mongols just slap you about. Like, it's probably going to be... I want to say Abbasids versus Mongols will be the deciding game. That seems the most likely. A second, sorry, I'm getting spam messages. Order of the Dragon? Why would you ever pick Order of the Dragon? Do you not like winning games? Sleeping Beauty Zone? Maybe. Is Sleeping Beauty Zone really a good thumbnail, you think? Map pretty what blacksmiths. I don't know. I kind of like that. It's almost like because it relates to the fact it's a new map as well. I'd probably go with the Sleeping Beauty if that happened on like a standard map. Okay, so I think they're getting ready for game now. Yeah, fantastic. It's ready to load. Let me just check everything's all right on the YouTube side as well. Looks like people are happy. Yes, there's a sacred site in the water, Nicolin, and you basically would have to go to transport ship to reach it. And the islands on this map will have gold veins as well as relics. So there is some value to going out into them. It's just not, I'd say, an immediate play for practically any civ in the game. All right, let's flip it around, though. This matchup is actually so epic. Every time I see it, it delivers because it comes down to the line between these two. Either one can take it, and hopefully this series will come down to the line. One and all, welcome back to the A4 Action. We are checking out a brand new map called Skarsgård, which no fishing involved, not much land food, a lot of presence required on the map means this is going to be a hell of a blast between French and Delhi. Voldemar on the French, and then Myriad will be the man on the Delhi in this one. Yeah, Delhi, it's kind of awkward for Delhi as well. There is 3 sacred sites, but there's no sacred site win condition unless you go onto water, and going onto water kind of hurts, right? On top of that, you're talking about one civ that thrives off of hunt on a map with a lot of hunt, because there's so much deer, and another civ that thrives off of the berries, and the berries are kind of bad. Yeah, not great. So I would say Voldemar is slightly favored here. I actually think French can beat Delhi. It just requires a little bit of outplay, right? I wouldn't say it's immediately like a 50-50. I think Delhi can be usually a little bit more brain dead about their approach to win a game. But it's within the purview. It's not like when you play, say, Japanese and Ottomans, and you are just fighting uphill the entire time. And good eyes. Let's put the predictions back on, because before Game 3, everyone was like, wow, this series is just going one way. All of a sudden, we have a much closer situation. I do think that Myriad's draft going into the series did not do himself any favors, but there's some bite back we could be looking at here. And I'm also curious to see if Myriad is going to play the standard Tower of Victory build that I'd expect against the French, or if the Dome of Faith temptation is going to take over, because stocks have been rising in that build. I'm also noticing a glorious spawn here for Myriad. If he walls off the south side and then walls the north of his base, he has a condensed economy in the corner. He's got 9 deer here. He's got, if you really want to play for it, the extra berries. He's going to have 4 berry patches. And then on top of that, he's got the gold. And if you are able to reach Castle Age, French can struggle because of just how damn effective the War Elephants can be. So Skull Cavalry on the way. A moment of truth for Myriad. I think it's going to be a Tower Victory, right? My feeling is that he's going to feel too pressured by the French to play greedy into Dome of Faith. I'd love to see it, though. There you go. Yeah, Tower Victory. It's tough, right? Like, in an ideal world, you take Dome of Faith. The new Dome of Faith is just that damn good that you're willing to give up a 15% permanent increase in attack speed. But the timings don't align because you're essentially taking your greedy option against an aggressive civ. So how you guys voting? Ooh, okay. So we got people back in the Power Myriad here. I think it is interesting, like, considering your opponent's opening knights, if you just open spears, you could potentially wall off these sacred sites, rather. It's a little bit tough, though, because in general, players have gotten so good at min-maxing their economies with these type of civs that spending that wood on anything but aggro for the Delhi just feels like a loss. What else we got on this map, actually? Because it's interesting, actually. One thing that made Delhi really good on Coastal Cliffs wasn't just their ability to lock a Sacred Site win. It was how cheap walling the map felt. And, you know, I mentioned this corner, but he could actually go wider than that. It's about the same cost, really, to wall from here all the way up to here. Because you can just wall along and across the tree lines, right? So he could get a completely protected economy in his corner if he wants to. One thing that is a bit interesting, actually, is the idea of pro scouts here for Delhi. Because, remember, with the Delhi, your mills will just research over time, right? You'll get it for free eventually. Survival techniques is obviously a big priority, but I was thinking because he's got reason to build extra mills here for the berries to get buffed, because they're so small, you could just have survival techniques and pro scouts going at the same time, which is wild because then you don't have to panic about the gradual move out into the map, which could favor Voldemar. Does this map ever go to water? We have not seen water so far. I'm a little bit dubious that we're going to see it this series, but with something like HRE, I think there's a lot of value because, especially once it's fixed to be consistent, there's meant to be free relics out here. So any relic-based Civ is really going to want to start thinking about water. Sacred Site win conditions are also going to require people fighting on water. So only Knight so far by Baldy. We haven't seen the conversion point, but it's now coming. Archers are getting added in. He might want to recess that, actually. Because Myriad's going Ghazi. Which is surprising here. I mean, if Voldemar is following the scripture, right? Because in this matchup, Delhi are meant to go Spearmen because French Knights are that dominant. But Myriad right now is getting great value. The Ghazi able to body block the choke point. A villager is going to get struck down. That's 2 down now. I think Myriad has got his work cut out. Like, this Ghazi play has to pay off fast. Voldemar has scouted it. Weirdly enough, he hasn't held back from building archers yet. And I understand why. Like, if I was to see a player opening Ghazi, I'm assuming it has to be Spearman as a follow-up, right? And what worries me a bit for Myriad is when you open Ghazi like this, the only logical reason is that you want to be attacking first. It's ballsy as all hell to think you'll ever be able to attack ahead of the French. Yeah, I've heard a few players like argue that they can still get away with going Ghazi, even if they're up against things like French Knights, but I don't abide by that. I don't think it makes sense. You know, in theory, Ghazi aren't too bad, right? Higher base damage than the Horsemen. They also have bonus damage versus heavy. They're a little bit more tanky than Horsemen by 10 health. But a Royal Knight will still eat you up. And now, because you're so late going for the spear timing, look at where these Knights now are. You're prepping a Rax, but you're already getting dove. Let's go dive in. No textiles still from Myriad. What? So game 3 was all about Undermesh being forgotten. And apparently game 4 is all about no textiles. Big mistake here. Like, remember, when you're playing the Delhi, it only takes 22 seconds. If you think you're going to lose a single villager, textiles is worth it for this Civ. You're against the French. The probability of you losing 2 villagers minimum by 10 minutes, especially when you open Ghazi first, is insanely high. So yeah, I think Myriad is kind of making his life much harder the way this is playing out. And remember, it's now not only a free eco difference. You can see by the top, it's 7. Because he's up against the French, who produce quicker out of their town center. Is the water trade worth it? Not really. Maybe if you set up in the corner. Like, in theory, subtly, yes, right? Because no one's going to check for it. And even if they check for it, they can't do anything easily in H2. I mean, they can try to outpost block this, but that's about it. So I can see water trade maybe working. It's just so expensive. Another thing that's worrying me is Myriad's build hasn't left much wiggle room for tech fast, right? Like, his scholars are out in a boot. He's basically using them to produce quicker. So, although blacksmiths are coming in, I don't know if they're going to be that impactful because it's bloomery tech. What worries me is if Voldemar just drops a blacksmiths, he gets bloomery for free, and he could rush Steeled Arrow. And Steeled Arrow will allow you to beat Ghazi in mass, right? I don't know, for a while, people kind of felt like the mass melee comp won against, like, Cav Archer, right? But it feels like as the time has gone on, it's kind of switched around. Like, the micros got on point, the Archer balls just kind of get too big. And once the Archer mass is big enough, melee masses are kind of irrelevant. Because only so many melee units can attack when all Archer units are. So yeah, it looks like Myriad is now going into the Archers himself. There is a window, though. And it is going to be that Steeled Arrow timing that Voldemar should be looking for. Walls are up in the meantime. I mean, credit to him, this has worked out for Myriad, right? Is that Voldemar is the one playing defensive, which kind of shocks me. I thought that actually Myriad would be forced to wall up first. But it shows you just how potent that double production rate is. Remember, you can garrison a scholar inside these and pump out twice as quickly. It takes him 8 seconds to build a spearman. Villagers holding back the horde. No reaction coming in, which What is Voldemar doing? Oh, the knights went in again. And oh no, again, no textiles. I'm surprised Voldemar even backed away from that. The moment the villagers got their shivs out, I would have eaten that up. That's now a 10 villager lead for Voldemar. Make it 11. Why stop there? It's weird as well because Myriad wasn't suspicious, right? Like I got suspicious when I was like, why are the knights not attacking these Ghazi here? It's because they're attacking the economy. Why would Myriad want more mosques? Doesn't change anything. You're not going to actively build scholars at this price. 130 gold is too high. Yeah, Myriad has to go really soon. He's got one Sacred Site locked in. Even with two, it doesn't make up the difference in economy right now. It doesn't come close. If Myriad doesn't find a way to start killing French villagers in the next 2 minutes, this is just going to be an out-eco. Voldemar even just still has reserve resources, right? The deer stacks on the south side should be quite feasible. Berries still exist, not great, but whatever, you take it. Funnily enough, Voldemar has even started adding in farms. I wondered if this was going to occur. On this map, because of the lack of safe food, you are very much incentivized to play out onto the map or play a civ that can build farms. Voldemar has one of those in reserve for game number 5 in English. He just didn't want to pick it here because it would have fed the deli. It's happening again, isn't it? Knights come in once more. Ay, ay, ay. I gotta talk to my boys about the text. Like, even now, I still look at this and say, Myriad, it's worth getting textiles still. Ghazi at least going to be able to hunt this knight down before he finds the pocket deer on the north side. But the issue that I'm seeing is Myriad has bulked an army to go and attack, right? But he keeps just reacting to 1 or 2 knights, which is buying Voldemar time to just scale eco. So that window where you can all in is closing really fast now for Myriad. I mean, I feel like he might even just have to start trying to be greedy. I just don't know if you can really be greedy with 32 villages, right? Like, going Castle Age is so difficult because the way that you'd make that play work is Castle Age into War Elephants, and that's 750 resources per unit, right? You just don't have that level of economy. Undermesh at least down the way for Myriad, so probably going to be waiting for that tech, and then we'll see him just attempt the dive. But by the time that comes in, Voldemar should have the Archer lead. Spearman's still a big backbreaker, though. And I think Voldemar at this stage just needs to forgo Knight production and pretty much mirror what the Deli are doing. It's always tough because of the Tower of Victory, but in theory, with a 14 villager lead, you should be able to just make it work. Right? You should be capable of 20% more military. Plus being rushed up, Voldemar. A little bit gluttonous, trying to skew the 4 deer. Ghazi are coming though. Voldemar, he doesn't have enough spears. Has to back away here. Dive comes in. Archer's going to keep on chasing. Spearman still healthy enough to deter any straggler knights in the neighborhood. The Ghazi are going to be diving in, but remember, guys, they don't have Undermesh yet. So this outpost, this TC, the Archers, they actually cause a lot of pain. Oh my god, a Myriad, an overextension there. Several Ghazi going down. He now only has 4 left alive. The Knights, in the meantime, are still raiding in, and they're still finding kills. It's 12 worker kills to 1 now. I can't believe this, man. I mean, Myriad, it's the right idea, the wrong timing, right? It's almost like Myriad was waiting for Voldemar to come out for the mid-resources before he started contesting him. But there was enough in reserve that Voldemar has kind of sailed past that awkward point in the game, right? Yeah, this is pretty over. He has got a lot of spears still, but the Archer count just seems too high. Even with the better attack speed, there's only so much he can do for you. That means we're going to be in a situation where Voldemar will get the majority of the prize pool for this one. But remember, guys, they get paid per map. So Myriad still has strike back potential. But I think this one has kind of reached close to conclusion point. Voldemar would need to overextend really badly. So Myriad's one play here is to remask Ghazi and pray that Voldemar overextends, and then he can wrap around and catch him. Because Voldemar doesn't have many spearmen right now. And one thing that will at least give Myriad a better chance of making that happen is this, by the way. Undermesh is finally going to be there. Like I mentioned that, you know, Voldemar has 20% more archers, so he can beat the 20% attack speed. It's kind of worse than that for Myriad, because the fact that his opponent had the Blacksmith decks and he didn't for that fight. Remember, the archers have 5 base damage, so a +1 is equivocal to 20% anyway. And even the cozy farm transition is starting to come in now. Going to be, what, 8 or 9 deep? And because he's mainly going archers, it's a very cost-efficient comp. I think that is going to be a regularity on this map, by the way. Because of the harshness of accessing food, wood is just going to be the lean-to, which means archer massing is going to become probably the go-to meta. Yeah, now that they both bulk these archer counts up, though, Myriad has to fight back hard here. Voldemar spent a lot of time clearing out the Ghazi and the Spearmen. His own Spearmen aren't actually heading in here, so actually Myriad winning this fight, surprisingly enough. What the hell just happened? I mean, Voldemar, it looked like he was maybe overkilling a lot on the Spearman, on the Ghazi. Meanwhile, Voldemar was overkilling a lot while Myriad was just targeting down. That's one of the awkward things about like the attack speed buff is it makes overkilling hurt less in fights, right? Because you're onto the next fight, onto the next attack rather much quicker. And Tower Victory is weird. Yes, it is 15%, but if you look at the tooltip, it still says 20%. I think Voldemar needs to go back Knights. The good news is once Voldemar's got like 20 farms set up, I think this game should be unlosable. Because on the other side of it, Myriad hasn't added in a single farm. That's like, oh sorry, 3 now, right? But that's why his punch was stronger there, is because Voldemar is supplementing into economy. But once you're at like 20 plus farms with a 20 eco lead, kind of becomes undeniable, right? The one hope at that point for Myriad is that they're both at 200 pop. Because if they're both at 200 pop, the extra economy doesn't matter until you're replacing units, right? What matters is that yours attack faster. Outpost is going to go down. Nice strike back there. Able to snipe a few villagers. Knights are once again venturing over into Myriad's economy. An economy that still doesn't have textiles. Archers in the center in the meantime are going to trade out. And well, they're about neck and neck when it comes to archer count, but that's about to drastically change here. Myriad should be able to lead this fight with a slight edge, you'd think, but the Spearman wave is now going to absorb a lot of fire. Meantime, Knights are still looking to just chop down that back line. Myriad, every time these raids hit, it feels like he's losing 3 villages a pop. Might be able to pop in the center. 24 versus 35. Voldemar able to take advantage of Myriad's distraction. And now able to push forward. And what gets awkward about this game now is this has just kind of turned into an archer race. But I think Voldemar in about a minute or 2 should be able to add in a few more Knights, right? And that's very scary here. Like, Myriad has been stripped bare. It is just Pew Pew boys and nothing to protect them from Cav. I do kind of wonder if maybe... I was going to say Horsemen in this game, but the weird thing about Horsemen is, like, gold isn't your limiting factor. Food is. So you'd probably rather have a better unit than Horsemen, considering you're supplementing a lot of the cost into gold, right? This game is so scrappy. If you're wondering why maybe this doesn't feel like the cleanest game back and forth, it's because we're playing a brand new map. Players don't have a feel for the timings, the transitions, exactly what they want to do because they're discovering how different this map can feel. But this is over now. We called it a few minutes ago. Myriad had that one strike back, but it's undeniable at this point. He's about to be single-digit archer count when Voldemar has 40. And he still only has 3 farms. Woo. What a cool map, though. I think this is what I've been asking for more of with A before, though. You know, I want to be even more zealous and drastic than what we have here. I want the game state to feel very different to what a player who's naturally been used to. That's how you get a robust map pool, where each one really does feel different. And this is, you know, I guess this is a little bit like Prairie, but it doesn't make you feel as exposed as Prairie. And what I mean by that is the way you have to move out into pocket resources constantly. Wood may be, you know, a little bit too friendly, but I'm kind of okay with that. I love the fact that food really has you having to start thinking about what's going to happen in 5 minutes. Because it's feast or famine. Voldemort, time to feast on another win here. Myriad, this time it's not just his military that's going to die off, it's going to be his economy as well. His textile-less economy. They can run as far as they want, but don't worry, Voldemort is going to be chasing at all times here. Starting to die through. All reinforcements now killed off. Myriad really has nowhere to run here. Reinforcing wave is coming in. If Voldemort just adds in 1 or 2 knights, he can chase these for days. And there's that one knight to force the GG. Oi, 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 oi. Tricky one there. Well played to Mr. Voldemort. That one might be uploadable as well. One sec, just typing out the titles for these. Oopsie. French beating Delhi? What? I think French can beat Delhi anyway, though. Do people really think that that's like that much of a Delhi favored matchup? Every time you win, it might be uploadable. Yep, pretty much. Look, if you want me to feature your wins, pay me. This is like advertising, right? When a brand wants to be on your channel, pay them. So I'm trying to think what... That one has to be about textiles, man. He forgot it. Show Delhi flag. Show hidden tech. It's Delhi's single most OP tech. And he forgot it. Only cast your losses? I'm sorry, you win? When did that start happening? Whoa. I mean, you kind of walked into that one, to be honest. I'm curious, Phyllisbo, have you ever actually scrimmed? I don't think I've ever seen you scrim. Alright, guys. It's time for Yuumi. You guys ready for Yuumi? Oh, what was that? I need to pull up the chat. What the hell? My PC's being a bit unresponsive right now. Give me a sec. I'm worried it's going to crash. I think we're good. Oh, let me flip that score. No, 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 no. Can't have him get the freebies. Cheer it with me now. Yuumi. Yuumi. I'm telling you guys. Yuumi beat English, okay? It's got to be. It's the only way for Myriad, surely, as we hop into the final game of this show match on the new Skarsgård map created by Avali. An interesting little one, actually. People on coastal cliffs always felt teased they couldn't access the water. So good guy Avali lets you access the water, but he doesn't give you any fish. But yeah, English versus Japanese, and we've already got aggro coming from Voldemort. It's a baby arms! Alright guys, hear me out. My son's going to be born in less than a month. I need to get a baby cosplay that can make him look like a Vanguard man-at-arms. Right? Like, just look at this, think about how adorable they look, and think about how adorable that would be for a baby. Give him a little plastic sword as well. This is rough though, right? Like the gold isn't guarded right now. Myriad, he has at least got enough gold gathering going that he would be able to get the tech. So not the end of the world. And he actually... Wait. Is Myriad going 2TC? That's kind of sick. And if so, I'm a fan. The logic could be that you go 2TC on the wood and you just scale Yuumi. But this could also simply just be the Daimyo to get Yuumi Bannerman, which would give you a big win. So Man-at-Arms able to push him away, but I mean, really? Myriad doesn't care. Remember, he's still going to get gold from gathering on the stone here. So this will get him to the Daimyo, but it'll also allow him to get towards the Steeled Arrow. I'm not sure if this is as important now with the buffs, by the way. Daimyo level 1 used to cost 300 stone, now it's only 225. What is cool, though, is the idea of Kura Storehouse immediately having buffed farms. Yeah, kind of a rough map for Japan in some ways. Like, what's nice is this map has a lot of food, but it's out on the map, so it's harder to reach, whereas you can easily just basically build into your farm safely at home, right, via the Kura Storehouse. So that's always a nice kind of easy present transition for the Japanese. That's why I've been on record multiple times saying I think Japan is one of the most noob-friendly civs in the game. Because although it has some complexities to it, one thing that's always beautifully nice is farm transitions are a absolute breeze with this civ. But one trade-off I do see here is that you're up against a civ that can farm transition even easier. So I think for Myriad, this is more about aggro than chill. And meanwhile, for Voldemar, Abbey of Kings. I was almost convinced we were heading for Council Hall. So is he worried that it could be Mass Yuumi? Or is he worried that it could be Mass Horseman? Because something that's pretty creative here is if you can now just go Horseman, you kind of win. Japanese don't like spamming spears in Dark and Feudal. If they go Unabagisha, you can just kind of kite them out because you'll heal after a fight. If they go Yuumi, you directly counter them. And if they go Horseman, there's a very interesting dynamic there. Because with the Bannerman and the extra melee tech, Japanese Horsemen in one-on-ones will win against English ones. But with the King's healing aura and the Abbey of Kings itself, it makes English almost uncontestable. This is cool, actually. The other possibility is this is just normie English play, and Voldemar is going to do the 2TC'er. I'm curious to see if that works here. Like, if that is the case, Myriad has options. He can either try to fast castle, or he can go for the Mass Yuumi strat. What I like the idea of is gradually scaling archers and going for a semi-fast castle, because Yuumi are super effective raiders. And the king is, you know, quite tanky, but less threatening than your standard knights to these mass archers. I'm pretty sure this is 1 TC all in from Voldemar. 7 villages on wood doesn't really sound like a TC timing to me. He hasn't moved out for stone at all. Pretty sure we're going to see, like, what, stables drop? That's what we're going to be seeing out of Myriad. Okay, so we've got Men-at-Arms upgrade coming in. So funny thing about playing Men-at-Arms in Feudal Age, and I hope he's not doing it. Not crazy big fan of this, just because Horsemen can kind of beat you. This makes more sense. There we go. Spearman coming through. Kind of wondering if it's worth even upgrading that 1 Men-at-Arms. Maybe there's a bait element, like Voldemar's like 50 resources to potentially bait my opponent is worth it. And Myriad's first unit, of course, is going to be the thing to try and directly contest the king. Uman Bannerman on the way, but as you can see, Horseman being queued up afterwards. So this will be an easy way of clearing out the Men-at-Arms, and then I imagine Myriad, yep, Yuumi behind it. I like this. The alternative is you're going to spend, what, 200 wood on outposts, and then the Aris that upgrades as well. It gets expensive to secure your gold. This is a more present way of securing gold, and I think Voldemar got baited. The fact he went into Spearman puts him at a huge disadvantage to this play. And what I love is the positioning. Myriad is just sneaking it at the back of the TC, where Voldemar is less likely to see it. Human Bannerman does get a bunch of free info. Voldemar has now added in the archer range for the Lombos. But Myriad, I think in the next probably minute and a half, you're probably going up to 2 archer ranges here. So like 1 stables plus double archer range is a really nice balance point for Japanese against English. Especially when the English player doesn't have council. Because it means you could completely zerg him with mass archers, basically. Scout almost getting sniped there, not quite though. However, notice that he's now pulling to the east side, further away from this. Double archer range, now getting set up. DPS-wise, remember that the blacksmith text is a much bigger edge in damage for the Japanese than the English. The +1 damage is 25% damage increase, while for the English, it's like, was it 15%, something like that? Or like 17.5 or whatever, because they start with higher base, right? So the DPS increase is less impressive for English than Japanese. The undermesh, definitely more impactful though. And that's a fair point from Kaiser Johan. You are correct. Like, so remember, because the Japanese gather from their houses, or rather drop of their houses, that's their mill, it's not bad for all these small berry batches, whereas like every other berry-based civ suffers here. Japan's just kind of chill. Drop a house, drop a house, drop a house, right? I like that. That's a very fair point. Ooh, villager. That's a freebie. Not necessary. And that does reveal the double archery range play now. Okay, so Voldemar, is he going to go for an extra rack or an extra archery range here? Because I think double production may end up being a little bit weak at this pacing, especially with this backstab coming. It's mostly spears here. Yumi are going to start diving in. And remember, you can chase this down, so he either has to bail on the Lombos or lose it all, because the Yumi are just so much quicker. Myriad, a little bit overly ambitious, does hang around a bit, but works out. And every Lombo, very expensive. It's kind of wild when you look at the difference in cost. 65 resources for a Yumi, 90 resources for a Longbow. That's almost a 1.5x increase in price. Second wave Longbow should fare better, but you know the Spearman did get whittled down here, right? I think Myriad's going to have to back up. This is a bit too fast. He wants to utilize the Steeled Arrow timing. That's what this is about. It's a clash of ideas. Myriad is blacksmith-based, and Voldemar is bulk-based. It's very difficult to be bulk-based when you're also against a Zergy unit like Yumi, though. Especially now with this blacksmith detail, put you kind of on an even footing, right? It's only a 1 damage differential. And because Myriad has got active gold gathering, we're probably going to see the undermesh come in, which means the damage output of a Yumi and a Lombo are going to be equal. King just about able to get away with that. However, the boys are blobbed up now. This could get a little bit scary. Oh, they get the snipe. King goes down. Spearman get baited forward here. I mean, I think Myriad is just kind of playing this really well. Voldemar gets cheek. Oh, no, Myriad, please. Not with the Yumi. So remember, guys, Bull have a surprising amount of ranged armor. So attacking them with Yumi, it would take 150 shots to kill. Luckily, the Uma Bannerman was there. Otherwise, that would have been kind of disastrous. And funnily enough, Myriad doesn't stare a gift horse in the mouth here. He will, however, stare a gift boar in the mouth. 2,000 food now for him to work with, which is brilliant when you consider that he's playing stables plus archery range, right? And your opponent now doesn't have many spears. So with this extra food influx, you can afford to start spamming horsemen. Horsemen that are benefiting over time. They already have a Tatara. He could go for his Akuri next to get the +2 damage in this age. And then because you're already decent base damage, the Uma Bannerman effect is pretty substantial there, right? Like it's about 1 point... I think it ends up being like 1.6 extra damage. Which, the more I think about it, is pretty wild. It means that your horsemen almost hit as hard as Ghazi. Arguably, they actually hit as hard as Ghazi because they have a better attack speed. I'll knock at the door here. Voldemar is waiting at home for that second king to come. You know how we get. Like, you know, our king dies. We have to have a holiday to just celebrate them and then crown the next one. We don't want to come out, right? We just want to sit at home, watch reruns of EastEnders, celebrate their crowning, and then we go to war. So we're actually approaching a really dangerous point for Voldemar. And the danger is that Myriad could just go castle. I've seen this type of build over a dozen times. And this is like the convergence point where it's just so much more valuable to just tech ahead. Makes it bloody hard for Voldemar to do anything. Right? Because even if he somehow mirrors the tech, he'll have to make the choice of white tile. He won't have 2 TC. so he'll fall behind on economy. He won't have Council Hall, so no quick upgrade on his mass Lombos. Meanwhile, Yuumi will upgrade really quickly if you Yorishiro drop into an archery range. And I think that's where we're heading here. I've also seen versions of this build where you don't Yorishiro drop the archery range, you Yorishiro drop the stables and switch knights. The logic being is the Yuumi will take longer to upgrade, but they're your second wave, right? So you open with Mount Samurai, your opponent doesn't have any spearmen, he loses the initial fight, and then he panic reacts with spears, and all of a sudden there's 40 Yuumi diving his base. How does Voldemar win then? He's about to complete his third farm cluster. This is where like spamming men-at-arms becomes a bit more viable, but if you even suspect for a second your opponent is rushing Castle Age, mass men-at-arms is probably the most dumb thing you could do, right? Because at this stage, Mount Samurai are going to come in much quicker. It's really good against the mass Yuumi, but that's kind of the be-all end-all. So for Voldemort, I think hunkering down, maybe you just have to accept White Tower, and getting a Mango out is probably your best friend here. Even Bannerman died, by the way, so we have got to switch over into the Yuumi Bannerman now. Myriad, about to go age 3 here. All right. What do you think, guys? Ones, if you think that Myriad is going to go ahead and drop it in the archer range. Twos, if he's going to drop it in the stables. Falls up, so Voldemar knows where this is going. Look at that. Look, the cowardism. The amount of you that waited to say 2. I know what you all done. You checked the map. Yeah, so at high level, it's really quite obvious what someone's doing with Floating Gate based on its position. They will place it as close as possible to the building they want to drop off in because it saves them seconds, valuable seconds. But you're all wrong! Why? So I was going to say there is a situation where you won't drop it next to the production building you're going for, and that's when you're baiting your opponent. But, like, Voldemar doesn't have any scouting vision. So the only reason he done this is because I think he pulled wood villagers to build this up. King's Path. Oh, what? I think Voldemor's dead. It doesn't feel good to have to go White Tower here. It's not meant to feel good. That's your punishment for earlier on. But this now means you have no immediate answer to Mass Yuumi. And obviously that veterancy, the only upside for you is it's going to take a while to come in, right? 50 seconds still to go. But Mountain Samurai now getting queued up. Voldemar trying to scale into those men-at-arms. Mirror's time is going to be good here, though, right? By the time he's ready to dive, the first 2 or 3 Mounted Samurai should be here. Spear count isn't that good for Voldemar. And the attack speed is kind of bonkers, I'll give you that. But another awkward issue for Voldemar is that veterancy timing. You can see he's queued it up, but it's still going to take him a minute. Meanwhile, Myriad is going to have 40 seconds advantage to dive you. And with the difference in movement speed between Yuumi and Archers, and Lombos rather, it's like watching HRE versus English. You just can't run away from them. They stick to you like glue as if they're a Sean Paul song. Yuumi now coming in. Undermesh level 2 is being prepped as well. Myriad's timing is on point here. 8 seconds out, he's going to bait the fight. And when he finally starts hitting that back line, he's going to discover how little damage he does here. And Arms having to fall back as well. They're still in early form. They haven't got their veterancy yet. Farm's now idled out. Voldemar is going to start drying up when it comes to food. Yuumi diving by, just looking to deal with the Lombos now before they get their upgrades in return. But the Mounted Samurai follow-up, if they stop A-clicking onto buildings, could be doing irreparable damage here. Yuumi continue to raid. They'll chase the villagers away. The one save point right now for Voldemar is in this south corner. Great, he gets out here. But not much of an army to show for it, guys. He has 5 men-at-arms versus 5 Mounted Samurai. The Yuumi are going to continue to trade well up against the Lombos, all courtesy of that +2 ranged armor timing from the Japanese. Damn. That's wild. And guys, you know, if Myriad had had these extra knights here at the right time, I think this would already look over. The only reason it's not is because of that slight slip-up. Voldemar still has got his eco alive and a little bit of army. I think Myriad blundered there like pretty hard. It seems like a small difference, but those 3-mounted Samurai would have mopped that up. You would have had about an extra 10 Yumi left over. And it means that this farming area never would have worked again. The Myriad, he needs to just throttle it now. Like, you can't... Well, not throttle, sorry. He needs to accelerate. You can't slow down here. You need to keep this pressure up. You need to chug your 500 milliliters of delicious Protein Works replacement meals. You need to flex your arm muscles. The Popeye music needs to come into the background. And you need to go to Plowtown. But I'm not seeing that right now. I'm seeing a poor lad here. 1 mounted Samurai. Mass Yumi's coming back into play, but folks, remember, although this can be effective, Voldemar now has the farms to set up mass men-at-arms. And once he has that armor clad, you are going to tickle. Keep in mind, by the way, we now have blacksmith techs as well. So armor clad plus 1 undermesh just means that these Yumi do 1 damage. It's terrible. For now, though, Myriad at least has a window still. Let's see if he can climb on through it. Mounted Samurai will clear up the men-at-arms. Yumi count about equivocal to the longbow count. The problem right now is there's just so many garrison spots, right? You got the Fort Outpost, the TC, the King's Pass behind. The retracted wood line that he's gathering from. He's also now playing in the docks. You sneaky little snake. Think about this. On so many levels for Voldemar, this is worth. He only has 1,000 gold left at home. There are 2 relics out here, which are just free to grab. And you know the Japanese are not going to rush for it normally. But Myriad is also thinking in the same way. Okay, this is brilliant. You know, someone asked, that we had 4 games on this map so far in this playoff 5. Like, are we ever going to see someone play water? Is there any value in playing water? Or how about now? And yes, Avali is aware there's a bug right now. It's meant to be 3 relics at all times, but the map tools are not perfect. Sadly, Microsoft and Relic kind of gave the modding community a bum hand. What is up, Faplarp? Thank you very much for the sub. I agree. This is an awesome map. Cool thing about this is like he could take relics, come back, and then secure Sacred Site as well. I don't think you do Sacred first, though. Because if you reveal that you're here, then if Myriad wasn't already doing this, he will be then, right? Wait, what is he up to? Oh, he doesn't know. I'm an idiot. Yeah. God vision. Sometimes I forget. So he knows there's no relic here, right? Well, you can't know for sure. This is the thing. The Stealth Forest means it could have theoretically spawned inside it. I'm a little bit curious on the way he's moving, because I feel like the spawns are always here and here, if I'm not mistaken. At least based on what we've seen. So he's kind of checking all the wrong islands first. Oh, man. I kind of feel like he forgot his research. And now we've got 3 Shintos. Oh my god, if Myriad does this right. He needs to move right now. He could get both relics and the Sacred Site. Go. Voldemar. Finally. For the love of God, finally. Alright, he's got 1. Oh my god, they're both doing it. Alright, Avali, hear me out. I don't want it hard-coded. I actually want it to be RNG for this minigame. Can we agree this is brilliant? You know, in fairness, the pros always say how they love the RNG of AoE 4, so this would be a fun little RNG game. Sorry, Mario. The princess is in another castle. If Voldemar gets back, drops the relic, comes back, and gets the other one, I'm uninstalling. On behalf of Myriad, I will uninstall. On land, we have had transitions, though. Crossbow's now getting added in by Voldemar. We've got Owner Musha now on the way for Myriad. You know what the best part about this is, guys? Myriad didn't see Voldemar. So even though Myriad should grab this relic, he's then going to confusingly look around all the islands for the other relic. No, Myriad, no. Myriad, he thinks he took them both! Oh my god, no. villagers have been pulled into the gold as well. Voldemar is playing this right. This might be my favorite Relic race I've watched in like over 2 years. This is absolutely brilliant. Oh, mistake by Voldemar though. He could have moved in range to block the cap with the transport ship. So funnily enough, Myriad just started the timer. And because you don't really want to have to build a real Navy boat, he's going to have to. Yeah, Sprone ship is on the way. This is brilliant. Myriad at home as well is what? Nowhere near Shogun. It's kind of problematic, actually. He is, however, switching into Mass Samurai. Now, this is an interesting battle, actually. You need to take it away from the outposts. Because these men-at-arms have +2 melee armor compared to normal men-at-arms. But with Odachi tech, plus the extra melee tech level, it's an extra 7 damage for Samurai. With a 20% increase in attack speed, these men-at-arms are still going to be behind, but not by too much, right? So 20% increase is like having an extra 3 damage. So you'll still lose to Samurai, but the fight is going to be tighter than you'd think. And if he ever gets towards Network of Citadels, that's when I'd say it's more of a 50-50 fight. Bottom up. Rallying forward here. Sprint on the Springwood in the meantime. Even a junk ship coming in. You can tell these guys practice together all the time. They have the exact same opening with their boats. Oh, but Voldemar got baited. He switched onto the archer ship. Big mistake there. So he's going to lose the Springwood. Meanwhile, in the center, Clash comes in. Mount Samurai reveal themselves. They charge forward. Yumi no Namusha on the back line here. A lot of bulk for Voldemar. The question is it enough or is it too much here? Falls back in the choke point. Spearman still retreating. Counter's getting a little bit low, though. Only 10 of them left over, and it looks like he doesn't want the fight. So Voldemar cowers away from it. Longbows get behind the wall. He finally has the outpost aura, and now he wants to fight back. Mad Samurai, though, doing a great job of mopping this up. I think this is the problem. Like, he didn't calculate for that, right? Like, it's almost like you need more spearmen, but now you've been baited. You're building mass spearmen into mass samurai. I mentioned that the men-at-arms can fight back somewhat. Spearmen most definitely can't. Not just that, that Sacred Site time is still ticking. Voldemar might finally be able to put a stop to that, though. I say that. It's kind of a drawn-out situation, and one that Voldemar now can't afford to lose because he's gathering gold over here. And that, folks, is a detail that should be obvious to Myriad, because Voldemar, he only had gold here. The rest of it is central bound. So knowing this, Myriad should be telling himself, I need to win water, because that's the only way he's able to afford mass crossbows and men-at-arms. And yes, Voldemar did get that relic in the end. Myriad's going to be kicking himself after that, man. That has to be so jarring. Like, when he watches this back, he's going to be face-palming. When they both discover that the spawn points are hard-coded, they're going to be face-palming. The funny thing is, Voldemar spawned the map a few times, so he should have been able to maybe piece that together. I don't know if Myriad spawned it a bunch. Alright, one's if you think the Japanese are winning this, two's if you think English. Because I am noticing a problem for Myriad. That is a scary eco lead. Voldemar is 25 ahead now. TC drops coming in, but it's so delayed. I think Myriad's going to go in. Look at his macro right now. He's so much closer than Voldemar. Voldemar's adding in the mangoes. Not a bad choice when he's seen Yumi and Onimusha. Not the worst of ideas against the against the Samurai either. I think if Myriad goes for Castle the Crow, he's got this. If he... Okay, yeah. Yeah, if he goes Castle the Crow, I think he's got this. If, however, he goes for the greedier option of Tanagashi Gunsmith, I think Voldemar is in it. Stockpile. Clash coming in. Outpost aura is going to be there. Can we just agree this is done? How is that ringing? These guys must have hearing aids in to be able to still hear that. Mount Samurai front line is trying to break through. They are going to flood onto the backside. Voldemar's starting to panic a little here as he has to back up. A lot of fire is being drawn. The Onimusha have mostly cleared out the men-at-arms here. But the Samurai count, I don't know if this is enough to break through for Myriad. So that another Bannerman arrives. It might be working out. Voldemar. The deceptive part is that although there's 14 crossbows, half of this is lombos. And he was attacking into the Mounted Samurai for a lot of that. But finally, tail end of the fight, English confirmed OP again. Network of castles, eat your heart out. Decap now coming through. Myriad just had to reinvest everything he'd saved up for Imperial Age into the castle. And I think this is now probably over. At this stage, you have to think about how difficult it is for him to flood the new troops. We also have issues like no military academy. Guess why Voldemar's count is staying so high? He prepped military academy. He already has the extra production to push through. And the Lombo read is just perfect for Voldemar. Tricking the Samurai into mass Lombos is death. Onimusha get countered by Lombos. Yumi cannot counter Lombos when the count is this far ahead. His only play is to get Mangoes going. But instead, we're seeing Myriad reacting with Springles out of paranoia. And I think this has come too late. Damn. What a play, man. I think Myriad is going to feel scammed, and GG gets called. The one unit that ran in range to activate that outpost just defined everything with this game. Crazy as well. Myriad was so far ahead for most of it. Had a great start to the game. Then we had the island shenanigans, which was absolutely hilarious. But Voldemar able to hold out for that later timing and get the win. And I know Myriad's going to be kicking himself because early on, it looked like this one was in the bag. But exciting map, guys. Let me know what you think about this. Once again, really big shout out to Avali for creating this. It's called Skarsgård. You can find it on the mod section on Age of Empires for yourself. Give it a check-in. Let me know what you think. I think it's a really fun map, and I definitely want to see more of it. It's from Avali. How did you know? Oh, man. I think... Oopsie. I think like that just goes up on YouTube as my favorite relic race ever. One second. This. What's going on here? Oh my god. Wait, what was forward? It's Control-Shift-Z in the standard UI, right? Well, it's just unlabeled my my video's name. Give me a sec, guys. So the... Oh, yeah. Hey, sup, Myriad? GG, buddy. Good series. That was a fun one. Just need to quickly title these. Best techie forgets. So it's Delhi's most OP tech. That one, I'm going to say, best relic race ever. Good luck finding them on all relics on all these islands. There we go. Oh, GG though. That was a fun one. Yeah, so we got Myriad and Voldemar here. Boys, you do know that the relics have fixed spawns, right? No, I think you should make them random, Avali. No clue. Yeah. So Myriad, you weren't the only one looking for the relics, and the timing was quite hilarious. Because you could have actually, you're almost on point to snatch both of them from Voldemar, even though you went first. Hardcode stealth, they cannot spawn in there? Oh. Yeah, that's weird. Dude, I wish they'd just give better tools to the modders. You guys do such a good job of the crappy tools you're given. You have a little problem? Why are you size shaming Avali? Have you seen the width of his map pool? We could literally just have a tournament called Avali's Tournament, and it'd just be all these maps. Low food, make it a bit baboon. I think I don't mind it. I'd rather just see like 2 big berry patches added around the center of the map, and I think then that works. I think that's fine. Maybe on like the islands, you could put like a deer stack, a small deer stack on like 2 of the islands. But do we do another show match? I'm trying to think now. Trying to think if we've got any pros around we could throw into another one of these. You think the small packs de-incentivize taking it? Yeah, it's quite a wide arc, right? It's like, unless you're French and mills only cost 25, it's a bit weird. I don't think they all need to be 5 packs, but maybe like 2 additional 5 packs would be cool. Maybe having like some deer on the islands would be cool as well. Like, I agree. I found that that was really enjoyable because it felt like I could see both of you struggling with like what you do next in terms of food, and I think that's good. Like the balance point you have to really guide yourself by in a delicate way, and that's why I was saying put like an 8 batch of berries in the center because I think it fixes a lot of the concerns while keeping it aggro focused. Is like if the map becomes like too starved, it just becomes a farm booming civs map, right? Like, and then it's just not fun. So like I think it's on the right course. I think it's really good. I wish they'd nerf farms so we could just get to this point where like you have to play the map a little bit before you just boom farms. But it's why, like, I think what made that series pretty good is the fact that Byzantines and Hru was banned on both sides. Because by doing that, you actually ended up with quite an interesting situation. So, what do we do now? Trying to think. I could throw a few bucks into another show match, maybe. Wouldn't be a big budget. When you cast ladder again, I cast some ladder. I mean, we could cast some ladder now. I just don't know if people will want more of that map instead. You like the ladder casts? Why? Because you get featured. It's a tough one. I like casting ladder live. So like, for example, Louis right now. I like just doing this. Because there's no chance I know the outcome of the game. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. Oh, YouTube chat's coming through again, right? No, dude, why does it keep doing this? It's meant to show all chats, and sometimes it doesn't show you wonderful YouTubers. It's a bit weird. Thank you, Mateus. So, let me have a look. Another show match on this map? Do we use Voldemort Mirrored again, or do we mix it up? Who could we have? Might be a cheapskate about it, I don't know, like. $2 a map. Told you I'd be a cheapskate about it. Get some more test data for Avali with different playstyles. Let's see core play it out. Ooh. Cause me like, no thank you, KP. I don't get out of bed for anything less than $25 a game. As he sips from his nice little teacup with his monocle. You're from Germany, you don't work for $2 an hour? And that's why everyone else took your job, sucker. Hold on a sec. I've got a way of like being fair about this. So let me have a look. You guys ready for this? We logic him into it. So War of Lords took place across 5 days. That was $50. And that was So how many games do you have to play? Was it 3 and then 9 games? And these games are at least half the length for those ones. Oh dear. Core versus Crackety. Oh god. MSN? Yeah, MSN and like what? Well, Core doesn't want in. He's clearly his Valorant career is going really well, so like he's above small money prize pools now. Who could we get against an MSN? Plays one Civ and he plays it very well. I kind of like the idea of like a draft format where like every map you just like pick 3, snipe 2, and then no, you can't win with a Civ multiple times or whatever. The reason I like that when you're testing new maps is like my worry, and it kind of came into reality, is like when we looked at the drafts and I thought about what I envisioned for that map, I was like, I have a feeling that Myriad went into this map with a different idea. And now because that idea is wrong, his draft just is going to be really weak, right? So like when you're testing new maps, I think that kind of flexibility is probably more logical, just so people can be like, ah, okay, I see. All right, so do you guys want to? Should we watch a Golden Pit? We haven't seen Golden Pit in a while. We're gonna watch a Golden Pit game, and then if there's players that want to play another show match on Skarsgård, and we could even actually check out Atoll, the map that is like a weird Socotra, a croissant Socotra that was made by Kaivayu. Maybe we slot that in there as well, and we have 2 maps to test out. Actually, maybe I'll save the Kaivayu one for next week. But like, if we got some people that want to do another show match on Skarsgård, message me and we'll sort it out, and we'll see if we can get it done today. We'd definitely love to get another one done today. Juke Rush is no brain. You know what's even more no brain? Not building a blacksmith's. Oh my god, KP said it. You think you're smart? Yeah, well, I mean, the fact I'm thinking suggests there is brain power there. How about you go and play versus Juke? I'd rather not, because then I'd lose more brain cells than you did in that game. Literally, the entire recording would be me saying how much I hate Juke and New and how dumb they are and how they're one of the stupidest units ever created in RTS. So, pass. Guys, you know what China is really missing? I know what China needs. They need Juganu Springolds. Could you imagine? Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is up, Hymenator? You're going to put $100 in? No, screw you, Core. Are you sure, mate? All right, no. I think we make them work for that. Can we get 4 players and we'll do like single elim, grand final? Like BO3 into like BO7? I think that's reasonable for $100, right? That makes sense. You don't want BO7 Voldy? It's a total of 10 games. Like, dude, just $10 a game. You just done $5 per map. Like, you're complaining that you're getting more money? At least understand Core sitting on his little ivory throne. He never subs to this channel, hence why he's saved up all his money in stockbrokering. So he's like, oh, anything less than $100 and I'm out. But I'm just upgrading the money for you. All right, so who we got? So Voldemar's up for it, right? Core, I'm guessing, is now up for it. Wow. All right, maybe we'll find someone else instead of Core. The abuse here. So, I don't know. Is Mirad still here? Does he want to play? I mean, you wish you could, Voldemar. You wish you could. Mirad, you want to play in this $100 4-player bracket? All right, so we could have MSM, Myriad, Voldemar, and Core. No. We're gonna do another show match on that new map, I'm thinking BO3, BO3 each side. Or would you guys prefer... Okay, what would you prefer? Would you prefer the semifinals of BO3's grand finals best of 7? Or semifinals BO5, grand finals BO5? Yeah, why do you guys want to bang me all the time? What the hell? B3, B3, BO5? You cheapskates. Actually, it's opposite cheapskating. I mean, it's up to Hymenator. If Hymenator wants you to do best of 7s, you're going to dance on that pole for him, alright? With a name like Hymenator, I wouldn't mess with him. Do you know what? He could probably Hymenator you. Is that a move? Is a Hymenator a move? I feel like I've heard that name, like that word somewhere as a move. Wait, isn't the Hymen... Oh god, no. The Hymen, I just realized what the Hymen is. Let's not explore that deeper. What's the map name? Skarsgård. If you search recent, it will come up pretty quickly. Best of 7, best of 7, best of 9. Damn, now we talking. So my thought on BO5, BO5, BO5 is because we're going to do single elim. It's like, it's nicer, right? So like, no one can complain, oh my god, you got the easiest side of the bracket. I would have beaten insert name. And yeah, this is not a very deep golden pit. No, dude, like, typing the name isn't going to help because you use weird Scandinavian letters. Like, just search recent and it will come up. It's really easy to find. Skarsgård. Or was it C? It might have been C. It was either C or K. Pretty sure it's K. K sounds... Yeah, K is more Scandinavian. Or yeah, Scandinavian with a K. So we'll like watch this one while we sort this out. It's going to be like half commentary, half talking to you guys because we're going to watch Lou on the ladder beat the crap out of Trackle. Sorry, Trackle. I don't think Trackle has a very good Trackle record against Louis. Let's start. Okay, so who we got? So ones if you're going to play. So I definitely have confirmation that we've got because I think we're looking at Myriad, Core, MSN, and Voldemar, right? Or does KJ want to play? Okay, we've got MSN, we've got Voldemar. Oh, so Myriad. Okay, boo, Myriad. You could get $100. I know what we earn in the UK. That would have been a win. Just resign. All right. So, Voldemar, MSN. Let's get Kazuyohan in if he wants to play. And Core. And I'm going to say BO5 semis, BO5 finals. Sound good? Oh, you can't. No, Kazuyohan. Dude, why do you guys have jobs? Why? Alright, so we were a player short of what we need then. Let me... You know what? There is a Discord for this. About to do a Showmatch single elim on Avali's new map. Do we do... What do you... Guys, do we do, like, winner takes all? Do you, like, it's up to you guys. Do you want winner takes all? Or would you like only grand finalists get paid? Or we can do, like, $15 for third and fourth each. And then, like, what, like, 20 or 25 bucks. Say it's 25 bucks for second place and then the rest for first. 25.75? Okay. 25.75. For grabs. 25/75 split. So we've got MSN who wants to play. We've got Core. We've got Voldemar. So we need one. I mean, I'm just going to say Marine Lord is in that chat as well, so... I mean, it's good even for, like, you know, even for players that get eliminated early on, it's like it's tournament practice. On a map that I think will feature in tournaments. Sorry, let me put that the other way. I have say it will feature in tournaments. Oh wait, MSN can't play? Make up your mind. Wait, bank denied because I'm in the UK? Bled? Can you not just send through PayPal? PayPal or Patreon or something should work, right? There's a few different ways you can do it. So it's like the PayPal route. We've got the coffee. We've got the... What's the other one called? As you said, Patreon. Or, if it's only the UK, you could pay them directly. Because it looks like we've got all non-UK players. How are we looking at this game anyway? Wait, did Trackle really mass archers against Malians? The Huh? I mean, it is Horseman as well, right? But this feels really like I'm not imagining this is really hard to dive. He's at least trending tech, but Louis scaling too. What a funky game. What are we doing? We're organizing a show match. Hi, Minette. Like, let me know if what I just said makes sense. Is he still here? He's like, I'll give $100, then runs. Could ask Sass? Yeah, that could be an option. We just want to confirm that there's a way that Hymeneta can pay, so that I can pay. I have to call the bank and tell them I'm sending money to the UK, and they will add it to the list. Okay. I mean, that's fine. Like, yeah, whatever works, buddy. I don't think the players are going to, like, turn up to my door with baseball bats. They don't get paid in 24 hours. I mean, they exist in esports, so they're used to being paid 30 to 90 days afterwards. So, if it only takes a week, that's easy. Core, you can't afford a baseball bat. You spend all your money on sheesh. Okay, so maybe Sassy then. Is he online? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like, that's why I was like a little bit shocked. I'm pretty sure you sent me $100 before. So I was like, huh? When you said like no bueno, I was like, eh? Rogan? You DM'd him? Thank you, cool. So, final list is looking like Core, Voldemar, Sass, and MSN, right? So then, I'm trying to roughly remember, based on ATR, wouldn't that mean the matchups would be, would it be Voldemar versus Sass and Core versus MSN? Because I think, is Core highest ATR still, or is Voldemar taken over from him now? I think I've got the ATR list. Let me check. Actually, crap, I haven't. What? My search results don't bring up the ranking anymore. Can someone link me the ranking system? Hello, Sassy. How would you like to try a new map? Core versus Sass bracket 1, MSM versus Vold bracket 2. Could be. Like, has someone got the ATR link? I don't know where it is. The fairest way to do it, because there's money on the line, is obviously the ATR system, right? So it would be highest rank versus lowest rank. You can see on AoE4 World? Ooh, okay. Alright, so I'm checking ATR now. Tournament elo system, rather. We'll use the tournament elo system. So Core is 47th. XD. Sass is 39th, so Sass is higher. Voldemar's higher than that, though. Voldemar's the highest, right? And then MSN, I think, is the lowest. No shame. So, what did I say? So I said Voldemar's highest, so Voldemar versus MSN, and then it's Sass versus Core. What are we doing? It's a new map. So here, I'll show you quickly. I'll load a version of it. It's a new map created by Avali. Leave this match already? Yeah, I'm getting to it, dude. I'm sorting things in the background. Some of us multitask. So, here, I'll load one of the replays so you can have a look. So Avily created a new map. It's a pretty interesting one, actually. You only have 5 sheep. There's a bunch of deer everywhere. There's water, but no fishing. And there's a bunch of relics offshore. Here's the map. So yeah, you've got Sacred Site. There's either 2 or 3 relics that will spawn out here. Skarsgård is what it's called. Rigged for Northerners. That's why Voldemar's first seed, Kappa. So yeah, so it's quite interesting actually. The playstyle that's been bringing out is, I'd say, fairly aggressive, which I think you'll like. French even look good on this map, Pog. But yeah, so the berries are a meme. There's only 2 per. There's 3 sacred sites, lots of deer, lots of wolves, by the way. Like most of the deer stacks are just guarded by wolves. Yeah, cool. Yeah, Voldemar versus MSN and you versus Sassy is what it's coming up with based on the ATR system, the tournament. Oh, sorry, tournament elo system. And yeah, like you start with 5 deer real close by. Give us a draft. So I think Voldemar had the link for the draft. So we're gonna do BO5, 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 right? If people don't want to wait, what we can do is both sets could run simultaneously. I'm open for that, and then I can just pick up the content later, so that it'll be BO5, like, you know, it won't be as long of a wait for you guys, basically. So instead of being staggered, if you guys are like tight on time, we can just play both semifinals at once, and then grand finals afterwards. Yeah, 0. No, dude, that's not even 0.5. Dude, that's 0.33 berry patch. Okay, wait, so what we'll do, I'm going to abusively expand the little chat group we had. So, core. Wait, don't I have core added as a friend? Alright, what I'll do, you guys can message me your draft link. Let me grab the draft that we were using. Wait. Dude, I never freaking use AoE2 to figure out that stuff. Wait, so where's the draft link? Voldemar, have you got the draft link? The copy so they can use it? If you don't mind dropping it in chat. Remember the days when KB has nothing nice to say to core? I thought that was, like, always. We're consistent, man. We abuse each other. There we go. Wait, second one, right? I think it was the second one. Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, I see what you've done. Yeah. Okay, there we go, guys. Yeah, so use that. We'll do BO5, BO5, BO5. So semifinals to BO5s, grand finals BO5. Grand finals will be the only payout point. So 75... Actually, we say 70% to the winner? I think we said like 75-25 split. So yeah, so $75 to the winner, $25 to runner-up. You have 1 hour advantage. OP. Up since 6. Someone's been consuming blue pills. Yeah, so... trying to think which one we watched. Do we watch the Sassy versus Core? And then we'll catch the Voldemar versus MSN on replays later. So BO5? Yeah. But, like I said, to be thoughtful to you guys' times, what we'll do is both sets can run simultaneously, and then we'll hop into grand finals. So BO5, BO5. Sound good? And we'll do Sassy and Core because we've already watched 5 games of Voldemar. Drafting. Nice. All right. So let me open the draft then. Actually, I'm trying to think. Maybe I got them off scot-free saying that they can just play simultaneously. Whatever. I don't care. We'll be fine. All right. Nice. Our boys are already drafting. So Voldemar and MSN, feel free to like kick off your draft whenever. And we will go with these good old boys. Big shout out to Hymenator for that, by the way. Nice. You're a legend, mate. Appreciate you. I mean, I was like, I'll just throw like 10 or 20 bucks so people can play like another play or 5, but you just came in. I was like, you know what? Thank you very much. This is what I'm trying to do more of, by the way. We will have something. We've got some things planned out that should be going into development midweek. So midweeks after Wall, as we've got some tournament formats planned that I think will be quite interesting. Exploring whether it'll be 16 players or 32 players. But I think it'll be quite fun. Alright, Fandappy Dozy. Let me leave this replay playing in the background in the meantime. Hey man, I appreciate you. Love the support. I think there's a while ago, I remember I was like plotting out something a while ago with someone for like, they wanted to put 10k in, but that went a little bit cold. So it's always, you know, I'm always exploring people who want to like inject money. Same with Deadlock. Like if anyone's got interest in Deadlock tournaments, I want to try and get some Deadlock tournaments going, especially now while they're cheap to do. Like I think this weekend there's a $300 tournament going on that some of the best players get playing in. So yeah. Ban Byzantines. Byzantines is still like worth banning because of farms, Bella. The thing about this map is like English, Byzantines, H or E are really powerful because farm transitions. It's not even about the berries, it's just the farms. Because there's like not much safe food. So having that like comfort to just hop into farms is really ridiculous. So like in the Voldemar and Myriad series, they both banned H or E and Byzantines for that reason. English getting through is a really good sign for core. Mongols is kind of interesting. I don't think we got a chance to see them last series. I'm curious. I think they could be pretty powerful on this map. But then, what else we got? Delhi. So I'm not sure about Delhi on this map yet. I'm not entirely convinced that Delhi are that crazy on this map. I think French is an interesting ban, and that is a target ban at Sassy in particular. Mongols, really? Yeah. Why wouldn't you not think Mongols, Johan? You scale mass archers. Archers are pretty good on this map because of like the limited food safe and the amount of wood, right? Why not Biz? Oh, you mean from his drafting? I think he isn't considering the farms enough. Yeah, you're right. That's kind of funky. I mean, it's now just there for the taking at the end, right? What's the map called? Skarsgård. Spelled in those very fun Danish letters, or Scandinavian letters you'll love. So here you go. I'll show it here. In fact, when you open up the modding area, all you have to do is scroll down a tiny bit. It's right here. Or Skarsgård. There you go. I keep putting an S in there. No S. Skarsgård, sorry. How much delay we put? I mean, you can like put none if you want. I don't mind. I mean, if you feel like you're going to be compromised and don't trust it, put like 2 minutes or whatever. Put 0. What? Jesus, Voldemort. Looking forward to seeing MSN in that grand finals, mate. So let's focus on the draft a bit more though, because we're getting pretty deep in now. Yeah, Byzantine pick. Yeah, I'm a little bit shocked actually at that. Interesting that Core banned the Ottomans, but kind of makes sense because of Sipahi raids and all those flank resources in Madrissa to keep you safe. Malians, I think, is still pretty good. You just have to not get screwed by the spawn. The fact there's no Ottomans, you got Malians is pretty nice though. What else we got here? Japanese. I really rate Japanese highly on this map. I'm not crazy about Ibids. I think Ibids kind of poo-poo. Order of the Dragon is quite intriguing, though, because their villages don't die as easily. So as long as you're not up against a feudal knight civ like Zhon or Rus or Mongols, I think it's pretty good. I know, I just listed half his draft. I don't think you pick OOTD straight away. Like, maybe game 3. It has the open point where it can be used. Otto French HRE, best Sasses civs. He's just denied them. True. You fixed the 5th relic issue? Oh, how long will the push take, Avali? If it's quick, then push it now, for sure, and then we can roll in. 30 seconds? Okay, yeah, guys. Hold 30 seconds. Or are they already in game? All right, they're in lobby. Yeah, hold 30 seconds. It's going to push an update. Yes, Voldemar. Sometimes the 5th relic wouldn't spawn, the one that was meant to be in the islands. I mean, it's up to you guys. You want the 5th relic guaranteed? Okay, all right. Don't worry then. Well, yeah. We'll push. In fairness, he's right. Like, Avali has tested it a few times before we know something else could happen. Guys, play the series now. Avali will fix it afterwards. Be warned, sometimes the 5th relic will not spawn. Basically, there'll be 2 relics on land. There's meant to be 3 at sea. Sometimes there's only 2. So, considering for years we played Frizzy Marshes with this issue, it's not that big of a deal. Like, let's be totally real. We've already experienced this with Frisian. Relics are on islands. Nobody will pick them up. Famous last words. 4 relic Order the Dragon Boy incoming. Whoop, whoop. Alright, Sassy is now loading in-game, so we'll be able to hop in a second. We'll find out if they put the 2-minute delay or the new minute delay. Fantastic, just get everything updated. 1 minute? Okay, fantastic, thank you. So, we'll switch over. Did we put the draft in? Oh, sorry, I don't think we put the draft in. Give me a sec. We'll switch over to the draft scene. Wow. There we go. I know it's a little bit scuffed. There's no perfect solution at Cal. We work with what we got. And then I think everything else was good. An RM or replay? These are going to be live games for the people watching on YouTube who are asking that. We're about to cast 2 more series. Well, there might even be time to go back and check out the other one. The fun thing is when it's a new map as well, even if you know the outcome of the overall series, it's going to be fun to check in on what strategies people tried. But it should be fun, so we'll have plenty of content. The plan today is going to be do show matches, probably then go quickly eat, although I might get away with that, just using Protein Works instead. And then later tonight, we've got a sponsored stream with a new RTS / like action hybrid that we'll be checking in on. So they've sponsored us to stream that for a few hours, and we'll be checking out later tonight. But for now, we get into the juicy. New RTS, what is it? I've got a panel for it in the bottom. It's, like I said, it's an interesting kind of hybridization where you can control your units in third-person mode. Almost like kind of like a Mountain Blade type experience. Oh, I better update my thingy. How do you cross through? I can't remember. Oh, there it is. Boom. There we go. Loaded. I won the big boys message like, hey, you still need someone for the match? Like, oh, sorry, buddy. Next time. All right, late game it is, guys. I'm calling it. Wait, Order Dragon. I'm trying to remember who. I think Order the Dragon was favored in this matchup, but I can't quite remember. We don't see it that often. Let's get ready to go. Let me toggle the score on. Welcome to the Scarguard Invitational. That's right, I gave it an official name. New map from Avali. We prepped 1 show match, and now we're going to be treated to 4, because we've got a 4-player bracket set up here. $100 on the line. Only grand finalists will make money, which means one of these two, Sass or Core, is going to make nada. And the other is going to be up with the opportunity to walk away with $75 slipping in their pocket. We open this series with Core in the orange playing as Order of the Dented going up against Sassy's Yome because French got banned, Ottoman's got banned, another one of his mains got banned, so he basically had to go for supplemented French. For those that have not seen Scarguard, by the way, it is accessible on the modding side. You can just basically click through, find this custom map. It's an interesting one. There is only 5 sheep per player, and that is it. You then have to play deer, berries, everything else. And before you're thinking fishing, you're going to have to fish in a different zone, okay? Like, the fish are protected here. So protected, they don't even show up. There is no fish whatsoever. Only relics and sacred site and gold on these islands. And this is an interesting way to kick off, though. Like, going into Order the Dragon is not something I would have expected. I do like this pick, though. Like, the logic is that Order the Dragon villagers are very hard to bring down. So pocket resources are less risky because you don't get sniped as easily. On top of that, outposts offer more protection. Because, you know, let's say you went for a ball play, you'll do it with 5 happily as Order the Dragon, whereas other civs would do 8. The problem with doing 8 is you need to spend twice as much as a Dragon player on building static defenses to protect that. But you know what? Let's also open up predictions, because I know you guys love to predict. And I wouldn't want to deprive you. So, who's going to win this? Sass or Core? 2 minutes. Get your predictions in now. Core has Deer way closer? Sort of. Some of them aren't, right? No, Sassy's way closer. He's shoved in hard. Alright, so he's pretty cushky in this one. So the interesting thing about this is a lot of these Deer stacks are just free. We were having a discussion already with Avali. He might increase some of these to be 5. The berries are a meme, by the way. The berries, there's only 2 of them. Oh, you mean the other deer? Yeah, but I think like there's an interesting approach for both players where they're both playing towards each other here. Like there's a lot of deer in this area, right? Also, the other more crazy part, I'd say, is the gold. Like if you could ever get an outpost up here or get some pressure point, then Core's in trouble. So I think Sassy is going to try to play very aggressively towards this location, which can be a little bit tough for Order of the Dragon because of how oppressive Zhone can be. So what we're probably going to see as a reaction to that is immediate Horseman opening coming out from Core. And big shout out to Hymenea, who said the money just came through. I'll check on it a little bit, buddy. For those who don't know, Hymenea, he was watching the first show match on this map, and he's like, this looks like fun. We need more of these. Who wants to play for $100? And I was like, let's do it. So yeah, appreciate the support. Love it when community members come in and are able to help fund tournaments like this. Because, you know, as a small, humble content creator, it's not always easy to put them together myself financially. I'm trying to figure out, like, how many times have I seen this matchup? Maybe, like, 4 or 5. It doesn't happen that often in comp. What I love is, like, both of these civs have an ability to play out onto the map. And something that I've noticed is that's just very important in this map. Because the very intriguing thing about Scarguard is that it's not really your campy safe map. You have to be present. It's very rare we see someone getting away with just sitting at home here. Even the balls are actually all positioned on one side, right? Like, there's a heavy kind of gravitational pull here. And although someone mentioned, like, Core has closer deer, one thing I would highlight that's really good for Sass is this part. The back deer spawn is really nice. He's got 6 deers just sitting back here that's easily wallable. All you have to do is shove these past the tree line and then wall like that. Zhone, of course, pretty much taking up on her own. Only one extra villager in there. So Sassy should be more or less ready to go straight away into level 2. If it's a boomy build, it's going to be ranged form. If it's an attacky build, I think it's going to be melee form. Interesting that Sass immediately drops the second stables. But I love this. I've seen this matchup a few times, and when I do, the rough thing about playing Order of the Dragon is your Gilded Spearmen attack really hard. It hurts any cav unit, even a knight touching them. The negative is when you're outnumbered. If you have 1 spearman and there's 2 knights, you're stunned while one of the knights is hitting you. So kind of a cool idea by Sassy. I don't know if his economy is going to be able to handle the burden of it constantly, but it should give him some small surge points where he stays ahead on unit count compared to the dragons. And it looks like we are going to be getting that stables follow-up we were talking about. Meanwhile, Zhone is already looking to forage some extra XP here. Outpost is up with the arrow slits coming in, so makes a lot of sense. We mentioned double gold in one location is a prime target. The thing that the Horseman is really cool is it gives you an ability to flank raid as well against a civ that you know are going to play out. And funnily enough, on this map, because you only get 5 sheep, have to play out. I'm curious to see if relics will get played into, though. The last show match we done, Atri was banned and Dragon wasn't picked, so it wasn't like the #1 priority. But dragons do love their gold, right? And if you get a transport ship out quickly, it's a very free play here. And whoa, yeah, we have got Pro Scouts. That's actually really cool. Have we got it on both sides? We have. Well, Pro Scouts has been rising in popularity, but I did not expect a double dip of it here. That's really cool to see, though. So it wasn't about Horseman after all, but he does now have that as a backup option if he sees something that demands it like archers. I really thought it was just going to be 2 Horsemen to just poke at the enemy eco. What a cool build. So neither player is going to have to play pocket economy, which is sensible, right? Like, these Gilded Horsemen hurt really bad. 15 base damage per strike, and the movement speed means villagers are never safe. Knights are just 2 hitters, so neither one is willing to sacrifice there. Spearman coming in, though, and this is rough. Zhone doesn't deal with Gilded Spearman well at all. They have way too much health, way too much damage. You only have 3 melee armor. 75% of the damage goes through, and these guys have almost as much health as Zhone. This is kind of rough. He needs to draw attention as well so that the Pro Scouts play can pay off, because Spearman can easily block that out. Zhone. This game just getting poked down. Divine Restoration is being saved, and like over time this damage is going to add up and yield a very big XP reward, but it is going to take a long time. Sassy's trying to accelerate that though. Arch transition coming in, and Core already has the answer, guys. The Stables has been sitting here, it's been waiting for justifiable cause, and now it has it. I don't know, I kind of like Core's position in this now. Sassy may end up becoming a little bit desperate as the age goes on. It's also just really scary when you're playing against dragons, because dragons, when they're stockpiling their resources to go for extra units, they have to hold so much resource in reserve that Castle Age becomes more viable. So sometimes that's a negative, but like when you're in the situation of limbo between playing the Age and playing Castle, it means you're closer to that objective than most civs would be, right? Like French, by comparison, are just spamming the moment they've got 240 in reserve. Horseman. Wasting so much time here. Pro Scouts has been revealed. So this is turning into a little bit of a venison race, right? Who can get more quicker? Terrible trade map? It's okay if you build a dock here. That's about it, though. I wouldn't do Chamber of Commerce ever. Because you're going to build your Chamber of Commerce here. And even if you walk to the corner, it's like 2/3 of the map, right? Diagonal makes it a bit better, but it's just so exposed. I think actually Avli done a really good job with the trade. Because trade is... There's way too many maps in the game still where trade posts are making trade way too easy. And it's toxic. It's like not a good design choice at all. It's a big part of why Highview sucks. Nice pinch there. His first blood gets drawn, or follow up rather. It's been a scout and a knight so far. Sass now having to go triple archery range here to try and contest this. Meanwhile, guess who's teching up, guys? Yeah, this is rough right now. I think Sassy needed a long time to scale to a point where he feels good with things like Consecration. He's just not getting it here. Archon Chapel, plus the better efficiency of Gilded Villages, makes this easy peasy. And now with Age 3 coming in, Sassy's not going to have many options here. Okay. I mean, it's so annoying when you get this close to getting the kills as well, right? Nice micro away. Free HP. Come on. You absolute tease. So no 16 XP injection there. And now a bigger problem. Sassy is about to feel naked and beaten in the streets here. Zhone is going to have to deal with Gilded Knights in 30 seconds. She might not even survive that long. Spear's almost getting the surround there. And funnily enough, actually now, because you have Regnants, not only can you go for Relics, but you also have an ability to heal. What I'd love to see now out of Core is sneaking one villager around the side here. Just set up a dock. It's such an easy play, because the first relic can be returned into the dock. Second one obviously has to come all the way home, or build outposts. But either way, with the way Sassy now has to play this, he won't have the bandwidth to block that play. So this whole idea of like trade being good for Zhone because you have to fight the trade, and I assume the things being discussed in chat is that then Zhone gets all the XP from the fights. It's usually true. That's why Chamber of Commerce is in theory very viable for Zhone. But in reality, in this matchup, no. Because Spearmen, Horsemen, like they just hit individually so hard, and they're so hard to kill. Like you'll just end up losing the traders and not really getting anything in return. With poke damage coming in, first Gilded Knight has now arrived, and Sass He's not going to feel comfortable with the idea of aging up until he has won a fight. I think he just has to keep scaling knights, and he has to take a win. Good block on the relic retrieval. Northside 1 seems a bit more accessible right now. Sass is at least moving in position to try and deny that. The deer are quickly disappearing from the map here. A lot of them at this point have just resorted to hiding in small stealth forests. How did you guys vote in the end, by the way? 60% core. So fairly balanced overall. 60% are rubbing their hands together right now. You know the other way to rub your hands together? From all those savings by picking up some protein works. Click that link. It's about to pop up in chat. We've got great deals right now. If you use my code KillerPigeon, extra 10% off. And that is 10% off the night count for Sassy. A nice little haircut there on the frontliners. Steeled Arrow is on the way. And it's not a bad idea, right? Like, the funny thing about Gilded Knights is they have more melee armor than ranged armor, so you'll at least tickle. Instead of doing 1 damage, you will do 2. But it's still a 400 HP unit you have to deal with. This also just feels terrible, right? Like, if you're chasing with 3 knights, it's mathematically not desirable. Well, unless maybe you chase with 10 knights. Not the best way to safety there from Core. And just a reminder, guys, that was 48 XP. Yeah, you heard me correctly. Gilded Knights cost 480 resources, so he just injected 48 XP, i.e. 10% of what you need to get level 3 for Zhone. We indeed do have docks up. Sassy's getting ready for attack. Double dock versus solo. Veterancy coming in from Core's archers. He's actually transitioning into Gilded Archers here. Now, that's interesting. You'd think maybe, like, Landsnecked, but I guess possibly not enough gold. You are pretty gold limited on this map. A little fun detail for you guys. You might have noticed by now, there are no big gold veins at all. And 3 of the total gold veins that spawn on this map, of which there are, I believe, 6 on the mainland, 3 of the total 9 are on the water side. Why double dock? Because he's looking to aggro play. So it's Sprinkled Ship plus probably Demo Ship or Archer Ship. I think he knows that his opponent has gone water as well. Also, actually, the other reason is, like, if you want to block a transport ship play, if you know it's about that instead, 1 dock's not going to be quick enough because 400 HP on a transport ship, right? I think this is too late either way. At least 1 relic, if not 2, should come home. Like, what you want to do here is cool. Pick this one up, drop it here, then rush for the second. You should be able to achieve that. Not just that. Dude's getting everything. This is a 4 relic game. Sassy on the way with the guild hall, but it's not looking great. It's a 3 eco difference. Militarily, Core should be able to take a fight pretty easily. He's got sprint emplacements coming in at home on outposts, so that's not a penetration point either. I actually think Core might just try to be a little bit frugal. Maybe play towards him. No, Core, no. All right, guys, 3 relic game it is. It would have been a bit greedy to drop it in the dock, but he would have been able to get away with it, I think, at least initially. Okay, so good news for Sass. That means he's able to control water. That means he has a lot of safe gold to play with and relics. And I think the gold is really important here because you're playing Zhone. So you're thinking Arbitrary and Knights. You need safe gold. And sure, you have on land, but it's much better to move out for this riskier gold that, because you now have water control, isn't that at all. Whereas if you wait a little bit later, your opponent might try to sneak back onto water and take that away. Farm's starting to get added in here. Core now up to 7. Other side, I think the Pro Scouts play is starting to dry up as well. So we're going to have to see alternative means for Sassy in this game. That means farms. And your farms are less efficient, guys. Remember, both sides pay 75 wood for their farms. The difference, however, is pretty substantial here. It's over 40% between the two. Because you have the 28% base from the villagers, and then you have the 15% extra. Another awkward thing is Sassy's army is actually much smaller than you think. Remember, he built 3 military vessels. So that's 8 pop that isn't there. It's actually 40 military versus 62. You can minus the products though, so like 40 military versus 57. Herbal medicine. Okay, we are getting to it. We wondered if we were going to see Core prioritizing healing high. He is indeed doing so, and I imagine Inspired Warriors would be coming quickly after this. It's a very valuable tech in these type of games. Even on the archers, it's actually quite surprisingly effective. Because the thing is, you're up to 9 damage already. You get the double blacksmith, you're at 10, right? So 15% increase, an extra 1.5 damage. Add in the extra armor as well, and you ain't messing around, right? 4 ranged armor in these fights is rough, and you know your opponent's likely to go arbitrary, so it gives you an easier way of contesting. Guild Knight's being a bit cheeky. I can't believe Zhone is still not level 3. I often also cannot believe it's not really butter. But it's time to butter up the economy. Dragon about to go age 4. With a stupid landmark that, for reasons I cannot ever really explain, because there is no justifiable reason, it's cheaper. That still needs to be nerfed. I know I'm saying that about all the dragon that aren't a powerful civ right now, but it's on the HRE, right? I still don't feel like Pulse Swabi needs to be discarded anymore. Maybe dragons get to keep it, but HRE should be losing that perk. Sassy, not ready to mirror yet. Remember, Guildhall takes time to return the reward. He needs to fight. Archers in now. There's a lot of spears and archers. Remember, Zhone is not tanky against these spears. Look at the damage. Look at it. Look straight into its eyes. 60 damage per strike. That means you hit Zhone 5 times and she's dead. Agreed. Like, when you think of it as Swabia being the price of, like, it being free TCs, and you think about the cost of a TC, that's $750 each, right? So, $22.50 to get free TCs. Or you could just build Palace of Swabia. So, like, if you know you want more eco, which HRE usually do, you have to, like, think of it as, like, a 2,250 resource discount to get H4. That's a pretty bloody good deal. Zhone. Oh my god, even the Gilded Villagers kill her quickly. The Gilded Archers, rather. Barely alive. Meanwhile, counter raid coming in. Knights are just trying to pick away at what they can. Wasn't able to find the economy, though. Looks like that shifted away a little bit too quickly. And, oh my... Wait, he never killed the dog. We've got Carracks coming. That's kind of crazy, actually. I guess maybe he's a little bit paranoid about the Sacred Site win condition, right? Because Core's strength right now is at his core. It's defending. It's using these very powerful emplacements to hunker down and wait for your opponent to come to you. But if SAS locks in Sacred Sites, and let's say it goes age 4 with castles, you're going to be in trouble. So this Carrack play is pretty smart. Yes, it's expensive, 600 resources. But even if the relics are already gone, it stops this win condition. I think we're going age 4 and age 4, folks. I do like the fact we've got hand cannoneers being added in by Core, but this just means he's not pedal to the metal, right? He's not looking to end fast. Or rather calm. Sass is like, please, give me the XP. I want it so badly. It's 50 XP. Character reveals itself, but oh, he got baited. Demo ship connected. Second one's coming out. I thought we were going to see an archer ship follow-up, but no, and now it's too late. Core couldn't even click it fast enough, so that character is just going to end up being a waste. And that means that actually Sass can just come back and cap that Southside Sacred Site for free. I mean, he already has the monks for it, right? Because he was picking up relics. I believe we're probably about maybe a minute and a half away from Imperial for Zhone. Yeah, Guildhall's already up to 1,000 resources. Farm transition is only 5 deep so far. Meanwhile, on the other side, a bit more cozy. Core up to 21 now. Really needs some walls, though. I think this is really scary the way he's playing this game. he's mostly condensed with his economy, but he's going to start spreading out more with the gold, with the tree lines. Gold is also kind of a scary thing here. Yes, free relics is great, but when you consider how expensive anything gold-based is for OOTD, unless you're able to start accessing these island veins, this idea of going beyond spear archers doesn't seem that viable. And wait, did the character not die? Apparently not. Oh my god, he snuck back out. Double dock now. Okay, well played. So Kors somehow doesn't end up losing the Carrack. Will lose the army though. Zhone charging in. Good at archers to focus firing out. I don't know if that's ideal here. Spearman able to get a stab in though. And almost immediately kill her. A bloodbath on both sides. But Kors with a military advantage able to keep pushing back. Zhone no longer able to linger around. You can see he's just looking for that final strike. Archer Arbitrary struggling against the 4 ranged armor of these gilded archers. And Zhone, last second Divine Restoration comes through. Keeps her alive. But now, no more tools in your arsenal for the main army. Frontline is dead though. Gilded Spearmen are trickling in. Hand Cannoneers get left behind. And the Knights should be able to feast. Yeah, interesting kind of dynamic there. For a second, it looked like Kors was going to take the edge. But Spearman production was halted. He didn't have extra surplus coming behind that. Instead, it looks like Kors trying to remain eco-efficient. So we're seeing him now switch over to Arbitrary. Limited Spearman investment. And I think that's multifaceted. For a start, he hasn't got the economy to replace an entirely lost army straight away. The other thing is I think he noticed that Arbitrary now have the Gambesons. So the +6 armor, yes, Spearmen still hit really hard, but they can't just mosh pit their way through a fight as easily. Playing into Gilded Crossbows that have the extra range, staying with Gilded Archers, it just allows you to more efficiently trade, especially around the choke points in your own base. I do feel like to a certain degree maybe there was some over-focus on Zhone, but I get why. Kors is worried about that level 4. Because level 4 with Mass Arbitrary is where Zhone looks broken. Right? She sucks in the first 3 ages, to be honest with you. But her most dominant spree comes with the efficiency of Imperial and Gatling Gun Arbitrary. Oof, and look at this move. Cool. Trying to push out. We're going to start getting shoved back here. Red Palace is about to start being constructed. Zhone is very low. No Divine Restoration for 30 seconds. Looks like it's not going to matter. Core not able to contest the tech up. And folks, this is a big one. Carves up the main land between 2 sides, so you're not able to just dance back and forth between sacred sites. Locks in one of the 4K golds that Core was meant to have access to. And now Core's only real option is to try and play for the water side and get on these islands. I mean, the good news for Core is if he can bait SAS into a water engagement, SAS is locked when it comes to population to the same degree. What I mean by that is, you know, you could build Carrack, it's 5 pop, he builds a Carrack 5 pop. The more it's on land, it gives more breadth to SAS because he has additional units to kind of just sneak in places. And yeah, kind of intriguing that Core is choosing the Bombard route. But okay, so hear me out. There's another reason why you have to lean Bombard here, and it's because of Zhone. Bombard is the ultimate counter to Zhone. Because Zhone reduces range damage he takes. That tooltip doesn't say anything about siege damage. However, the Red Palace itself is a bigger problem. And yeah, there we go. I like how for only a second there, Core was like, I'm gonna screw him up. This works real. Oh. Didn't even Saints blessing it. By the way, I'm gonna show something that Baltoon's gonna hate. Me and Baltoon are usually on board with this. This crap is so good. Like liquid cocaine for OTD. Hasn't got the prelate buff. I'm a bit shocked, man. Like, this is the thing. I think Order of the Dragon... I understand when H3 skip it, but I don't think Order of the Dragon should really, especially when they're 25+ minutes in the game, ever be skipping Inspired Warriors. Because you're so efficient at using that buff, right? Think of this more like... I'd say it's more like a 30% damage buff than a 15. And the reason I say that is because you have the power in one unit, right? And you don't need as many prelates to buff an entire army. Zhone? Jesus. This is a This feels like a terrible fight. Joan is once again baiting him. He just needs to stab her once, but is unable to do so. Dude, the funny thing about this as well is, like, I actually think the Gilded Crossbowmen deal with Joan better than the hand cannoneers do. I've seen Gilded Crossbow sniper like it's nothing. It's what ends up making the Order Dragons look favorable in this matchup, but I think that ship may have sailed here. The crazy part to me is that Sassy's still fighting really well, despite the fact he's almost doubled up on economy. Or maybe this is a turning point, though. Mango shot looks good there. Waltz continue, but nice snipe out there. Spring Tornado will get rid of the siege. There's no way Core loses this with 50 economy, right? That sounds way too much like Order of the Dragon. Oh, he's playing Order of the Dragon. This is kind of rough right now. I mean, Sassy has been quite depleted. Guildhall was pulled recently, right? So you didn't have that big fat stack of 4K plus. So while the fights are good for the moment for Sassy, we're not seeing a clear win condition. He doesn't have Sacred Site control because Core blocked him over here. He's trying to switch to Mass Horseman, but farm count as it is, that doesn't feel very sustainable. 16 farms in total, and a lot of his consecrations have gone on non-stables buildings. I mean, Joan has to be close, right? I think Sassy's one hope of getting out of this awkward situation is genuinely level 4 Joan. He's banking on it right now. I think it's about to get a lot harder to do so, though, because check this switch. Mass Horseman now from Core. I mean, it makes sense. Your opponent's playing anti-siege, your opponent's been playing a arbitrary. Now, even if he plays into Cav, yours will fight back just as well. The only reason this could get a bit dicey is if Sass starts to flank raid with Horseman. But because his economy isn't full, I don't think he can do that. He can't afford to send in 40 Horsemen and have them die to kill like 10 eco, right? It's just, it would basically flatline his game. Strong's looking to poke out against this Trebs once again. It will start wailing away at the Red Palace, though. And the gold is being gathered. I mean, we talked about it for the late game, right? This was going to make him or break him. Core now has full water access. Even when relics are dealt with, you have to think about what this is. This is an extra 12,000 gold to play with. June de Blast is in, though. And this, if Sassy can't win with this, he can't win with anything. Joan trying to dive in. Does see the Bombard. It is exposed and is going to dive towards it. Now, funnily enough, the Bombard striking back here would be the best thing you could do. It's going to die either way, so if you at least attack in return, that is going to be an undeniable 100 damage onto Joan. Funnily enough, though, Core able to scare her off. I'm impressed that it's this close. I mean, Sassy's definitely far from in a winning position, right? And I think he has really big issues now with gold. He's gathering on the front side. Great, he took that away. But I just keep looking over here. I think the design of this map is really cool. Because what Avali has done is not easy. He's made water important in the mid-late game. And if you think about the way that water maps work, that is the opposite of how they function. Water is always the early game and stay present and matter the most. This is a kind of reverse that I can't think of any other map really offering up. It's unique, man. Like, I think he really cooked with this one. It's the first game where we've really seen the gold truly matter to this degree. I love the Culverins, by the way. Sass has a really immobile army. He's got hand cannons arbitrary, right? So Culverins are just 50 cal sniper rifles. They hit for 85 damage. They 2-hit hand cannons. They do also hit for 35 on Red Palace, so I guess there's that. Southside, Horsemen are raiding in. Villagers once again getting picked. Is it me, or every time we see Sassy get past 60 eco, he gets pushed down to like 58? It keeps happening. Alright, guys. The other ultimate counter to Joan. Beta to the water side, then open fire. Who would win, Joan or a Carrick? Yeah, it could be Carrick, right? Yeah. The fact that I'm even hesitating as to whether that's the correct answer says everything you need to hear. And red passes down. I think this game is close to over, guys. Sass has fallen back for one big punch. He's scaling as many hand cannoneers as he can get his hands on, but bad news here. Gold is gone. He now has 1,000 gold left over. The guild hall is still on food. This feels like it's concluded unless he can clean up this fight. Hand cannoneers trying to protect Siege. Horseman going to dive in there. Jinder Cleave coming through. Valor's Inspiration is going to get activated. She dives past. Spearman not able to do enough damage. Are going to be pushed back there. But a lot of cav go down to try and clear out the Siege. The hand cannoneers are still alive, but now Joan can wail on them. Spearmen are attacking the wrong unit here. They're going after the champions instead of going after Joan herself. Hand cannoneers finally on the right target. And I think this is the break point. Hand cannoneers are now frontlining for you. Backstab is coming in to bait the entire army back. I just don't see how Sassy is meant to match this economy anymore. In fact, we've even got a cannon emplacement on the front line. Gilded Crossbows is also being switched into. We talked about this, like, if you want to kill Joan, Gilded Crossbows feels better than Hand Cannoneers, and they're finally on the way. Joan insanely low, hanging around a little bit too long. It looks like she's about to get sniped down. In fact, the emplacement might be able to finish her off if he's quick about this, but a full backup means Joan lives, but the Royal Army is now dead. And I think it's a good thing we didn't make the other side of the bracket wait for this series. Because this is just game number 1 of this best of 5. Always cause average game length. I think this is aligns with it perfectly. A GG comes out. An unexpected and unorthodox first pick Order of the Dragon gets the first win of the series. What a cool one. And, yeah, I just got notification through. Thank you again, Hymenair. I can confirm the $100 is in the account. Thank you, thank you. Oh, a big shout out to Hymenair. If those don't know, Hymenair is the one who is sponsoring this $100 show match on Avali's new map. So, game 1 done. Is there no fish at all? There is not, Kiljadi. It's a really cool map. It's really freaking cool. I love this map. The more I watch it, the more I actually love it. I said it might sit, but like on like Avali's best work to worst work, it will sit somewhere between Coastal and Bridges. I think it's actually rising very close to Coastal now. I feel like by the end of this tournament, I'm going to like this map more than Coastal. Nice Exos on a map with no gold, put himself on a timer. He's playing Joan. He has to do that. Like, what else would you rather have Joan do? Coastal Cliffs is the Dry Arabia if Dry Arabia was 2/3. So, like, 1/3 of it is inaccessible water. But he found a way to bring water back into it. Like I said, the really cool, unique thing about that map is that water matters in the later part of the game. It doesn't matter at all in the early game. And that's really unique. I don't think any other map I can think of does that. The coolest water map ever made in H1 Plus 4. A rainbow bridge on this map? Yeah, he's got... Dude, that's what he needs. He needs his bridges back on. Core 1. Yes, Core 1, game number 1. So, let me pay out. There you go. And then I think they're getting ready for game number 2 now. Looks like they're now loading in. English versus Rus. Ooh. Now, that's interesting. Well, this is actually pretty good for SAS if it goes deep enough. Late game, I quite like Rus, but I think Pro Scouts is gonna be sick here. So this is Pro Scouts versus Farms. This is like a true test to see which is better. But like in the hyper late game, Rus is really good because what they do is they just build mass horsemen, Streltsy, and Mangos, And like English's best is like doing men-at-arms and lombos. So you just kind of get choke pointed and killed by like mass gunners. And you can't build mangoes to counter the Streltsy because banded-arms Rus outranges you, right? Dude, if Core if Core goes pro scouts, we might have to figure out a bonus scheme for this tournament. English pro scouts, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm sad we no longer get the sneak under TC and steal deer situations. Those things were legendary. Farms or pro scouts? It's... God, I scuffed that intro. Totally off the mark on where we want to click. Farms or pro scouts? It's time to finally ask the question on everyone's lips in 2024. Which is better in Age of Empires 4? I find no better place in the map collection to figure this one out than on good old Skargard. A new creation by Avali, flooded with deer, and ripe for the taking on a cheeky Rus main. Sassy on one of his more comfortable civs here with the Rus. After Core banned away so many ones that he'd love, like the Ottomans, like the French. For those that don't know what this map is, this is Avali's latest creation. You may be familiar with Avali for things like... I think it was Basin was the first one, if I remember correctly. Then he, of course, had Coastal Cliffs, Bridges, and Skargard is the latest one he's created. Dude, at this point, Avali is pretty much like the second coming of Bidlin. What a legend. But yeah, we have got the 4 relic spawn. This will sometimes happen on this map. It's a work in progress. But the cool thing about this map is just how water doesn't matter early, but it matters a hell of a lot later in the game. And it's a unique design, a unique style of play that I have never seen anywhere else. So opening-wise, love this out of Core. He could have wasted time shoving the deer in, but I guess he wants to be a nuisance elsewhere. The reason this is fine is because you need to set up mills anyway to set up farms. Love the fact that he starts on the deer, though. This is very reminiscent of English on Altai. If you guys remember, English on Altai used to have this really sick build where you would just move out with a mill onto the deer and then fast castle because your gathering rate is so insanely fast. And it makes sense on many levels, right? So if you built farms this early on, you get a 20% buff, sure. But you could just get survival techniques and you're just as good as those farms. On top of that, you're then not spending 37 wood per farm in the meantime. So it's a very efficient choice being made by Core. I'm curious to see if he tries to carry it all the way through for one of those old school castle builds, or if we have something a bit more age present. Because that is a castle build. Sass, going up with the Golden Gate. I mean, it's definitely Pro Scouts, right? Like, Golden Gate feels really good when you want to go Pro Scouts because you just sell over. We should probably get... Yeah, let's get the predictions up. God, look at you little gambling addicts. Gold gathering now on the way. Other cool thing is just with the amount of deer that you're going to be hauling back from Pro Scouts, like, I tried to explain this to people. The Rus change wasn't enough. It was never enough. It was a reappropriation of a dumb system, and that's why it's still a positive change. But I'd say the Rus like change on bounty was a subtle buff for the later stage of the game. But it fits better with what Rus should have, right? Still a very good civ, just not top 2, top 3. Because one big issue with the old system is the scouting just gave you way too much presence on the map. Your opponents couldn't do anything against you because they knew what you're going to do, right? Like, think about how the early game played out. 3 scouts have already gathered half the deer on the map. He has plenty of gold to tech up without touching gold. And now his scouts will see everything around your base. It was so toxic. And although this Pro Scouts build does mean that there's that element of toxicity and that there will still be plenty of scouts for your enemy to see you with, the difference with this approach is that because it's Pro Scouts and you want to go get deer, you are actively losing out after 3 minutes if your scouts are sitting here and here and here. You're gaining vision, but you're missing out on food. So overall, 100%, the new Rus bounty system is an improvement for the game. And honestly, you can already kind of see it in map design choices like this. So there is... God, do I have to do the maths? There is 8 stacks. What? I think there's meant to be... Is it 16 stacks of deer? Times 3, right? So this... Really? Is there 48? And then there's 58. So there's 58 deer on this map. I think that's correct. Which, if that is correct, is absolutely wild. It's either 55 or 58 deer. A normal map will have 28. Now, the reason for this is because there's no sheep. But like this type of design choice is possible now because of the new bounty system. The old one, this would have been impossible. Love to see map creators already leveraging that detail, by the way. And love to see this. This is kind of wild. Core has gone for the boar. And yes, I'm a poet and I didn't know it. I wasn't really expecting this. We have got the Abbey of Kings play to try and keep Harass away. It's pretty ballsy. I guess the thought process is that Sass is going to be just running down deer near his base first, just because whatever, right? You don't need to rush to the other side of the map. So this is very much a smuggled play. The question is, what does Core do with it? Is this a fast castle build like we were theorizing? Or is there something more is there something more aggressive and nefarious in mind? I'm a little bit surprised Sassy's playing a bit more the Age, but I guess he had to due to the Knights. It is only going to be 1 TC, remember? So no eco escalation there for the Roos. The reason why I thought he might go fast castle is because of the relics. But in fairness, it's a bit of a gamble. You can't guarantee that 5 relics can spawn. Because right now there is a bug on this current version of the map where sometimes it's only 4. Are you kidding? What's cool about this, by the way, is the spearmen aren't going to die easily. So although he's kind of trickling them out, it's justified against these knights. Sass is adding in additional scouts, so obviously just wants to keep pumping deer back home as quickly as possible. This is a bit tricky though, man. I mean, you're just kind of giving the one-dimensional answer to Core. I think he's pretty favored as things currently stand. Sass needs to find archers. And there it is, double range now coming in. Question is Core going to sense something? On point, right? At this point, we're just following the natural scripture, and I think that's kind of the rough part for Sass. You know, for example, if he went, that's going to sound weird, but like Spearman instead with Knights, then all of a sudden, Core is off script in a weird way. The problem, though, and this is why I think English is always just such a reliable pick, is that whenever you're against English, the word spears comes off your lips, and all of a sudden you want to repent, right? It feels so wrong to build spearmen in Feudal Age against English because of longbows. Even when there's not longbows clearly there, the potential risk keeps you away from that unit. How did you guys bet in the end, by the way? 88% said Core. All right. I don't know, like, I don't want to say fanboys, but... Yeah, I think it, like, the way he's played this out as well in the other game, I definitely lean pretty heavily in his favor right now. Sassy needs to find some sort of strike in soon. I mean, the good news is if he can ever get to this boar and these deer, like, there's no outpost, there's no protection, right? Maybe at home as well over time, but I think the nice thing about Core's build is he's not eating to the woodline too quickly, so that won't become an exposure point. And his gold is back spawning, which means it's not easy for Sass to reach in on until he's got several knights, at which point he can, like, send 1 or 2 across there. Love the little walls as well from Sass. Mathematically, this is insanely cheap. I think it costs like 8 or 10 wood to do this, because you can basically just draw the wood wall past the gold and then cancel the ends to get the returns. This does look insanely scuffed when you see it like this, though. Kind of crazy that Core's the one finding kills. And now we've got tech on the way, right? Like, you see he's saving up for it. So we'll start that tech up in about the next 20 seconds. Because he's got a lot of food waiting to be dropped off, right? The ball gathers fast, plus you hold a lot of surplus. It's crazy, by the way, that he never even finished the sheep at home. Like, can we just process that? Like, there's still 4 sheep here. You start with 5 sheep on this map. Stop coming in. Awesome spearman going in, and Sass, you'd think this is a good fight because he's baited the spears in range, but it's really not. The more I've been seeing it recently, the more wild it looks. If spearmen are ever able to get that close when the archerball's small, you don't feel confident about trading, right? Like, you have to back up entirely, makes sense to start a step. But in that retreat, like, if you find yourself overextended even slightly, you basically get farmed by spears. I think in the last week, I've seen it like 3 times happen. So Sass has to back away, not able to take away the ball. Core is able to repel him while spending 1,800 resources on greed. Reminder, Sass is playing Roos. You know that Civ that like, gets all that free gold over time? And that 20% more wood? And has Golden Gate for the ticket, right? But, oh... I'm not sure if Sass forgot about it, or if he was planning an eventual rush TC, right? And having all those gold tickets, those Golden Gate tickets would allow him to, right? But that's really bad. It means his landmark is kind of worthless, right? He's generated 6 tickets. He can use them later, but I wonder if he could have been stronger if he'd been using them already. Now he's got to be feeling pretty weak, right? An entire rage behind, hasn't stockpiled for a tech up. Added in a bunch of archers that are immediately about to get countered by knights. Meanwhile, Core gets to keep value with the spearmen because now they can just park on the backside of his base and defend against the raids. Tricky situation. King also gets all upgraded and oh, the boar gets blocked. Great grab. Another villager death for Sassy in a game where he's down 1 TC versus 2. A little bit surprised he was going for the boar play, but it's the tough part of, like, you know, you kind of want the pro scouts. You want to be able to leverage that, but the ball gathering rate is still superior. So if you can snatch it, you feel like you have to. What was funny about this game is we thought it was going to be farms versus pro scouts, but it really isn't. It's pro scouts versus no scouts. That's literally and figuratively. And right now, no scouts is just looking like a jackpot. This is about to start getting ugly. Nice peel back. Core just takes away the injured horseman. He knows he can send them over to Abbey Kings for a quick heal up. And now with Castle Age Knights arriving, like this is not as... It's not like when you're playing French, right? When you're playing French, you at least have the Royal Knights buff to somewhat contest. Not the case here. Dive comes in. Villagers trying to rush up the Wooden Fortress. More to be culled from the herd. And a run out the other side. 2 more eco units dead. And now almost a 10 villager lead for Core. Well, I do not think that Core's going to keep up his average of 30-minute plus games. This one feels like it's going to be a lot quicker and a lot more visceral. Knights also get rallied the wrong way into the spears. Assassin is out of this age right now. I think he probably just has to hunker with spears and tech. But this is tough again. I mean, Core's reads are on point, right? Like, the realistic play that Sass needs to commit to is, I don't know if you build more knights now. I think you just build spears and you age up as efficiently as possible. But if he does that, Core already has the answer coming. Longbow production is underway. Night Rage is not going to work out. That outpost was destroyed before, but it's kind of crazy the leverage it gives you. We've seen this on smaller maps before from English. Like, actually, we've seen it a lot from English on Avley's other creation, Coastal Cliffs. If you get an outpost in the center of the map, it feels almost impossible to play against English. You can't flank raid without easily being seen. You can't directly run towards their base without giving an attack speed or over. So it pretty much handcuffs you in terms of options. Finally, Sass is able to find the resources. High trade house on the way. Get your numbers in, because this one does look pretty juicy. Juicier than the Juji's options usually would be. One thing to keep in mind here, what we said before still stands. If this game goes late enough, Sass should be favored. Roos in the hyper late game can beat English, because once it starts to get into these really big muddied meat grinders, Strelts you can scale. Mango's siege advantage is there for the Roos, and even Horseman, the Boys' Fortitude are a decent front line. But we are far, far away from that situation. In fact, there's a risk he gets dove the moment he techs. More spears getting added now by Sass. Lombos are starting to arrive. Remember, they are vetted up. On the upside right now for Sass is the lack of blacksmith techs, right? Core, because he was much more greedily focused. He didn't really rely on that tech. Now finally age 3 upon us. Sass has used some of the golden tickets, so he's still got a few left over. He'd love to find a window to go for a second TC. He actually kind of needs to, but before he can do that, he needs a good fight. Veterancy not in for the Knights just yet. 2 flop dead. 2-for-1 exchange that will favor Core. High Trade House. Looks like it's going to be 208 gold a minute. So very close out of Veronica. Veronica. I think I said that correctly. That's a very dark colored name, actually. 209, even. Not bad. Every little counts, right? Like in this type of game, it's a tough situation. The upside right now for SAS is that Core doesn't have many farms. So it's not that beast in the castle age that we're used to seeing from the English when they're a few minutes deep. However, he is contesting relics, and that's the tough part. We're seeing SAS make the right call here. He's going to be too late to take the ones on the mainland, so instead it's going to be a transport ship play. Well, he's not the only one. Oh, dude, Core's just so on point in the timing. Am I the only one feeling like a lot of this game has just been Core perfectly reading Sassy's moves? Like, sure, you know, Sass is going to be slightly ahead on getting that dock up, getting the transport ship out. He has no monks. Meanwhile, Core has 2 that now need something to do with their time. And there's one thing he's got in mind. Knights are going to ride up to ruin that plan, though. And admittedly, Core didn't queue up the transport ship. He's too distracted by the main fight, a fight he's now committing to. If he realizes that Sass has gone on the flank, he can just commit here. Diving this is not going to be easy with just a handful of Knights. In the meantime, King does go down. Spearman count has been heavily reduced, though. Sass now cycling around the back, but he's seen at all angles. Double Blacksmiths means that actually Core is quickly catching up when it comes to those techs. Knights have got the +2 ranged armor, so they can hang here for a while. One thing that scares me in this game for Sass is like he doesn't have that atypical Kremlin defense, right? So, you know, if he shows any sign of weakness, there isn't going to be this big static defense that stops Core's slow army from going in. Looks like we have got a relic grab attempt coming in from one side. Sass has been lacking, though. I think his economy got stretched thin and he kind of lost track. He doesn't have any monks coming out yet. This could be big, though. Sass, in with the raid. Quick reaction on our Core, though, will minimize the losses. Nice pinch there. So it turns 2 villager kill into 4. Make it 5. And it only cost him a single Knight. So good start. Long road to recovery, right? But this is how you do it, right? It's chip damage piece by piece. There's no second TC play coming, so this is the only play Sass really has right now. Meanwhile, we have got to play out now towards the Sacred Site and then Relic afterwards. Okay, no, it's just a weird rally. Guys, I think Core might just trend towards him. You could look to end the game, but you know you are going to give defenders advantage, right? And although you could play like a long Castle Age and gradually win, this might just be the safer and easier route for him to take. Kind of feels like that's where we're going as well. And yes, I'm pretty sure ships can decap Sacred Sites. Same as Siege can. Alright, Relic grabbed. I love that. Core, while he's picking up the Relic, he ran the transfer ship. Wait, or did he? I don't know. Maybe it was an efficiency play, but either way, he's got a Relic on the way home. Meanwhile, Sass, he only just built the Warrior Monk. So he should be able to make this a 1-1 split on the Island Relics, but he's still down 3-1. And that Relic difference pretty much offsets most of his high trade house value. Thing has inflated further, and we're up to 234, which means he's gone past the 750 bounty threshold for tier 3. 15% Garen rate is impressive, but you know what's better? 25%. Nice block on the Relic grab, but with the Knights now arriving, I feel like this is going to be difficult. Oops. This is like my daughter with a baby doll. She won't leave it anywhere. It has to come everywhere with her. You think about leaving the house? Baby! Scout's thinking about leaving the base? Bambi! Oh, dear. Interesting just how much Core is still leaning into Lombos. We have no stone gathering either, right? So there's no like keep drop play coming in, no network of citadels. Meanwhile, Warrior Monk. Oh, they were waiting for that. Both of them actually had transport shipped monks, so he's going to be able to pick this one up in the end. Knights are running back now, but with this many already here, you just can't fight it. Dive in on the south side, though. Sass. He says, if I can't have that relic, how about this one? Does he have a Warrior Monk, though? I don't think so. Might have one on the way. This would be one hell of a snatch and grab. I mean, look at the distraction right now, right? Core is so fixated on the north side. I don't think he's respected the fact that he had those monasteries way too far forward. So 2 relics on the floor, and the Warrior Monk comes running. Good claw back, one that Sass needs. It's a 30 eco lead right now for the English. He needs to do something. And this supplement economy is the way. Mangoes also right now are uncountered. Spreel production has began for Core, but in the meantime, he has to take the fight. Staggered formation looks good. He's minimizing the losses to the Mangoes. In the meantime, it looks like he's broken through to the crossbow mass. Lombo's trading out what they need to here, but maybe not quick enough. Knights are about to change that, though. Crossbow numbers have diminished. Second Mango arriving, but a perfect snipe opportunity for Core. In the meantime, Sprilled able to take out the Mango, and I think this might just break Sassy. The eco lead is so big. At this point, Core can afford to replace losses at a pacing that Sass is not capable of. Mango, are you kidding me? 5 HP left over. However, with Springald and Lombos in tow, that's also going to be going down. In fact, if you leave it alive... Okay, maybe not. I was going to say, if you leave the Mango alive, you can kill all the crossbows, because all these units were moving as slow as Siege, right? But now, like, we have to review what happened in that fight. Both players were depleted pretty heavily on military. The difference is now the reboom. Sass has done a phenomenal job to keep up with food. Gold is also looking surprisingly good. But, like, overall collective economy is getting better and better. More and more of these farms getting added in. And the deceptive thing about Sass's economy is, although it's good for the moment, it's about to get worse. He doesn't have that much long-term food source. He's got idle villages around the remaining deer. After that, he has to make a farm transition. Safe as can be. Finds his way all the way to the corner. Can we agree that it's time Wolves got a rework? They're just pointless now. Right? Like, now that the bounty system doesn't affect them, they kind of just exist. I would be up for making them more powerful. Awesome raid coming in. I think Core needs some walls. It's kind of a liability. Looks like he's starting to move out to the stone, so maybe he's thinking proper stone walls here. Stone walls are kind of awkward just because unless you wall along this axis, there'll always be transport ship plays, right? There's always a Normandy beach swarming waiting to happen. Awkward. Walks back to his longbow mass. But walls are now coming in, so there we go. It's going to be Palisades for the time being. Second group sneak, dude. Sassy's being so annoying with this. It's the classic, right? You don't wall, I just keep raiding. It's correct read as well. There's no way you can take a direct fight consistently. Like, just look at the difference in rebooming here. However, when it does come time for that fight, Sass has got a plan. He's massing Mangoes. Alright, one's if you think Core's winning this, two's if you think Sassy's got it. Because the funny thing is, like, Sassy, every time it looks like he should just outright lose the game, he keeps resetting the military count. Which is interesting, because Core's eco can only go so high, right? And we're getting very close to that point. So at that point, Sass is going to begin to gap close. And we already said how we feel about the late game. Like, I favor Roos in the late game. Those Mangoes are a big problem. Core ran his army forward a little bit too fast. Sprinkles aren't here to protect right now. Needs to be careful in the retreat, because the Mangoes could just begin to farm him. In fact, if they target right here, this could be juicy. Sass instead is attacking them in arms. Sprinkles now moving in. Core needs to micro it right. Just go straight after the anti-clump. but not before it gets his wallops in. Mango's able to strike again. Spiral count has been depleted. A one-on-one, able to actually get the advantage. Then Core has one anti-siege remaining, but the double Mango is making this harder, but not hard enough. GG gets called. Sass, no ability to reboom. The deer have dried up, and you have your answer. What's better than deer? What's better than venison? Some good old British bread. Whew. That is, that's getting to be a pretty quick series, guys. We're now 2-0 in favor of Core. So, match point situation. Let's mark off what we've seen so far. We've seen English, we've seen Order of the Dragon. Sass has gone with Joan and Arus. I reckon Sass is going to trust in the Mongols. Always trust in the Mongols, right? Doesn't feel like that. It could be hit or miss, right? Like if it's Delhi, I think you have a hard time as Mongols. Like, but if it's Japanese or Byzantines, you're probably quite happy. Iabids. Is there anything else that's like freer? China, maybe? China or Abbasids? I think Sass is going to trust in his Mongols. I think it's half his draft now feels like a coin flip on being able to get a good matchup, right? It's very hard. Literally listen to you cast someone cleaning their kitchen. Oh, thank you, man. Don't think I'm ready to scrape the barrel and get to that point. Like, you know, have to resort to doing that. One second, sorry, I'm just double checking messages. Reminder, guys, we still have another series after this. I'm not sure what's exactly happened so far in the MSN Voldemar set. I think they're currently on their game 3. I'm not sure what the score is, though. I haven't been eyeballing that. But this is the one I thought was maybe going to go a little bit deeper into the set. Right now, though, Core is not messing around. He wants that $75, all right? The newest skins in Valorant are not cheap. So he needs all those buckaroos to get his hands on the newest shiny, pristine AK skin that just came out. So let's see if he's going to be able to at least lock in $25 because we have got game 3 now starting. And it is going to be the Mongols we talked about. But kind of a rough one, guys. It's Delhi versus Mongols. We probably have a 3-0. I don't have much faith in Mongols up against Delhi. Actually, I guess that's not that bad, right? You can't get much value out outpost rushing, but Keshik spam. I think if he plays Deerstone, he can even beat attack speed archers. Let's find out. Oh, the water on this looks really pretty. I actually really like the pattern on the water. Don't think it usually does that. There's something very, like, attention-drawing about it. When you're backed up against the wall, you fall back to comfort. You know, when I'm having a hard time, I open up a giant tub of salted caramel ice cream. And just like me, when Sassy is having a hard day, he trusts in the Mongols. Up against Core in game number 3 of this best-of-5 single elim on this brand new map, Scarguard. And gotta say, Core has got a cozy pick here. Delhi Sultanate should do pretty bloody well up against the Mongols. Curious as well, actually, because I think Dome of Faith is probably better here. Yeah, because if you go Dome of Faith, you can rush Pro Scouts and go for it. One thing that is interesting is like Mongols have recently been buffered up, and I think the new Mongol approach with Khan Hunters, with the movement speed and extra attack range, means that you can technically beat Delhi Archables as Mongols, which never really used to be the case. We have got the Uva already down, but you may be noticing Sass is not going for wood at all. This is the correct call. It's so pointless and wasteful to try to outpost rush Delhi, because for a start, if they get outpost rush, they will just play Tower Victory. They don't need more gold. And even if you can test them, the initial spin and get stabbed. Because the Delhi start with a Scholar the moment they drop the Mosque, which means they can heal villagers who attack you. Just looking at the overall spawns as well. Right now, people are like, oh my god, Korra's got this in the bag. How did he get 3 berry stacks? Oh, they're just 2s. That is kind of wild, though. You see that, right? Look at the search radius for mills. You can double. The negative here, of course, is that you still have to walk over. But it is quite intriguing that that works. And, of course, on this map, you do start with 5 deer underneath your TC. Kind of awkward for Mongols, though, right? Like, I mean, you still get the value there, but I think sometimes Mongols' edge is that they can get a really good spawn because they can look and say, I want my TC here. Whereas because the deer just starts underneath the TC, everyone else already just has that starting point of like, yeah, I want this spawn. This is great. So looks like we've got survival techniques being queued up afterwards, which makes sense. Tower of Victory is going to be the play, so Core is going to be playing this age. No Dome of Faith shenanigans, no rush into Pro Scouts. Just a good old pistols at dawn. Because Deerstone is coming on the other side. Oh, we got another 2 relics spawn on the water. So only 4 relics in total on this map. How are you guys voting? I'm sorry, did I really just see that? 11.6k points on Core. 1 point on SAS. Way to be subtle about it, guys. Jesus Christ. This poor guy. Yeah, I like that someone's hedged the bets. Like, it makes sense. If the odds are good enough, you know, like, let's say the odds that are offered up are good enough in a boxing match between, like, you know, Conor McGregor and some unknown scrawny kid that's never boxed before. If the odds are good enough, you'll drop $5 on the scrawny kid. If it makes me a millionaire when he wins, hell yeah. Oh, wait, can the ball Ooh, that actually might be a sick play. Yeah, the ball can pull to about here, so that's really tight. That's going to give Sassy a lot of safe food, which is going to be important here. The more safe food you have, the less requirement to go into pastures, which means more units into aggro, and you absolutely need that here. So, H2 complete. Delhi probably going to be opening with Ghazi. It's kind of the atypical. No! Okay, so very different scripture then. The reason why I thought we'd go Ghazi is although Keshiks are annoying, you can kind of kite them. I guess the issue here is Deerstone allows them to move as quickly. So we're going to see mass infantry to fully leverage Tower Victory. So this can be really good for Sass if he pivots immediately to archers after the first double pump of Keshiks and then plays around the aura. Because with that movement speed aura, you move quicker than HRE archers. That's really important here, because then if you also add in 1 Khan Hunter, for the low price, I believe it's 180 resources, you'll get an extra 0.5 tower range, which means you can, ad infinitum, kite and stay out of range of Delhi archers. And anyone who's going to contest my infinite statement, it's true, you just have to convince them to walk in circles. And Pro Scouts has been queued up. Actually, whoa. Yeah, that's a pivot. He's going Pro Scouts in a rush. So Survival Techniques is taking the back foot here. A little bit surprised. I expected this with a Dome of Faith build, but it takes a very long time with a Tower of Victory build. Walls are going up as well. I mean, Core got a pretty good spawn. Double front-facing wood. And then you can always just wall down here as well. And then you focus full north side, right? Which is where a lot of your gold is. So you want to kind of be going that way over time. Sass, I really like his spawn from the board's positioning. He's got that pull-in opportunity. He's got a lot of deer pushing south side that he can lean into as well. One of the problems he's going to have in this game is if it ever does reach a cavalry component for the Delhi, you don't have walls. So you then have a hard decision. You're either going to mass a lot of Keshiks, or you're going to probably feel quite exposed. And the reason why I go Keshiks instead of Spears is like, you know, I think preference is Archer Keshik, just because that kiting. If you're going Spear plus Archer, you're playing into the Delhi hand of their infantry being better. Because with Spears, it means you have to be in range. Yes, the K Hunter. I'm not going to say it the way that makes Winston sad every time he hears it. I saw Winston's chat history after he heard the way that some people have been saying Khan's hunters. He sounded so defeated. He's like, no, why are you calling it that? Stop. Have we got? Yeah, just survival techniques. I was going to say, no pro scouts. I would be surprised. I don't remember the last time I saw a Mongol player do pro scouts. It's been a very long time. Probably like 2021. So Ghazi plus Spearman's kind of intriguing here, right? It's a brute force type strategy. But I still think Yam makes it more of a scam for you, right? Funnily enough, Sassy's mirroring by going into Spears himself. But it's going to be a 1-1-1 build in the end. So Archer's Spear plus the Keshiks. And then one nice little Khan Hunter towards the end never hurts. Ah, would you look at that? Spot the difference in our show matches on Scarguard. Someone likes winning. Textiles is baller, guys. I feel like anytime you are up against a heavy cav feudal civ and you don't get textiles, you're asking to get slapped in the face. It's just a no-brainer, right? It's 22 seconds or less in every case. Maximum is 25, but you tend to have one scholar garrison, right? So skipping one villager to keep all your villagers that much more safe makes sense. You have to be a cocky son of a gun or very ignorant to think that you don't need it in a lot of cases. Unless you're dominating your opponent from minute 3, textiles is rough. You can see how hesitant they are, right? Like, it tracks true as well. These two can basically just lose the game in one fight because of the way their civs are designed. Delhi wants to ball up. Mongols can't really afford slip-ups. Their Deerstone buffs your eco a bit, but you have nothing else working to your favor. Love the way that he's skirting this as well. Won't even commit the charge just in case core react turns around. What map is this? It's Scarguard, Avali's creation. It's his latest creation, the guy who made coastal cliffs, bridges, basin. He keeps busy. Notice the difference in the brazenness, right? Wouldn't touch with the Keshiks, is willing to touch with the Ghazi. Admittedly, the spear count was a lot different though, right? Like if you miss-microed and Cord turned around with those spears earlier, he would have killed one Keshik straight away. In this type of engagement, every little counts. I don't know, man. I think Sassy's onto it here. Khan Hunter's coming. And at that point, causing trouble. He doesn't have Steel Arrow. He does at least have Undermesh. Sassy needs to prep that. That's maybe the one weakness in his draft right now. He's got double archery range, but he doesn't have a Blacksmiths yet. That's about to be fixed, though. Archers reveal themselves here. Core has to retreat. He realizes he's overextended. Remember, this is not your truly powerful Delhi. They have good production, but that's kind of it right now. They don't have mass berries to gather from on one location at a time. They only have 2 stacks. On top of that, they have 0 sacred sites locked in. Better say at this point, Mongols are better, right? With the Uvu giving them the stone, the double production, the fact they're able to play on the deer, onto boar. It should be an edge to be leveraged, especially with Deerstone buffing your entire economy's ability to drop off. And now it's time to drop off a few people to the afterlife. Dive comes in. Not quite able to get that final touch. Ghazi are going to try to cut off the retreat. And Spearmen are now moving in. Archer on the backside are absorbing a lot of blows here as the focus fire comes through. But I think the truth of this game has revealed itself. It's too many Keshiks for Core to weather. And instead, it looks like it's going to begin to wither away in this one. Map control now being forfeited. He's got to sneak out on the east side for the Deersteel. That likely is going to be revealed soon. Everything else is outside of his purview. Only has about, what, 500 food sitting at home safely. And that's simply not going to be enough here. Sass's aggression is going to prove too much for the Delhi. Well, it hasn't been an immediate GG, but I think we are close to it's done. There isn't really much I think you can do here now. Especially when you basically have to lean into Ghazi. Ghazi are insanely expensive with food, right? They're damn good units, but 110 food per unit adds up fast. Even Archers isn't a good backup plan because, as you can see, once again, SAS is going for that Khan's Hunter. Which, sorry, I thought it was 180. It's even cheaper. 120 resources. For an extra 0.5 tower reach. Is most definitely worth it. Snatching the boar away right from next to his base. And this outpost is the nail in the coffin, by the way. This outpost is going to make it almost impossible for Core to fight at his base. One upside he does at least have is his south tree line, so he still has wood gathering going. So he can still afford to mass archers. But you remember that last fight, guys? He had undermesh. SAS had nothing. Sure, Steel Arrow is coming, but SAS is now on it. He's getting his own blacksmith decks. He's getting his own answers. Could cut some reinforcements. Wolf's proving a nuisance. It's kind of funny, actually. SAS hasn't peeled like a single Keshik yet to check the flank. He'd be rewarded if he done so. This I'm not crazy about from SAS right now. You know what it is? He's baiting himself because Steel Arrow is coming in, but even with it, there was already the extra layer of defense there for the defenders, right? So yeah, everything to kind of lose in that situation, not much to gain. This is much more preferable. Back off, get both blacksmith decks, play flank raid, because at this stage, SAS should be a bit suspicious. There's like two options. Either his opponent is building farms, or is gathering food somewhere. And if he was building farms, you probably would have seen less archers than what was shown there. Have you really not seen a Khan Hunter yet? They're pretty squishy. 75. Their aura is quite wide, though. I think it's like this wide from what I remember. So you can actually hold them in reserve intentionally to keep them alive. One thing that I do think is a bit broken is the fact that they give Scouting Falcons. It's like, when you think about it that way, a Khan Hunter is also a scout for 120 resources. It's a unit buffer and a scout. That's too much. I think they don't need the Scouting Falcon. They'd still be okay. They're a support cast unit. Siege Engineering on the way. Cool. Oh my god, he actually has been building the farms. Oh. Okay, so if, and this is a big if Core can survive for like 3 minutes, I can see a way. Because then he can afford to start massing Ghazi. But that is probably the biggest if of this series so far. Feels iffy even to ask for that to be possible. I'm actually impressed by the fact that Core has an eco lead, by the way. He's 3 ahead. How are we looking on Deer as well? Like, we're moving out of the Yam aura, so things are slowing down a bit. Also, military numbers are deceptive. SAS has about, I'd say, 10 military, roughly, guarding the different areas. 8 to 10, I'd say. So the gap between these two is actually not very large. Rams are coming, though, so SAS is looking for some permanent damage. It's a lot of Keshiks. Remember, these are Tower Victory Spears. He's going to look to break in now. Playing out of Yam range here, so if things go bad, the retreat is going to be slower than SAS would like. Looks like he did get baited. A few units went a bit deep. Some women have to be held in reserve, though. Clash is going to begin. Keshiks start to charge through. Villagers now getting guarded up. In the meantime, Keshiks have checked the flank, so Deer Gathering not online anymore. And Core, I'm not sure he's going to be able to hold this for much longer. Keshiks have to pull back a little bit. Spear count is still up at 11. Archers are trying to remove that threat to keep diving in, but even if you're trading 1 for 1, SAS will be favored here. You need a 2 for 1 trade to make it worthwhile. And losing villagers like this is not going to help. Core once again got unidled up here. He may be looking like he's holding for a moment, but it's a second wave that's the issue. He can't afford to replace. It's too many gaps in his economy. Too much of a game over state now. Keshiks have wiped out the massive archers. Spearmen are pretty much trickling to their death. And I think we are moments away from confirming a game number 4 here in the semi-finals of the Scarguard Showmatch. Oof. We go in the distance, baby. Whoop, whoop. What a cool one. And this map has got some really fun dynamics, though. So, we can now delve a bit deeper in the draft. Because we said, like, this was kind of a shaky coin flippy point for him in some ways. And I think that held true. He came out ahead. He got the good matchup. Now we dive a bit deeper in the draft. And Core still has some pretty good picks in. I like Byzantines. I like Japanese. I'm not crazy about Ibis on this map. Core is probably, considering what's left, this is probably Byzantines, actually. Byzantines versus Abbasids isn't too bad for them, right? Byzantines versus Malians, I don't think we see that one too often. But I really like Byzantines versus Chinese. It feels like almost anything China does against Byzantines doesn't work. So, like, you're basically relying on the neglect of a Byzantine player. Like, they're not playing the game aggressively enough, right? Which I'd be shocked if that was to be the case here. Okay, so I think we're getting confirmation in now. Cool. Where you go for me? After all the bans are done, is it blind double pick? No, so it's the atypical format where it's like ban 2, pick 1, ban, pick, ban, and then pick the rest. So a lot of the strong contenders get removed. For example, HRE. But this might be a great regret for SAS, right? Because Byzantines wasn't banned in return in the draft, which was really surprising at the time. I think it's going to come out now. No! In fairness, actually, yeah. Like, I was thinking Byzantines because Ruin's Chinese, and I felt like Sassy was going to try that. Sass decided on Abbasids, and Core went for Japanese. And guys, this is like one of the most confusing, polarizing, and hard to execute matchups for Abbasids when it's non-water maps. They don't have a great answer, just the cheesy fast castle builds. Let's find out if we can find the way. Let me get predictions sorted. I'll get ready to roll again. Good lord, I need to drink some water. Alright, let's get ready to roll. You know, the plan was to eat before the sponsor stream. I've got a feeling we won't have time. You know how I'm able to not be dead from hunger? Protein works. Exclamation mark protein works. You guys need to experience that as well. Oh dear, oh dear. Game number 4. This best of 5 single elim on a brand spanking new map. That's right, we hop into Scarguard for a Japanese Abbasids showdown. This is going to be an interesting one, actually. Japanese versus Abbasids. When you play it on a wait, did I accidentally give points over to the wrong side? Uh-oh. I think I did. I'm a naughty boy. 1 second. Wait, is there a way to revert previous predictions? Uh-oh. Quick, someone explain. How do I revert previous predictions? There must be a way, right? Oh, I'm so sorry. I misclicked. Oh, my bad. I'm checking now. Give me a sec. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Rob. Wait, wasn't that going to be a big payout because you got like the 1 point? Oh, no. Why is there no way to revert predictions? That's kind of dumb, actually. Because like people are going to misclick. That's very obvious. Sorry, bud. Your magical make-believe points can't come back. Alright, I swear I will never click the wrong Gamba button again. Lesson learned. Oops. So we've got another game here on Skyguard, and this is going to be a fun one. Japanese and Abbasids. This is a matchup that is like pristine, top tier pick, super popular on water maps. Not this one though. One and all, we've got something special. Skyguard, Showmatch here. Only this map is being played consistently, and this is a fun one because this map has no fishing. Fishing that both the Abbasids and the Japanese would love to leverage heavily. Not going to be able to do it here. So I think we've got a land grab, a land-focused approach from both players, and you can already confirm that when you see a Japanese player not building ninjas. We've got Kura Storehouse coming. It's kind of interesting that he's not going ninjas. I kind of rate them actually even against the Bastards on land map onlys. I think actually right now, Horseman Shinobi is kind of being slept on in Feudal Age. Surprisingly effective against the right civs. But I think in this situation, he's a bit worried about the potential for Camel Archers ruining him, which is why you're just going to see him play a bit more standard here. This is Core, of course, in the orange. Sassy was able to get that game number 3. The question is whether he can get us to a game number 5. Scam stream? Oh no, the fake Gamba points accidentally went the wrong way. Very scam stream. Because you know what I do with all those prediction points that I snatch away? I use them to buy my 5th mansion. Yep. 5th man in my head, admittedly, but it's there. Anyone been watching Billions of TV show recently? It's like in that. I imagine I have a house like that. I never will, but it's nice to think. So, we've got the archers and spears coming across. It is a fort spawn in gold, and there's no outpost, so full back away. Is this going to be Yuumi? I think we're looking at Yuumi. He gathered enough gold to get the steeled arrow. No! Okay, he's just going to go straight for the Uma Bannerman then. Okay, that's kind of sick. Although I don't know if the timing aligns. Because Sass didn't just bring the military wing. He brought the outpost rush. Oh, that's sick. 2 villagers are rushing this up. The Uma Bannerman's going to have his work cut out now, though, because with double spear here, the brace should stop him from sniping. Maybe not. Okay, I actually sometimes forget this. 15 seconds! Scrap what I said. This villager might not be safe. Well, he is well hidden. Basically, no clipping in the archer right now. Uma Bannerman needs to go now if he wants to stop this. And apparently, Core doesn't care. Well, that's unexpected. Then again, he could react to this play, or he could react to what Sassy's doing at home. Greedy Abbasid players only ever want one thing. Now, this might just be about Aris that's play, but if this was ever meant to be a 2TC ploy by Sass, this Uma Bannerman is now going to wreck his world. Sass is quick to react, though. He already saw the stables drop. Extra spearmen now in queue. Uma Bannerman. They do take 3 hits to get a kill, right? Yeah. We'll better dive in, so able to get that first blood on the villagers. And a horseman follow-up now, so this is heavy into cav. Archery range follow-up as well. Guys, what have I been telling you all about Yuumi? People sleeping. Yuumi, rise up, man. This strategy is becoming more and more effective. I really like it up against the Abbasids. Yes, they're going to try to build Camel Archers, but, you know, Camel Archers are very often going to end up overkilling Yuumi, and you can't keep your distance from them. You can't even easily run away from them. On top of that, like, Horseman Yuumi ticks all boxes, right? Like, even if your opponent now plays mass archers, the issue is, you know, military boot camp might make you a bit tankier, but you'll usually find you're once again overkilling Yuumi. Meanwhile, Horseman will counter your archers, they'll counter your Camel Archers. Yuumi will counter the Spearmen. It's a nice kind of 1-2. And I think the thing that really makes me fear Yuumi that much, the thing that people need to respect, is the castle transition. With how easily you can bloat that army, whenever you manage to reach a tech up, if you've got, say, 20, 30 these Yuumi that suddenly upgrade, they're insanely effective raiders. Ram now being built, Sass isn't done yet. More damage to be done, folks. He can't really dive, though. He's only got a few troops here. Like, this dive, sure, you know, you'll feel good if you kill, like, a farm or two, but unless you kill 3 farms, you haven't paid for yourself, and even then, you spent 200 wood, your opponent basically got these farms for free. So maybe it's about taking out the forges, which isn't the worst of ideas. It means that your opponent can't sneak a tech, like, you know, Steeled Arrow, for example. But you're looking at the wrong places. Core, you crafty son of a gun. He actually snuck out. So the Uma Bannermen have drawn so much focus that Sass kind of lost his own focus. He wasn't keeping his eyes on the prize here. Gold denial is the best thing you can do against the Japanese. And he's failing right now. Outpost is up, Forge is on the way, and that means 5 villages are going to be gathering, meaning that Core can get those quintessential techs, Steeled Arrow, Undermesh, Tatara, to fight back. Water maps with no fish make things fun? I agree. Like I said, I think this might be my favorite water map now. But it's not a real water map, right? It's a hybrid. But like, in some ways, it's my favorite hybrid. Just because, as we've seen in games already in this series, is water can still matter. It just matters at a different point in the game than you're used to seeing when you watch these games. And what is up, Jarman? Thank you very much for the resub, buddy. Appreciate you. Stables is in trouble here. Weirdly enough, he's not trying to contest it. I felt like the Yumi count was high enough that he'd be able to push this back and protect the stables. It's expensive to give up production buildings like this. We talked about like the investment into RAM and paying back, and that does so. Uma Banner in the meantime is going to go down. I don't think we're at the stage yet where you replace the Uma with a Yumi, so we'll probably see another Uma Bannerman soon from Core. Still very surprising. I mean, yeah, I was about to say, we're going to see another one from Core, but he let the stables die. He literally has to build a Yumi now. Meanwhile, Ram does get pinched. Fortress... Oh, wow. What? That was so punishable. I can't believe that. Sass, he doesn't know, right? Because sometimes the blacksmith is meant to have, like, the forge on fire to let you know there's a tech happening. But I've noticed it's very inconsistent. So he doesn't know that Steeled Arrow is being researched here. Had he known this and denied this, it would have been a fantastic fight for Sass. But now with that 25% increase in damage for the Japanese archers, Core should have a way of defending this. Triple Camel Archer. Spears also being forced to dive in. Yumi going to start a step away. And wow, an immediate GG comes out. He realizes with the tech coming through, with the horseman in reserve, there's no easy escape here. He thought he had that gold on lock. He was wrong. Quickest game of the series to round out. That's going to be a 3-1 for Core, meaning he will be in the grand finals to see who is going to get the lion's share of that $100, courtesy of the wonderful Hymenator. Shift click? Wait, what shift click? What, when you clicked into them? Or you mean when you did... Oh, the RAM, because you didn't take out the forge, right? Yeah. Dude, like, that forge not dying was oof. When I saw that, I was like, what is happening? This is an absolute disaster. Damn. GG, though, buddy. The Mongol game is really cool. All right, so let me confirm. Has Voldemar's set completed yet? Seems not. I think MSN and Voldemar are still partying hard. Looks like there's a 2-1 scoreline, and they're into the fourth game, rather. Interesting. Abbasids versus Juji. All right, guys. So we're coming in midway into the Voldemar versus MSN series. So after this, we'll be immediately into grand finales between Core and either MSN or Voldemar. And let me flip that around. That would be a jaw dropper right now, because Voldemar should be the favorite going into this. Remember, Voldemar got this matchup because MSN's the lowest ranking on the tournament ELO system, and actually Voldemar is the highest. Imagine they're a few minutes in as well, so we can hit the 2 times to catch up. Let's go into game number 4 between MSN DK and buddy, you're gonna have to change name. Voldemar is not the kid anymore. MSN is even younger than him. The two Danes are clashing here on Skarsgård. We're gonna sit on the 2x speed to get as live as possible because this is happening right now. A $100 show match on only the Skarsgård map. A beautiful creation by the one and only Avali. So let's pay out the previous predictions there. And let's set this one up, because this is interesting. Zhuji versus Abbasids. I think Zhuji's meant to be favored here, right? Unless you rush an age. But rushing an age is kind of weird for the Abbasids. The reason why I think Zhuji's favored is, like, you just kind of spam up chicken. I guess, no. Maybe MSN just rushes Horseman with a sneak into fresh food stuff. It's weird because I just don't get to see this matchup in competitive much. Zhuji tend to appear on purist water maps. Abbasids are more on hybrid maps, right? But in theory, MSN's strategy here should be to play into 2TC. And if you do that, you can spam Horseman and kind of win. But you need to keep pressure up. Otherwise, the Zhuji Chuganu mass gets too big. Weirdly enough, I mean, I'm seeing the Meditation Garden on the stone. I guess there wasn't better options. I don't think this is a 2TC play. That would feel really weird. I don't think you'd win that race at all. So I think that leaves two options for Voldemar. Either you play Fast Castle or you play full Chuganu ball and send it. What does that make MSN? MSN is the baby, Dragavan is the toddler, Voldemar is the kid. I'm glad I could... Wait, no, sorry. I think Gully's younger than... No, MSN's younger. So Gully and Dragavan are the toddlers. MSN is the baby. And Voldemar is the kid. And that's cool. That's such a smart read. So he adds in one Palace Guard to contest this. Second Palace Guard comes through. This is perfect, actually. One danger of what he's doing is if his opponent now goes Camel Archers, he's in trouble. But it's the natural bait transition. So what you do is you open Palace Guard. Then you weigh up your opponent's reaction. And then you can either add in Zhuganu, which will counter out the Camel Archers. Or you rush Castle Age. He's going to be the 2CC now getting set up. MSN not feeling very adventurous with this town center. So you can see he's worried about the Zhuganu mass. Because if you didn't think your opponent was going to rush you in feudal, you'd set up a TC over here. It's just much better. You could shove this deer in. You'd have all these deer already. You still have the tree lines. But he doesn't want to spread his base because there's a risk he gets counterattacked. And the other issue is like the Palace Guard, right? Like if there's any sense that something's happening, like a TC that you'd expect, he can rush over and block you. Sick body blocks, by the way. Almost got the kill on the Spearman as well. Honestly, body blocking is so underrated in AoE4. Maybe it's the Dota 2 guy in me. I think in general, body blocking is underrated. So body blocking is where, what it sounds like, you basically just get your body in the way of where the unit's rallying. And sometimes, like in this game, what will happen is they'll get pushed back slightly. It's very different. In Dota 2, what Dota 2 does is very sinister. So in Dota 2, let's say you had a unit pathing like this way, and you stood in front of it. While it repaths, it would pause for a second and then try to move around. So like at a high level, players will try to body block, for example, creeps on their lane so that the equilibrium is closer to their side of the map. But you can do those kind of things in AoE4. It's just a little bit more cumbersome because units slip on you instead of repathing. Oh, have we got a timeout Farman? I think we've got a timeout Farman, right? I'll let chat decide how long they're going to time him out. I'll let YouTube chat decide how long we're going to time him out. No one speaks crap about Dota 2. Not in my room. Shalom Monastery now on the way, though, so it's going to be the Castle Rush. And MSN took the bait. Oof. This is a bit tough. He has at least stopped at one Camel Archer, but his tech is nowhere near. And now he doesn't have good blockers against monks. Shalom Monastery is kind of a bit funky on this map because there's not this majority of relics on the mainland. But there's plenty to grab at sea. Notice how Farman doesn't even apologize. And no, MSN, we have not watched all the games. We just finished the Core Sassy series. We're now checking on the progress of this one. Palace Guard are chased back by the first Camel Archer. Shallow Monks are out, though, and this doesn't look great. Your tech is nowhere near ready to go. You're seeing the pain of like just not having this extensive amount of berries to tap into straight away. Even the deer feels a bit cumbersome moving small group to small group. More so when you don't have wheelbarrow. Wall's already up, so Camel Archer can't get cheeky with the dives. And I mean, at this stage, usually you just go Lancers, right? But I think you can just go Mass Chiganu. Chiganu and just Palace Guard works really well here. And the cool thing about that is it's cost efficient. Like, a Lancer is going to cost you 240. You can choose Chiganu and a Palace Guard, and you'll pay less. A little bit early of a ride out. I'd rather just see like Voldemort slow down a bit, because the Camel Archer is still getting kind of freebies. But I guess he just wants to push out fast to guarantee the relics. And yeah, wait, what? Okay, so I get that your opponent's going to tech, but... What? I want that to be a misclick, but I know it's not. It kind of makes sense because you know your opponent's going to be rushing castle, but you've still got like 2 minutes to bully the crap out of him. It does mean his initial hit now is going to be weaker, but when the time comes for Castle Age, MSN's armored options are going to be pointless. Oh, not just that. The wall attempt is pointless too. MSN losing both of the villagers trying to wall up here. So an opening presented now for Voldemort, kept open on this east side. Meanwhile, first relic already on the way home. Eco Wing is going to be the option chosen by MSN. Pretty greedy. So MSN's giving up full map control, guys. He's going for Eco Wing because he's going to try to mass farm transition. Which, you know, kind of fits with how some civs play on this map. We talked about this dynamic that exists on Skarsgård that I find very intriguing. There's the reality check that, like, where possible, you need to play Pocket Eco, you need to play out into the map. But there is some fallback options for certain civs, and Abbasid is theoretically one of them. Right? With Fertile Crescent, you get such an insane discount. You only pay, like, 49 wood, I think it is, per farm. Similar to the logic of English and Byzantines and why they're so good here. I still do favor the civs that play Pocket Eco, though. Pocket Eco is wildly powerful on this map. There's just so much. And although like some of the stacks are smaller, the gaps to move between them are so much smaller as well. Makes up for it. There's no wood on this map? What? I mean, eventually, but in the mid-game? Sure. Your problem is because you're going Eco Wing, you're not present on the map, though, right? Like, Culture Wing here, because you're teching from behind, probably feels better. And then you can get your like your eco upgrades as well, because like this is a game where you've not taken a single eco upgrade, right? You got Wheelbarrow on the way now. But those savings are going to be important. I mean, you have got enough gold to get away with that element. I just think this map demands you to play as much of the pocketed resources as possible. I don't blame you for this choice because he's already countered you. Like him going crossbows first means you can't go into Golems or Lancers to break out. It's like, I don't necessarily think your choice is terrible. I just think you're kind of in a terrible spot because of what he done already. So, to me, like, I look at this game, and you're in a recovery arc. Your opponent is going to likely get all the relics, right? With a fast Castle GG build. That's perfect for him. The scary part now is, like, you need to finesse this timing between greeting and attacking. Because if you do turn this into, like, a macro game, like, Ambassadors are strong in the late game. But you still need gold, right? And 8k sounds like a lot. But for the Ambassadors, I don't think so. Not in this matchup. Well, Juji are just going to be farming like there's no tomorrow. Like, mass palace guarding, crossbows, Nesta bees. He kind of forgot there was gold on the wall. Dude, it's your 4th game, MSN. I think a lot of people forget or don't give enough respect to this detail. Same with the relics, actually. But yeah, love this. Ah, that's sick. So Voldemort, he made a normal monastery because he had surplus gold from gathering relics already. He needs his food because the food is the limiting factor on the map for him right now. So he needs all that food going into military units. So a very smart read to just invest into a normal monk. Really underrated as well. South side looks like we've got a little bit of poke from Voldemar. Extra rules are there. And we are prepping for a macro game. So Voldemar already building up the Jiangnan. A reminder, once this series completes, we will be getting ready for the grand finals, which is going to be another best of 5 between Core and whoever wins this one overall. Camelot poke, proving a little bit annoying here, but nothing you can't shake off. Like, yes, there's an eco lead, but it wasn't big enough, right? It's 2TC versus 2 now. Interesting that he done 2TC before doing Song, but I think it makes sense. Like, you can't allow MSN to get that extra gap. Gun count is looking decent. One thing I'm not liking right now, I wish we had a bit more forward scouting to see what's happening. Because like right now, you just walked up, killed a unit with a Camel Archer, and then probably could have went deeper. Because I'm looking at this game, and what I'm seeing is Voldemar being the most greedy mother ducker imaginable. And he's not getting punished. Oh wait, was that the wait, you might be right. Is that the Shalamont? Oh, you're right. My bad. Thank you, Berliner. That is the Shalamont. Sorry, I thought you just built a normal monk. That's just the one dude. Talk about value. 200 food to get yourself 5 relics. Not bad. Oh, I agree. But MSN, that's why I think you just send the scout in now, right? Like, yeah, you'll eventually lose him, but like, think about for even a minute extra getting that information, and it costs you 70 food. Right? If you had like a button you could press that revealed a quarter of your opponent's economy for 70 food, you'd use that button, right? Now the walls are starting to complete. He's even segregating the map. Halfway on the granary transition. This is not your usual Voldemar experience. I know, right? I can't believe it. The kid has grown up. He finally got a D in his mathematics test. He can count to 3. Yeah, for those that don't know, Voldemar has a tendency to do a lot of one granary plays. Not today. He's got a nice open field. So when you got nice open fields, it doesn't get as weird to try and slot 3 granaries in. It just feels very natural. Siege Workshop now on the way. MSN looking to press his military advantage while it exists, but one problem now is approaching. That's supervisable. He can push out Nesta Bees very quick here, and right now, MSN doesn't have an answer to Siege. He's going to need to find one fast. First one just got queued up. We're going to hit speed up. Because I don't want to keep the players waiting too long. I don't know if this goes to a game 5 or it was decided in 4. We're going to find out. Comp Suppose is on the way for MSN. I think this is just going to be Palace Guard spam plus Nesta Bees for the Zhuji. And that is something that MSN can answer. Like, the cool thing here is, you know, you do have a Civ that is capable of spamming Siege as well. This is not your typical Chinese Springalds where they've got too much health. So you can beat them in Siege. But you need to start working now. The Eco lead is shrunk, right? It's now 12 difference between them. But when you think about the relics, which Voldemar apparently has learned to count to 3 and 4, but not 5. We've got 1 relic just sitting here unpicked. But even with just 4 relics, right, that's about 8 extra villagers. So you shrink that gap again. Abbasids have got the Golden Age, which is cool. They've got agriculture coming through. But the granary now offsets that. And we have actually got Siege being built by MSN, just not the kind I was expecting. Kind of awkward. We've got Rams coming. I mean, it's one way to deal with the walls. I'll give him that. It's going to be a brutal revelation to him when he approaches this base, though. He doesn't know about it, and the way that Voldemar has cut this is a camp spot for Nesta Bees. All you have to do is sit them here, and when the army approaches, you wave it farewell. A scouting ram? Oh, nice. So you're going to send this one all the way around the back towards the granaries, right? I have discovered he has a wall. I have also discovered he has an archery range. The crossbows in Shuge Nu would have never told me this. I have discovered he has a sprint. There we go. Actually, it's kind of worth it. I think that was a mistake by Voldemar. Shooting with that sprint just told you everything you need to know. Yep. MSN immediately starts building up the anti-siege. That was a slip-up. I don't know if MSN would have really went for Springolds if that hadn't been revealed right there. Because up until that point, he didn't have any reason to. So you kind of meme, but actually in reality, it did turn into a scouting ram. Right, I'm gonna speed this up because you gotta go into the meat grinder eventually. MSN starting to knock at the door. Defender's advantage is a big thing here, though, guys. MSN only has 2 Springolds. Bees moving in for the stab. Nice sidestep there. MSN cuts off the flurry in the first 2 taps. However, he is now down on anti-siege and stuck in foreign territory. It's going to take a little bit of time to burn through as well. Only 21 Ghoulems. He's trying to play out to a mid-map point, which makes sense in an open battlefield, but not when you stack like that. Bees, first shot connects. MSN, numbers do favor him here. He's also got the boot camps, the extra health in the mix, and not only the composite bows, but he needs to get through this front line ASAP. Bees shots, hitting back again. Crossbow archer count still looking high, but if you do not have any melee units, it counts for nothing. Ghoulems have been removed. And now MSN, nowhere to run off to. He's stuck behind the enemy base. At this point, he's just going to get grinded down. On the other side of this, MSN does at least have some farms online, 28 deep, but now we see the other layer coming in. It's going to be 30 plus in the next minute for Voldemar. And it's difficult for MSN. He needs to kind of skirt this way. He can turn around for a poke and then run away. Because if the Bees ever reach him, he's in trouble. And he's about to be reached. Quick wall by Voldemar. No escaping this anymore. Archer Mass just got played. Oy, oy, oy. A heavy loss as well. And a game that felt like it was quite close. We now have an overwhelming military lead for Voldemar. The siege, in particular, is a key issue here. Gold has already been exhausted. MSN is now playing into the center of the map. He has not gone for the gold on the flanks on the water. Wouldn't be able to even if he wanted to due to the junk. And it means this is how he lives or dies. If he cannot lock this in, get mass siege to counter, this game is over. Gonna make for an interesting grand finals if this is the way it's squaring up as well. Core versus Voldemar. I think they were the 2 highest ranking on the tournament ELO system. Voldemar definitely on the rise recently. Core been on a long nap. Or could it be the Prodigy Kid, the unknown? The one with the prospective future in MSN. We'll have to find out. Push is coming in. Spearman count at 3. Meanwhile, 4 for Voldemar. Only 3 on the front side there, but the triple Bees is going to draw fire. Archer's having to stand their ground. Moves in range. Bees shots come through. And MSN's reaction is non-existent. He's lost the Springald War. He's lost to the Bees. And that means it should be only a matter of time before he now loses all gold. Kind of rough as well, right? Like, given the right situation, these Comsabo archers would be able to reign supreme, but that situation just doesn't exist anymore. MSN once again forced to retreat here. He's gambling that he doesn't get seen, but we can see very clearly that Voldemar knows about this gold. Backstab from the Ghoulems coming in, but quick micro away by Voldemar. I don't think this is going to be good enough, right? I mean, I say that. Voldemar is being greedy. Maybe. Looks like he's going to trade him away. So Siege is going to get taken out. Now, that's interesting. Voldemar didn't see the backstab coming and then was kind of over-aggroed, ended up diving towards them to try and kill the archers. So a stay of execution here for MSM, but we have to be real now about the economy. Food in particular is what I'm looking at. It's a big lead now for Voldemar. The farms, he's not even done yet. He's adding in about another 10. We're going to be close to 60 farms to the Juji. Yeah, and that scares me, right? Like, MSN, even with agriculture, is somehow not able to keep up with this. It shows you just how powerful granaries can be still. And love this. He's supervising all of them. That is kind of expensive. It means that he's only got one taxman doing something other than food. But it means that in return, he's got this kind of overlapping buff, so roughly 20% any given time, then another 20% on top. This is like a weird HRE Arkan Chapel type feeling. You don't often see players triple supervised granaries. Usually because the wood is so valuable, the gold is so valuable. I guess when you've got 5 relics banked, you can probably just afford to only have one supervisor looking at wood. We've hit the slowdown again, so we're going to speed this up because I think we're about to see Age 4 from Voldy. There it is, Temple of Sun now on the way. MSN, he needs to ride fast. And while Horsemen will help, they're only in their infancy. Meanwhile, Voldemar, congrats, he just made it into college. Temple of the Sun is now up. Swiftness is already on. Palace Guard Wave is starting to scale, and it means that MSN has no time to waste here. He's got to go. And no, Voldemar does not have 6 IOs unlocked, hence why it's so insane of an investment on the granaries. He went for the Shaolin Monastery, and is still in the Song Dynasty. Springles is coming in now. You can see the shot triggers on the way. MSN can't rely on anti-siege to win this fight. I mean, luckily for him, Voldemar never built new Nest of Bees. He's just too busy bulking up. Elite stat after the Palace Guard did just hit, though. Crossbow count is at a mere meager 11. Not really the numbers you need to win. Springles begin to poke. It's interesting that you went for shot triggers, but it makes sense, right? Like, you know, your opponent might try to build mangoes here in the choke points. Leverage that. Unable to do so now, though. Palace Guard able to strike in. Gullum still with more health. But not much more of a wallop now anymore. Siege just clambering over itself, and that is going to be it, folks. GG gets called. MSN not able to take it the distance. Voldemar will win in 4 for a showdown in this $100 Showmatch tournament on Scarguard up against Core, which we should be drafting for as I speak. All right, have I got Core and Voldemar? You guys getting ready with the draft? Whoop, whoop. Thank you, Voldy. Appreciate you, buddy. All right, there we go. So let's get ready to go with this. I guess I'm going to eat a little bit later. So Voldemar versus Core. Grand Finals. Winner gets 75 bucks. Follow up on that. The second place person is going to get 25 buckaroos. So a big haircut in comparison. A nice amount to play for. Big shout again to Hymenaea for bringing that money in to make it feasible. Make it possible. So what we'll do now, I'm going to stick the draft up on screen quickly. I need to run in and get some water. So I'll let this play out so you guys have something to focus on. And I'll be back in 1 sec. We have a draft. Okay. Byzantines got through again. Dude, core with that Order the Dragon pick. He's like, no one lets me have H3 anymore. I've evolved. Interesting. What do you think, guys? Who got the dub? Who got the better draft? Are they in the game yet, actually? Wait. I get that. Yeah, no, they're not in game yet. I think they both got a slice of it. Voldemar has Ottomans to counter Malians. Having Byzantines also protects Chinese. Core has French against Delhi. All the Dragons very good against. Actually, All the Dragon might be a bit funky here. Yeah. English, Byzantines, and H3 are all top tier picks because of food. They have the easiest transitions. We're just waiting for them to start the game now. Or start the series now. Remember, guys, best of $5, $100 on the line. So I'm just going to quickly eat a snack while we wait a sec. Which, you know, perfect time for you guys to line up your own snacks on Protein Works. Exclamation mark, Protein Works. Check them out. They're sponsoring us again. And they decide whether they come back to sponsor again based on whether they see people picking up the products and buying into some good old Protein Works. So, what we'll probably end up doing, I don't even know if I'll be able to stop for lunch. So what we'll probably end up doing, I think depending on how long this series is, of course, it'll likely be this show match straight into our sponsored stream with the new RTS. Lunch as in dinner. Chill, Kazuya. Whoops. Wrong thing. What am I eating? Just finished it. On these. I was eating my way through some loaded legends. The Protein Works bars. These are the cookies and cream flavored ones. They're quite nice, actually. And your typical protein bars, healthy, stacked full of protein. They fill you up. Go across the website now. Type in exclamation mark Protein Works and get your own. So many other things as well. Yo, you know what I still need to try with those? I need to try dipping those into the peanut butter. Oh, that sounds so goddamn lavish, doesn't it? And reminder, guys, when you use my code at checkout, you will get an extra 10% off. So, for example, the bars that we just talked about, where are they? They are right here. That's a healthy combo. It's a protein-heavy combo is what it is, mate. So you can go into here. These are loaded legends. So $17.50 if you buy the boxes, and you get 12 bars. It's not too bad. £1.50 per bar for protein bars. I think that's pretty good. I feel like most of them are £2 or £3 or whatever. So a pretty good deal there. So we have the cookies and cream. I really want to try the salt of caramel soon, actually. But cool thing, it says £1.46 per bar. It's actually not. I lied to you guys. It's £1.30 per bar. Because all you have to do is come through here, type in code Killer Pigeon, and Bob's your uncle. Price goes down. Absolutely worth it. So be sure to check that out. Big shout out once again to Protein Works for sponsoring us for the 4th month in a row. If you want to see him come back for a 5th, get spending. Let me know what you grab. Let me know if you find something delicious that I haven't discovered yet, because I'm always looking for extras. But with that in mind, I think we are ready to get underway with our grand finals. And what a way to open up. This is pretty good for Abbasids, actually, from what I remember. They played 2TC better, right? So I don't think you can play 2TC. You're probably looking at, like, what? Do you fast castle? Does that work? Oh, big stretch. One set. All right, sorry. Just quickly send a message to prep things. Ooh. Someone's messaging me about this Throne and Liberty game. What is this? I heard about this, but I never really looked into it. Has anyone heard about this Throne and Liberty game? Like an MMO. I'll have to check that out later. Ah, who needs that? Today we've got Eyes of War. Yeah, guys, if you're interested in like some cool kind of RTS hybrids, be sure to hang around until later in the stream because we're gonna be checking that out. Whoop, whoop. Score, game 1, mate. You arrived at the perfect time, Razzlegul. You have not missed a thing. All right, all looks good. Yeah, okay. Schedule. There is no like Wikipedia page if that's what you're wondering. If we have someone from Wikipedia that wants to set up, feel free to. It kind of did turn into a little bit of a mini invitational tournament or whatever. But, yeah, up to people. All right, y'all ready for this? It's time to find out who's the king of Skarsgård. Will it be the local Dane or will it be the disruptor from the south in Core? One and all, we've got $100 on the line here in this play-only Skarsgård show match. Best of 5 to see who's the best at this map currently. Big shout out to Avali, who created Skarsgård, by the way, as well as a big shout out to Hymenator, who put the $100 on the line to find out who's the best at it. This could be a fun one, though. We open up with Voldemort on his true signature civ, his best civ, in my humble opinion. I think this is where he thrives most. It is, of course, the Abbasids. And a classic for Core. All right, like, you know, I kind of meme on him about the HRE, but before HRE, I felt like this was the base, right? This is where we saw him play the most into the Rus. And a new and improved Rus. A little bit weaker in the first 5 to 10 minutes, but a lot stronger past that with a new and improved bounty system. A bounty system that is going to benefit a crap ton from the surplus of deer on this map. I think we talked about it before that, like, I think the maps was 50 plus deer. It's a lot. There's more deer on this map than you'll find on any other map that I'm aware of in a 1v1. Because you got like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15 deer, 3 a stack. So that comes out at 45, right? Then you've got 5 deer in each player's base. That's 55 deer. Oh my dear, that is high. Right? Like typically on a map, you're going to be seeing 28 deer. It has double the bounty of any other map, but for good reason, folks. There is only 5 sheep per player. You start with 5 in your base, and that is it. So, really cool to see. Love that Avali was the first person to jump on this. With the dynamics being changed the way they have, with the bounty system being reworked, we can get more creative again. I cannot be the only one that's kind of bored by the idea of like every single map being 2 deer stacks and a boar per player. It's kind of lame. Even berries has been tamed, right? Like outside of Lipany, every map pretty much has the same amount of berries. So really cool difference here. I do think maybe the berry civs have been treated a little bit harshly here, as there's not much in the way of that on the map. But the deer is a really cool detail. I also hope we get to see new Gaia units. I'd love to see Giraffe, man. Now that I've played some Major Myth, watched the Major Myth, and experienced like all these different unit types, it adds a layer of character that I think is underrated. So, Eco Wing on the way. Voldemort is going to be playing a Greedy Boy game. No surprise there. We said that this is usually, in this matchup, as a TC race. Bastards are quite good in this matchup, actually, because if it turns 2TC versus 2TC, their TCs are just better. Cheaper to produce with Eco Wing, and also more cost-efficient to produce out of. If you want cost efficiency, if you want everything perfect, click that link right now. We just talked about Protein Works. Big shout out to them for sponsoring us. I want to try and push them hard, because obviously they're going to be sales-driven. They want to see performance returns on the sponsors they do. And if they see good returns, they'll increase what they're sponsoring for, which will give me more money to put into little tournaments. Win-win, in my opinion. Gets you guys something delicious, and gets you more entertainment to sink your teeth into. So, Golden Gate coming in. Is this going to be Pro Scouts again? It doesn't reek of it to the same degree we've seen previously. He has nobody out on gold. He's only got 1 ticket. It does take 50 seconds to grab. I think it's feasible, but instead, hold the telephone. 8 villager pull, bore towards the enemy base. Dare I say proxy Roos base? This has all the air of that old school classic you'd see on maps like Lipany. It's going to be muddied a little bit by the fact that wolves are joining on the party, and oh no. Oh no. Can he actually grief this? He might be able to. Boar's going to be stabbed down straight away. The wolves are proving annoying though. Boar almost getting a kill. Scout joins in. And this has become quite messy. He's going to try to rush up the outpost. He needs to stab this down. 1 villager lost straight away though, and the Gaia are working together. The wolves are not being killed. Oh my god, finally it goes down, but alongside it goes down 2 villagers, and the spearman shows up from Voldemar. He has to commit now. There's no choice. Either run away or build it. There's no other in between. What an insane start to this game. Second spear is now arriving, and I think he's running out of choices here. It's going to be a dive pass. 2 villagers struck down. I mean, funnily enough, it might have been a way that you could actually just kill all these villagers and stop the outpost going up. But I love that Voldemar wasn't too greedy about it. Outpost is up, but that is a half-power ball play. God damn, he is going for it. Double archer range. I mean, in fairness, your opponent has built racks, right? So you kind of justify. But here's the problem, guys. Teensy problem. Yeah, I don't think you go stone. I think you just play the age, because if you play the age, you're now 4 villagers ahead. For reference, this is equivocal, actually better than being an Ibid player and going growth wing. And immediately queues up camel archers. I'm not crazy about the camels. I think you just spam archers here. But the problem is we can see what Voldemar cannot. He's busy scouting at home. Alarm bell should be going off when he sees no production buildings here. This is an all-in by Core. He's either winning the game or losing the game at 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Core doing a better job of just getting all the info he needs here. Doesn't quite know about the Camel Archer, but when you see it, you're not going to feel deterred. You're going to be quite happy here. I think Voldemar just needs to take this to the other side and raid. I think that's the goal here. But with the Wooden Fortress already being up, that's going to be more difficult. How did you guys vote in the end, by the way? Things got wild towards the end of the voting sequence anyway. So 58% backing Core. I wonder, did the voting end before the Spearman done what they done there? Because we've got second TC as well. I wondered if Voldemar was going to be greedy enough for it. Apparently so. He's not convinced that Core has the ammunition to take him down fast enough. I can't see where it's come from as well, right? Golden Gate pads you a little bit, sure, but you know, when you go this many villagers down so early, when you think about how efficient Ambassadors are with 2 TC play as well, with the fresh foodstuffs, almost just feels like a no-brainer. We do need to see fresh foodstuffs, though. Voldemar has not been greedy enough. I think it's kind of a mistake just not getting this straight away. It returns a pretty lofty amount of food, actually. You save 54 food per TC per minute. Nice removal of vision. Spearman will be chased away. Maybe we're going to see a Stables follow-up here for Core. So that's going to be Blacksmith's priority, so it's just looking to get the Steeled Arrow online. And Stables is now being dropped. So, this is Starvation strat. Yeah, this is intriguing by Core. In a normal setting, this play would look really bad. Right? Like, your standard kind of map, like a Dry Rabe or a Lippany, your opponent's probably got like 15 sheep. He's got the 6 starter berries. He's safe. This is not Tri-Arabia. Scarguard offers you very little safely. You get 5 sheep. You get 5 deer. On paper, it's a lot of food, right? It's about 2,750 food. But in reality, you know, it dries up fast. Even when you're playing a Bastards. That's why we're already seeing Voldemar adding in farms. Especially when he tries to go Camel Archers, this is not cheap. Meanwhile, if your name's Core in this one, if you're playing Teal, you've got access to the boar. You've got all the deer to the north side afterwards. Like, he's not going to starve out anytime soon. Cool, understanding he needs to go. Ram's already being prepped. So the Blacksmith makes more sense now, right? I thought we might see Knights, but I think he realizes taking a raiding type approach to this doesn't make sense because of Camel Archers. If you try to scale Knights, your opponent's going to mirror with the scaling point of Camel Archers. And they can kite you while defending base. Well, we did say that this was make or break by 15 minutes. And Core's actions definitely seem to be supporting that. Clown Car now moving into the second TC. Voldemar, a bit of a problem here, guys. He doesn't actually have much of an army right now to deal with this. Even if he got mass archers, this would be a problem due to the Clown Carring nature. Cool. Now starting to poke in. I kind of prefer the idea of like 10 archers in most cases. And the reason for that is because when you go up to 15, they kind of spread out a bit too much and often don't immediately re-garrison. Good micro by Voldemar, though. You know how you deal with Clown Car shenanigans? Clown TCs. Oh, no. This is brutal. I mean, Core, he's just going to have to go for the good old standard expected player Rams. Build enough to destroy a building. Don't build enough to cheese your way to one kill with one Ram, right? But that means less going into Archer Mass, more going into Siege. It's buying Voldemar much needed time, considering he's already 9 farms deep. Second Archer range now getting added up behind this. Second Ram's going to be attempted again. I mean, we've got triple Archer range, 1 Rax. This is such a classic. I got a really big smile on my face because I do not remember the last time I got to see a Roos forward base like this. This was a powerful build, if you guys remember. I think Vortex was one of the first players to really signal onto B as well. It was back on Lippany they discovered this strategy where you play under the boar, you build the Winter Fortress, you build all the structures around it, and then you just follow through it. Meanwhile, not quite going up. In fact, he's going to cancel it because the scout is there. Doesn't want to mess around with it. He's probably falling back for a secondary wall. One Spearman already pulling over to that side. Houses, in the meantime, are getting targeted. The third Ram is now being built up. Voldemar needs an answer quick, and I think he just realized what was missing. This wasn't intended, guys. He's had the resources for fresh foodstuffs for ages in this game. And at every turn, he neglected it. And it's been like, he could have had it 4 minutes ago, right? 4 minutes alone in this situation would have saved him a lofty amount. He would have saved, what's that end up being? 432 food. 2 extra camels or several extra archers, right? Several spearmen in that situation instead. They just aren't there now. Means Core's timing is still on point. No wheelbarrow either means running out after Rams like this is not pretty. Voldemar having to flee the area. Several villagers are going to get struck down though. Second TC under heavy pressure. Repair crew's going to come in. Horseman try to dive. But the undermesh is not good enough for protection. Not against this many of the archers. Able to shift back further. In the moment, the villagers are going to start getting targeted. The horsemen are trickling in. And I think we are going to get a clear victor in game number 1 here. Core, a scrappy, messy, disastrous start to his game. But you know what? The beginning does not define the end. 28 archers. No military boot camp availability here. Now building a backup TC after losing the second. This is the most abased BS ever. Oh, that is wild. What's the reason for not going knights? Timing, scaling. Your opponent already shoot camel archers. Like, you're just going to get screwed if you do it. Mass archers just makes more sense because also, like, normally Rus are a bit scared of just massing archers only because the opponent's going to have boot camp, right? So they trade better. But you can see your opponent went eco-wing. All you have to do is look at the landmark and look at him die. Camel archers, whew, somehow dodging death. Cool. The Rams are still making good on all the infrastructure, but keep in mind, Core doesn't know it's another TC yet. It's about to find out soon, though. Voldemar having to shift all the way into the corner, massing up as many production builders behind this as he can. The dive is coming through. Archer mass still at 18. Able to keep Voldemar's head in the dirt. The second TC is now revealed, but in the meantime, the Rams are now out of position. Villagers move out. Voldemar able to snipe one. Second one is going to fall soon. That means the third TC should be safe here. Behind this, we haven't got any sort of transition. Core is stockpiling a lot of tickets, but he doesn't have a second TC. Instead, he just has more Rams. This is actually wild. Relentless aggression versus relentless greed. We've even got farms now being set up all the way in the back corner. Credit to him, Voldemar didn't actually lose all the farms. He has a substantial amount still around the TC compared to what he should have lost, right? I think he only lost maybe 3 farms max. So food eco-wise, he can afford to stay here. But as we know, Core isn't going anywhere anytime soon. He still has all the food out on the map at his disposal. 5th Ram now being built up by the German. Outpost is going to be a no. Archer lead is still substantial. Some horsemen now being added in by Voldemar. Farms are now being targeted. Not a bad choice here. Villagers are going to be pulled. Core a little bit slow on the reaction to this. He's trying to go for the juggler. The House of Wisdom, not always an easy target here. But it's going to light a fire underneath Voldemar's ass. He has to defend soon. Now, remember, 2 landmarks, so not just the House of Wisdom. The TC needs to be deleted as well. Voldemar, it feels a little bit like he's overreacting. It seems like he doesn't want to lose the Golden Age, which I understand, but you just don't have the mass of horsemen or archers yet to directly conflict with this. Another Ram being targeted. Horsemen are going to dive in. Villagers are able to get back in on the garrison. The archers now trading out with their counterparts, but Core is looking unstoppable. 4 Rams still alive, 1 landmark down, a double archer lead, and one that is not going away anytime soon. Horsemen try to just stick a muddy foot in the mixer. But still, like, you're trickling in horsemen. They maybe absorb 1 shot, great, but it's not going to be enough. And now we've got bigger problems on the horizon. TC about to be low 4k HP. 4 Rams wailing on it. This could be over within 30 seconds. Voldemar needs to make a move right now, but with only archers and 13 villagers garrisoned inside, he doesn't have a quick answer. Rams are shifting away. I'm a little bit surprised though. Core looks like he's worried about the villagers being pulled over here. Voldemar, are you actually kidding me? The boy who lived, not yet come to die. Voldemar pushes him away. Core now going up to 6 Rams, but at this stage, we are reaching desperation territory. This is the guy who strikes out 15 times at the bar on a Saturday night and resorts to seducing a lamppost. He is having a horrible time here. If he cannot get the kill and get it fast, this is over. So what does he do? Core goes up to double-digit Rams. He knows that with enough Rams, there is no clear counter. Voldemort only has villagers to kill them out. Core even snatching the deer from right next to Voldemort's base, doing everything he can to prevent a sudden boom of horsemen here. Voldemort, just trying to buy more time, is now setting up the walls. Voldemort, well, he has built a scout. I don't think he's going to want the information that guy's going to provide him, though, because there is something coming over the hill. And it's something of a monster. 11 Rams now. I think we found Core's favorite unit. Villagers also being pulled. This is it. He knows it's all in. Everything but the kitchen sink to sink the kid in game number 1. Rams need to go around the sides right now. They're kind of clambering over each other. Villagers with the torches out. Surely this must be it. Voldemort pulls everything as well. This is absolutely wild. Rams are shuffled around now. And that is it. There's no denying it anymore. Core, it's only game 1. And we are already off to an absolutely insane set. Oh, that's only game 1, man. That is only game 1. That was so good. God damn, these two are delivering. Insane greed versus insane ram. The farm transition killed him. He couldn't get out of the base, guys. You need to realize, like, he actually couldn't get out of the base because of what Core was doing. That was a forced error. Having to go farms is a forced error there. That's the whole point of the map. You punish greed. It's like, if you want to do a hindsight thing, you'd have to go all the way back and it would be, yeah, he shouldn't have gone eco-wing. That's like your return to the darkness situation, right? Because then if you have military wing, your opponent can't even, like, do the proxy base, right? Because 2 archers, 2 spears kill him. Like, he almost lost all those villagers on the forward to 2 spears, right? Oh my god. Only game 1, though. Dude, what do I call that one on YouTube? It's so good, I don't even know where to begin with that one. Do I just call it if at first you don't succeed? Ram again. The centipede, Jesus. Roos Ram Ranch. Do we? I don't know. I think the title of the video is if at first you don't succeed, ram again, right? I kind of like that. Rams everywhere. I don't know. Rams failing, question mark, build more. I think that's it. All right, there we go. So, guys, we're a minute out. Game 2 is going to be Byzantine versus French. Wait, was it Kiljadi who slapped Voldemort with this matchup? He baited him so that he built Mass Limitane, and then it was just 1,000,000 archers for French. Surprisingly enough, French can actually win this matchup in a really harsh way. No cap. All you have to do is, like, force your opponent to overthink about Limitane because you've got knights, right? And then you just build archers. It's surprising just how effective that strategy is. So yeah, like, contract choice defines everything is really important here. Slip up, get it wrong at all, and it's just kind of already curtains closed. Oh man, this is brilliant. So let's get ready to switch over. I think we got them in the right position, but you never bloody know with these lobbies because the way the map spawns. Let's pay out. Core able to get the win in game 1. Let's get ready for game numero 2. All right, here we go. Let's get ready. We're only on the second game of this grand finals, and it's already delivered an absolute banger. What could they do to eclipse that? It's time to find out. One and all, welcome back to the show matches. We've got $100 on the line here to test out Avali's newest creation, Scarguard. Wait, was it Scarguard? Yeah. I keep saying Skarsgård instead. It's Scarguard. So we've got an interesting map here. Water has no fish. It has relics, sacred sites, and gold on it. It's a very different style. And with the way the food is spread across the map, we've seen just how painful starvation can be in the greatest of empires. So let's put it to the truest test by throwing the Byzantines to the wolves here. The kid, Voldemar himself, on the Byzantines, going up against Yep, a.k.a. Core, on the French in the orange. Really rate French here. This is a very interesting matchup. I was just saying in the pre-lobby, I recall a very distinct game from Killjadi where he starved map vision and presence to bait a Byzantine player into spamming Limitane. And then he didn't build more than 4 knights after 20 minutes. He built mass archers. So I'm wondering if Core has a similar idea where he's going to look to just box Voldemar in his base. Voldemar is going to expect to not be out on the map because it is French Knights after all. And then his only way to get out is going to be to do Limitane. So this is like, yeah, this is surprising. You'd be actually impressed just how much of a difference Vision makes. Because confirmation is everything. If you choose the wrong contract here, you lose the game. And a lot of players will just inherently go longbows, but I think you're meant to go javelins here. I've seen quite a few players against French just do longbows and just turtle up, bulk up, and then come out eventually. But I think it has to be jabs or busts. I guess the tricky part is like if you do jabs, your opponent can just kind of spear knight spam, I guess, which is pretty effective. I've yet to see someone try Keshix, but I don't rate Keshix highly here. I think Keshix is much more of a difficult to execute comp than the other two. And that's on maps where you have 6 berries to start with on a Grand Winery. This is a game where you're going to have 2. In fact, I kind of feel bad for Voldemar. Dude, he passed up the double berry stack on the Ford. All because he's paranoid about the French aggression. That sucks, though. I mean, I get it, right? You don't want to be building Grand Winery Ford because then your farms are Ford. But it's going to make the initial Merc contract so hard to tick. Kind of rough, right? He would have preferred to maybe have this type of spawn. Maybe Biz not so good. No, I think Byzantines will be good on this map, and here's why. Their farms are way too efficient still. Their farms are like top 3 best farms in the game, right? In terms of cost, reinvestment, what you get out of it, right? And, you know, there is an opportunity for French to exploit that because it's such an aggressive civ. But in general, there's a reason why in this show match setups we've had Voldemar versus Myriad, we've had 4 players playing. I'm pretty sure Byzantines has been one of the most banned alongside HR in English. And the reason is that farm transitions being so cheap or efficient or viable offsets one of the biggest key factors about this map, which is you should be out on the map. The deer demand it. Otherwise, you die. And yeah, Juji Meditation Gardens suck. We've had 1 or 2 Juji games. I was not a fan because one of the biggest drivers on Meditation Gardens being good for Juji is the berry mass. And usually that 8 stack of berries, which just doesn't exist here. So, Rax order dropped. Limitana is expected. School of Cavalry is in. First Knight is already on the way, but you're seeing a lot of people across in the wood. seeing with 7 people on wood suggests we are going to be seeing a swift transition into archers, which would make a lot of sense here. And that is peculiar. Okay, so yeah, it's just the assistant. For a second there, I thought Voldemar was walling like this with just wood walls. It looked like on the minimap. But we're just setting up the systems. So buff on the gold, buff on the berries. And most importantly, buff on that tree line. One thing that's a little bit awkward here for Voldemar is he's gathering from his 4 tree line. The reason that's awkward is it means that, you know, considering this is your life essence, having this as your 4th resource, if this starts to get shut down, game over. Right, because you need this to scale into the farms. You're going to need this to scale into, say, archers. You're going to need it to scale even to Limitane. Yes, it's only 10 wood, but it needs to come from somewhere. I love this on the other side, just straight out into the pocket resources. We've seen a few players going for pro scouts, and it is kind of tempting, I know, when you consider the discount you get as French, but I think pro scouts would be a critical error here for Core. He needs all forces pushing because, as we know, the Byzantine economy is kind of broken. 20% more resources from the olive oil, then you've got the buff already coming from the cistern. They get ahead pretty fast. So in a game situation where that olive oil detail is a bit weaker, you need to fully exploit that with pressure. And there aren't many better civs at doing that than the French. Oh, it's already in the way. And you're correct. He had to go with the olive grove. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't have enough for the mercs. So Merc House coming. I think we're looking at Javs. There's no way Voldemar doesn't suspect what he's up to. Right? Core hasn't revealed yet. Did he see the deer move? There's an archer coming right now. Is Core going to offer this info up for free? There's no way, right? Actually, that wolf may have just saved him from revealing it. It's important that Core doesn't come any closer. He needs to make Voldemar work for this information. He can't give it over for free. And he makes the right choice. He does it blind, but he has got the right choice coming in. Silk Road is going to be selected, so Javelin counter on the way now for the archers. Scout is going to run away in time. Important you don't lose that, so you know what the kind of balance is. Otherwise, you could end up over-investing into like Limitane when you don't need many. I think now, because this info is revealed, you're probably going to see Core just take a more balanced flow, where it's like, you know, 50% of your resources into archers, 50% into knights. And then you try to play for the big numbers, right? Blacksmith transition is going to be intriguing. It shouldn't be a weak point for Voldemar because he does have the retracted gold, so he'll be able to gather towards those techs. And remember, with the Byzantines, because the cistern choices, Dialecticus can make those unlocks very fast. Archer's trying to poke. Unfortunately for him, Voldemar stopped at the perfect tree before he'd reveal himself. So I'd love to see, actually, you know, I think Core just needs extra vision. So either go for a scout or this is a bit more zealous. He's actually going for an outpost. What in the deuce? It's kind of cool, right? Like we've said, that Voldemar is very reliant on a 4th resource, and that's an exposure point. And he's unlikely to scout this. His paranoia is now on the east side. He needs to make sure his opponent isn't up to anything nefarious. And big mistake there, Voldemar. He got baited. Nice grab. Didn't even need the knights in the end. The archers were good enough. So Scout goes down. And Voldemar is now playing blind. He does now see the outpost, though, by some miracle. Guess what? That miracle is called Border Settlements. Why? Like, this tech is still so good. That might save his bacon here, actually. That outpost... a few extra 3 seconds, and that would have been undeniable. But instead, Voldemar reads it at the perfect moment. Villager goes down. Still a 3 eco lead. Remember, the French are going to scale more economy over time. An awkward state for Voldemar, man. he's eventually going to have a lot of jabs. But for now, you're seeing how much he's struggling. Right? Remember the cost of these jabs. It sits at 460. So it's going to take him about 4.5 minutes to afford 4 more javelins. That's terrible. A knight produces in less than 35 seconds. It shows you how drastically weak that production rate is. That's a weird mill. No, because he's creeping around the TC, right? It's not the worst of ideas. Also, I think he had the deer here, so it's a value point there as well. Flash coming in, archers. I'm going to start to wail on Limitane. Knights are wrapping around the flank. Good reaction coming out from Voldemar, though. Cool. He has wailed away a lot of these Limitane. I think there's a big mistake here from Voldemar not having undermesh at this stage. Definitely feels like it's hurting him. Knights, in the meantime, are going to surge in. And if you just get 1 or 2 jab kills, this is huge here. He doesn't have the numbers, but instead a bit of a miss rally, a bit of a miss aggro there. Javelins aren't dying. Wall has at least been broken, so that's going to make things a bit more uncomfortable as Voldemar has to back up. But it's only 1 Knight now, so even with these Limitane being removed, Core doesn't have that many units to push in with. Then again, does Voldemar really have many to defend with? I think at this stage, Voldemar actually probably would have benefited from going archers. He's now instead going to be going into double stable horseman play himself. Thank God he cancelled that. Yeah, this is the bigger thing. The reason why his javelins can't even hold there is because of the +1/+1. Yeah, this is one of those classic situations where I just kind of look at the option of going archers itself and think it's kind of slept on. Archer Limitane is still pretty good, right? Like, you've got an inflated economy. You're against an opponent who doesn't have better archers. Your Limitane are very tanky, especially if you prioritize blacksmiths. It's almost like Voldemar was relying on the idea of just being able to have enough mercenaries here. And as we see, you take 2/3 of a Grand Winery's initial berries away, and it's quite the flop. Cool. He's trying, oh, bless him, he's trying to reach the injured wall there, or the half-constructed one. But it's in a weird spot between the berry and the house, so you can't touch it. But it's all good. It doesn't take them long to get through. Remember, Rams get double damage versus walls. Horseman revealed very early here. Now that is peculiar. Core is not bothering with Knights. He's just full-on sending it into Archer production. What would be even crazier here, but actually would win him the game, is if Core, instead of building Knights, built Spears. His opponent doesn't have Archers. He won't build Archers. So you'd counter the Horsemen, you'd bog down the Limitane, you'd counter the Javelins. Like, weirdly enough, French building Spears is almost an insta win here. Instead, he's going to start stepping away for good reason. Undermesh is in, but no Steeled Arrow. No Bloomery, no extra text like that. Horsemen are being whittled away at. Javelins are going to get dove again, and I can't believe in this, man. This is just painful to watch. This is giving me flashbacks to release Byzantines where everyone's like, they're crap. If you saw this game and no other game of Age of Empires 4 with Byzantines this year, you'd think Byzantines needed some of the biggest buffs imaginable. Triple Ram. I think Core wants to end the game. Luckily for the kid, because Voldemar didn't put his farms on the front side, he's not going to lose the prime of his economy, right? But wood is still a really big deal at this stage. Scaling the farms, getting into Horsemen, Limitane, it all requires that wood access. Cool, we're going to start shuffling in. Only 2 Horsemen. He's going to take the stab quite happily here, right? Well, you'd think he would. A little bit of a messy fight there. Somehow the Ram ends up getting pinched. Limitane count has rescaled, and cool. I just can't tell, man. Is he overextending, or is this the correct read? It feels really weird the amount of units he has to lose to get so little in return, but when you consider how many more archers you can build compared to how many more javelins you can build, in a weird way, it kind of works. It's not clean by any stretch of the imagination. But he's essentially just leveraging how weak the olive oil gathering is for Voldemar. A little bit of overextension from Limitane there. Still 1 Knight here, so Voldemar needs to show a little bit of respect. Diver's going to come in, 1-for-1 trade. Rams are now going across, and I think this is where villagers are going to get targeted. No Akratoy defense getting activated, so a few eco units are going to go down, and despite the fact that Voldemar is holding, and Core is admittedly throwing away a lot of units, remember that he's French. Which is why he's so good at running up now. Which is why he's so comfortable with the status quo. Because the status quo is not a status quo for the French. Their economy will keep scaling. And Byzantines have a way to mirror that with the system buffs. But it's very expensive, it's very limited. It doesn't always feel natural as well. And this is 100% just attacker defender, right? Like, Voldemar, game 1, tried to play greedy, eco, very defensive. Game 2, doing the same. And Core with relentless aggression in that game as well. But I think we've got a switch up, potentially. He's starting to flow extra resources, so I'm wondering if the idea of trying to go Castle Age is crossing his mind. I don't see crazy value in it. Men-at-Arms in theory could be cool, that's about it. I would legit rather just see Core switch into Spears. Like, double racks here would pop pretty hard. Instead, we're up to what? 4 archery ranges, double stables, so triple stables even. So yeah, no signs of switching. All right, who do you think? I'm legit curious because I saw a few different answers. Who do you guys think is winning this now? 2s if you think Voldemar's winning, 1s if you think Core is winning. Because I feel like Core's winning. It's definitely not the easiest way to win it, but Voldemar's kind of in a bind. It's not often you say that when someone's got this many of the groves up. But I think he is going to find himself quite limited on wood at this rate. He's got the south side, but I don't think that's as well protected with enough. As he's like set all these outposts up here, right? Like triple outpost defense. Pretty heavy investment. Looks like Voldemar's trying to come out. Knights are going to mirror the move of the Horsemen. Limitane have to give way and open up the field. Archers are going to be able to exploit that. Knights now cycling around again. So Cav basically trading for the back lines. The Limitane are still kind of being king here, but not for much longer. Horseman count is down to 2. Core is relentlessly chasing that one Horseman, but it doesn't even matter. Limitane count is too low. Voldemar has to leave, and now with the resurge, might this be the point where he breaks? He's got another group of jabs on the way. That will put him up at 11. But at the same time, when you're at 11 javelins, Core is going to be mirroring that with Knight count. I think Core needs to tech. So the weird thing about this matchup is although he's kind of winning on economy, right? It's growing and growing and growing. The big pet peeve here, the issue is eventually the food is going to run out. And when it does, you're going to be staring down the barrel of a fully powered farm transition for the Byzantines that you don't have. So, you know, either switch spears or play Castle Age, because I feel like this attempt to just keep diving is starting to fall off a little bit. And it's just a meat grinder you can't afford long term. Instead, maybe a switch up. Maybe instead we go after the farms. Ram's going to break through. I love this play if he starts taking out farms. Knights are going to see an opening here. Voldemar not moving. Slow reaction there. Limitane starting to pull back. That will force a retreat out of Core. Wall is going to be brought down. But Ram now needs to retreat. That's it, guys. I think this game is over. I think it's going to be 1-1. Core has so many Knights, but like this is just not sustainable. It's so tunnel vision-y. It's very hard to remember these type of moments. But I think Core being stuck on Archer Knights this entire time has gradually lost him the game. It's weird because I remember like in French mirrors, you know, French players always look at that transition into Spearman because it wins the game. But this is a matchup where I think just as equally Spears wins. And it's also a big reason why like Byzantine players were always worried they need to go Lombos, is because if a French player gets to go Spears, Javelins get countered. And yeah, this is going to be a loss of the Knights, and I think a loss of the game. So we are going to get some distance in this series. Knight count is now down to just 9. Numbers are not impressing anymore. Voldemar has options. He can either tech or he can send it. But now, finally, he has the olive oil income to support a send. Meanwhile, Core barely scraping together remaining archers. Wait, hold a sec. Knights. Alright, Voldemar's going to head back home. It's a good fight for Core. But the food, I'm just seeing the icons disappear on the map, guys. If he slips up and falls back that far next time, he's not going to be able to gather, right? Because he's running out of safe food. It's weird because like if Core could just min-max constantly, like even taking these unfavorable fights, if you get Knights away on 1 HP, right? Chivalry returns. But I don't think he's done enough of that. Like 8 knights in total, about to go up to 10. Voldemar is coming in with the walls now. He's carving the map. Villagers, also a little bit overextended, are going to be seen. So 4 eco out on the front side. In the meantime, horsemen are raiding to the back of the base. Don't think we have Expilatoris coming in. No. Might be worth considering, though, because considering he's got about 1,000 food income a minute, he could just pump up to 10, 15 horsemen and raid the back line. Which is really smart on this map, because remember, safe gold is quite limited when you play on Skyguard. So just having 20 plus for clearing the eco is a jackpot. Gotta give it to them, man. These two have delivered in this series so far. This has been incredibly entertaining. I've got a feeling the first game is going to be almost impossible to top. But I love the fact that we're just sticking to the script of the relentless aggression and relentless defense. Or rather, actually, you know what it is? It's relentless aggression versus restless defense. Yes. Calm before the storm. See, Voldemar isn't content with the idea of attacking up because he knows that Core's putting everything back into an army, right? So, like, Voldemar needs another win in a fight, and this would be big. Horsemen, they find the villages. Knights are on the way, but not before some people get scalped. And the beautiful thing about playing Horsemen here, folks, the moment that the Knights do arrive, you can just run away. Ooh, a little bit greedy there. Try for the double tap. Army is fully reacting now. Archers are slightly out of position here. Limitana are just going to send it in. And the Knights, this is awkward. Next to the tree line, he can't get the charge off, so no bonus damage coming through. Not that he wants to now, so it looks like an absolute rout here. Archer's already down. 14 javelins is good enough. And Horseman now just trying to force the Knights to hang around to defend the villages instead. It means he's losing his back line of army. 41 to 25 military now. And the Limitane count looks high enough to take on the world. Oh my word. Remember what we said about the state of the economy, right? Like, the approach Core took is he took the safe food first. So he has to play more aggressive and more aggressive and more aggressive. He can't anymore. He's getting blocked. Not just that. That TC problem, you know, the faster producing French doesn't exist. 17 seconds doesn't beat 2 times 20 seconds. Now an eco lead. An insane turnaround here. As Voldemar is now ready to pull the trigger. Castle Age is being prepped for. Core has got a lot of knights. It feels more like a lot of squat at this stage. He's got some farms coming in, but I just can't really bank against the Byzantines when they're sitting on 42 farms. Not to mention a tech advantage. Golden Horn Tower now coming up. I would not blame Core if he just GG'd the moment the tech up completed. He'll probably go for a fight, and I respect that. But after that fight, he'll fully understand the state of the game. Like, he's lost way too many engagements now. And yeah, don't trust army value. Capture Age didn't finish their work. Olive Oil doesn't track on that UI. More walls going up. Love this. So Voldemar is trying to funnel it. It's a lot of knights. He doesn't want to have to chase them around his base. So these walls are going to push Core into one direction. Javelin's getting the perfect fight they want. The knights are nowhere nearby. They're too busy burning walls. Tech up complete. And if Core backs off now to tech up himself, I would be shocked if Voldemar doesn't just send it. Veterancy for the Limitane already queued up. Same with the veterancy for the contract. And you are correct. One Camel Rider ruins any hope for Core. Pinch comes in, grabs 4 knights straight away. Limitane are just going to send it in. We're getting pinched, and a GG comes out. That is it. 1-1 scoreline in this best of 5. The series continues to deliver. Oof. Man, Cool way that this is playing out so far as well. So what do we... I like that, though. Relentless... What do we call it? Relentless aggression meets restless defense. Usually Sockton, but not so much in that situation. He didn't have much olive oil. I think, we talked about it a few times in that game. It just felt like Core probably needed a Spearman transition. I think Spearman would have won him the game. At multiple points. Especially once the Horsemen come out. That's when the Spearman is like, yeah, this is it's screaming at you now to build spears. But I won't complain getting more games. So, let's mark them up. So far, we've had Byzantines, we've had French, we've had Rus, and we've had Abbasids. Apologies, the draft's a bit scuffed. So, where do we go next? Voldemar has a pretty good situation if he picks Ottomans. I think it's a little bit rough against OOTD, but playable. Mongols is a bit... But Malians and Japanese are hard countered. Ottomans is probably Voldemar's safe bet now. But it would put his opponent on match point if he's wrong. Or not safe bet, but it's a dominant bet. So maybe you go... I think you go Delhi. Yeah, Delhi's pretty good here. And Core's probably going to realize that. So I imagine he's going to pick Order the Dragon to try and contest it. Which is a decent matchup for Dragon, if I remember correctly. It's been a while since I've seen that one, so maybe I'm wrong with that. But I do think we're probably looking at Delhi versus OOTD. Because Malians has a hard time against Delhi. Japanese has a really hard time against Delhi. Although, the new Yumi builds might impress there. So maybe he's been experimenting with that, and the Mass Horseman Yumi build could beat the Ghazi Raider spam. But we are just waiting a sec. Looks like they're getting into game now. We're about to find out. Mongols, Ottomans. There you go. Okay, so... I don't know if Core was expecting Ottomans here. You can play this, right? Back and forth. But if it turns into a massive melee mosh pit, which is viable for both sides, the Imam point comes in. And that's when the Mongols don't want to play anymore. So Core might have been a little bit worried that it was maybe a Chinese pick? No. And Chinese wins that. So Core did expect, like looking at his draft, the only other possibility is he thought Voldemar might Zhuji, or he knew it was going to be Ottomans. But we mentioned why Ottomans kind of seemed like the most likely choice, right? Like 2 of the picks by your opponent, you'd annihilate. I'd say Japanese Ottomans. Ottomans is probably the hardest counter for Japan in the game, if not second hardest. And Ottomans Malians is like, what, a top 3 counter against Malians. So yeah, probability was quite high. Okay, let's get ready to roll. Hear me out. You've got deer underneath your TC on this weird and wonderful map. Spears basically cost food. How about we just end this one in the Dark Age? It would definitely fit the script of Core here. So far in this grand finals here on the Scar Guard Invitational, we have seen relentless aggression up against restless defense. Voldemar might finally have a chance to be the aggro player with the Ottomans, though. This is a fun matchup. So, draft-wise, I don't think this is what Voldemar was hoping for. Half of the remaining picks Core had were hard countered by Ottomans. It just didn't play out that way. And that's a boon for Core, right? Like, even if this now goes to Game 4, I think a lot of his draft has been unshackled. There are still some threats, but there's a lot more presence and playability. What I'm curious about is whether we're going to get the Racks. So far, I'm only seeing the military school. The Racks reaction is coming on the other side, so Mongols are going to try to press this. And I'm looking at the gold spawns, and things are a little bit rough for Voldemar. Left side gold, if you outpost block this, it blocks all the food south side. The north side gold has been shoved further away by the stone outcropping. So there are some weak points to his spawn. I wouldn't say this is like one of those, if an outpost goes up, it's GG type games. We rarely get those these days. But it definitely would be a big leg up for the Mongols. Mongols, that just got buffed maybe a little bit too hard. The new and improved Deerstone with the Khan Hunters means that this Civ is now capable of out-archering most Civs in the game. And I think Ottomans is one of the more peculiar matchups because while you have more movement speed and range with the Mongols, the Ottomans can get more movement speed and damage. So, a lot of theory crafting on who would win if this turns into a long Dark Age. It's Ottomans. And here's why. Mongols may be able to produce more in the interim of like 10 to 20, right? Because they have the stone. But what matters most is the Vizier point. If you play a giant spear mosh pit, eventually the Ottoman player is going to get the Imam point. And that heal will win them the game. We've seen this actually. If you guys remember, it used to be on Canal, it would happen a lot. You'd have Ottoman versus Mongols. And all the Ottoman player was trying to do was spam spears until he got his healer boys. And then the game was over. So, Core has to be very careful here. And I love this. Straight away, he sees the racks, he sees the military school, he sees the free spearmen. What does Core do? Does he ego chow this? Does he play like he would in Valorant when he knows someone's got an operator? He turns the corner and gets shot in the face? No. Not today. Core says, I respect it. You've overinvested. I'm now going to go H2. Great call. You just don't want to play this for the Vizier point reason we mentioned. It's funny because in like some ways you can play it quite well. We mentioned the stone production, but also there's the fact that you can afford more wood. So like where it gets interesting is I'd say 10 to 15 Mongols feels good, then 15 to 25 Ottomans feels good in terms of spearman count, and then like past 25 Mongols feels a bit better again because, you know, their opponents have to build lumber camp. But even then, the Imam heal is just too good. So Deerstone on the way. Slightly aggressively placed Deerstone, but he's trying to buff up the gold. Looks like he was hoping that Voldemar wouldn't read what was really happening for a little bit longer. This should force the pack up and the back away, but you need to be very quick with it because if you mistime it and Voldemar's paying attention, he can run the spearman in and grab the racks. But I don't think he wants to have to pack up, so I think the goal here is he wants to get the hardened status and then double produce 2 more spearmen to win this fight. Deerstone almost complete. Spears are trying to bait him in range. He's not taking the bait though. This kind of feels rough now because, yeah, it's too late to do this. Like, if your opponent's quick, he can just pinch you. And there's the formation shuffle. Voldemar. Oh! Wait, no, the line formation got a little bit intercepted. He does clear the spearman, but, I mean, that's fine. You protect the racks. You don't really need to use it now. Like, it kind of in some ways feels better because now you don't have to worry about hardened. This should just be an immediate transition into archers. There we go. Free now on the archer range. Spearmen are going to try to burn this down. Khan did just get his damage buff, so he can kill a bit quicker. Kind of wild that he actually went for a full HP spearman instead of the injured one, though. In the meantime, Twin Minaret Madrasa now on the way for the Ottomans. So, we mentioned about how if this turns into archer mass on both sides, actually Mongols does pretty well. They can match up against the Ottomans. One thing we didn't talk about is the Sipahi. Sipahi are really scary. I'd argue that Sipahi are scarier for archer mass than Keshiks are. Because of that extra reach, that extra mobility anywhere on the map. Not to mention Fortitude as just the absolute doomsday device to activate when you choose. So, I'm wondering if instead we may see the Ottomans just play Spear Archer. You want confirmation though, you don't just want to build Spearmen more for no reason. So he'll have to wait for the stables. Great start here, though. Like, denying the Uvu. Oh, it was 3 seconds too late on the villager pool. Great read there by Voldemar to use the scout to finish that one off. Minimum is up. Got Deer Gathering about to initiate. Now setting up the mill. Has had a few Gathering on that. And, okay, that's kind of nutty. I never really even thought about that because I thought we were going to get Spear Spam, but because they had to shirk away from it. Anatolian Hills, guys. On a map where you're so limited with food, the Ottoman pick and its desirability starts to make sense. Because your opponent's going to have to now play out onto flank resources, if you both go cavalry, he's going to be exposed here and here, while you're very happily gathering underneath your TC. because Voldemar just spawned in 2,000 extra safe food. You heard that correctly. Anatolian Hills recently got buffed because it used to be 8 sheep, but then the amount of food in a sheep got nerfed. So to compensate, they added 2 additional sheep to keep the numbers the same as they once were. And no, there is no fish. The value on this map for water happens in the mid and late game. It's about gold, relics, and sacred sites. No fish. It's a complete flip to what people are used to with water hybrid maps. But I, for one, absolutely adore it because there's no other map like it. So, archery range, racks, and stables, 1-1-1 build. Meanwhile, other side, it is just raw mass archers. A bit dangerous with Sipahi now coming in. In fact, he has just scouted that out. So first Sipahi is going to reveal himself, love the target fire. Doesn't even bother to target the cav. He just heads on by with the extra range of the hunter to get the kill on the villager. I have a feeling we are not going to see Castle Age in this game. Let me put it the correct way, actually. I have a feeling Core's not going to let anyone see Castle Age in this game. Scout. Nice snipe. Ooh. Cool guys. Do not look at explosions. Great grab. It looked like for a second there he was going to survive. That was weird as well because he basically regened just enough. But Khan was able to linger for the extra health. Extra hit, rather. So that's going to force a new scout commitment. Still 70 food, right? And what you were risking is free. Sipahi are now starting to show up. And this is a serious threat that needs to be addressed. For now, though, it's just going to be raw archers. Undermesh has already been prepped. We're seeing Steel Arrow now on the way. It's intriguing we're not seeing more spearmen coming out. And the wilder part is that we've still got spearmen being produced for Voldemar, even though he's up against mass archers. So he's assuming there's a Keshik switch coming. Which is wild, because there's not. I'm impressed, man. Like, you know, Voldemar, it makes sense what he's doing here. He's trying to get ahead of the script. But the dented 1 unit comp is actually going to work the more Voldemar kind of gets in his own head. One thing that's big here, by the way, ranged armor. You've got the undermesh already. You've now got the ranged armor. So the Sipahi have 4 ranged armor. They only take 2 damage each on a unit that has 30 more health than a standard horseman and hits much harder. So like this is still quite feasible for Voldemar, but he needs to inflate Sipahi fast. Khan, in the meantime, just never with the mass. Which is surprising because he's missing out on about 2 extra faster attacks from the attack speed arrow. The reason it's like 2 extra attacks is because the arrows are bugged. It says 5 seconds, but I'm pretty sure it's 2 or 3 seconds. Complete backup's kind of surprising here from Core, but I think he's worried about the Sipahi numbers that are encroaching. It's not going to be a tech choice. I think you just tech here, you kind of die. We've actually seen that, surprisingly enough, Mass Sipahi are one of the more effective tools at countering these fast tech builds. It's one of the examples of why Ottomans are such a great pick against Japanese. Yes, my PC's making annoying noises. Sorry. Khan Hunter, though, as long as he keeps that aura in range, it means that the archers can't easily trade out. And another kind of interesting thing here is an outpost. I would love to see a forward outpost coming in from Core, because then he doesn't have to panic about being overextended. He can always just run away. Especially considering I don't believe we have a meta with the movement speed. Yeah? No. He did not go for the movement speed meta point. It's just standard aura. So no extra 10% to make you fast. Now Keshik switch coming in. Double stables as well. So this is a pretty rapid transition out of Core. He noticed that the Sipahi coming early, so he's going to peel away. Tricky one as well. Sipahi, yes, they're the numbers. Sure, they can beat the Keshiks, but in equal numbers, the Keshiks should be able to sustain off of you. Your attack speed isn't that impressive. Your base damage not that high. It's definitely a winnable fight if you can spot it early. We need to spot it fast. Chase in. Yam should be able to protect him for the most. Archer Mass backed entirely up. You know what they say, right? Transitions is one of the most uncomfortable phases of the game. And I love how Core takes that truly to heart. You can tell he did by how far back he walked with his archers. I think there's a lot of other players there that would have tried to hang around and get an edge, right? Snipe 1 or 2 villages. Can't. Yeah, in case it wasn't apparent, guys, these lads hit for 24 damage. To put it another way, they free hit archers. They are strong. They are slept on. They are one of the best cavalry units in the game, full stop. Sometimes I feel like they are the best cavalry unit in the game. Start step back here. Turns out range isn't useful if you can't keep it. Surge comes in. Voldemar, he just has so many Sipahi here. Able to shove this away. Causing trouble. He has got the Yam. He can start to step away from this. Fortitude hasn't been activated yet. He's waiting for the moment. In the meantime, a dive comes on the other side. Keshik's raiding now into the economy. There needs to be some return fire. Voldemar now diving onto the gold. Villagers shuffling away. Choke points having to be held, but it's coming at a high price here. It's all falling apart. Core, the Archer Mass is falling too fast. The Keshik raid was cool. It was cute. But ultimately, it doesn't feel like enough. This on the other side should be, though. A lot of injured Sipahi, but right now, Core in a panic can't target them down. Villagers stop running, so all of a sudden the eco damage is mirrored and exceeded here. And dive continues anew. Ranged armor still activated. Sipahi so slow to die. Finally, he realizes that Core gets the snipe on the meta. Archer Mass depleted down to 15 here. And I think he's going to lose the entire army. After which, we are talking about a prolonged age where the Ottomans have been yielding Vizier points. They have extra perks working. They've got passive production. They've got the favorable unit matchup still. And you're now eco behind. Oh my god, the focus fire of the spy as well. Like, would have been more value potentially to kill the archers, but he just doesn't care. He wants every little bit he can get. Keshik's now getting queued up by Core. This is meant to be his recovery arc. He's way back in. He's saving grace now that there's no spears. But he's doing so from behind. We can see military school count at 2. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a third one getting slotted in very soon here. Last of the raiding archers are at least going to get mopped up, but you are reading that correctly. 9 villages ahead now. Feels like more than that when you consider the passive production involved here. Good timing now for Voldemar to move out, wall up, and rebulk. Because now Core has to do something drastic, right? Like, he is just behind. So if you just kind of waylay this, play your atypical game, where you're like, I'm just going to mass military, and I'm going to take the big fight directly with you. That only works if your opponent is directly countered on the comp. And at this stage, that's a big ask. I think Voldemar has a good enough economy that he could kind of just spend about 70% of it on archers and the rest on Sipahi, and he would be uncontestable directly. So Core's probably going to need to find a way of sneaking in with Keshiks, but he needs to be quick about it before those walls go up. And that never feels good, because it means, like, you know, if you choose to not do that, you're going to be the defending player. And I have a kind of rule with Mongols. If the Mongol player is defending, he's lost the game, right? Like, Mongols are not a defensive civ. The one exception is if they're in Imperial Age with mass cannon replacements, right? But this point in the game, if you have to defend, you don't have the desirable walls that all these other civs do. Shut up. I do think Voldemar needs to hold his horses a little bit. Literally and figuratively. He doesn't have the meta yet, which is a big deal breaker, big no-no. Extra Vizier points are coming through, and I wonder if that's going to be the military school. I'd love to show you directly, and maybe by the year 2026 I'll be able to. Via a little button that I can click and show the Vizier points. But for now, I'm just going to be a little bit facetious about it and mold the fact we don't have it. There we go. Military school now coming in. We don't have pastures either, right? Nope, not a single pasture. Which I think makes sense. If Core was building pastures from this position, he'd be losing even more. But what that means and why that's important is it means he doesn't have safe economy. So the Sipahi raid sneaking out, similar to the concept the Keshiks we talked about, that's going to be the story to watch here. I give you 3,000 resources. Would you rather spend it on Keshiks or Sipahi? Be honest. Because I feel like I'd rather have Sipahi. Good lord. Strike straight in. 3 dead. Might be 4. The Yam wasn't in range. The Deerstone too far forward. Even more running out to death. And all of a sudden, we are now talking about what feels like a mountain to climb here. 14 villager lead for the Ottomans. You choose Keshiks. Interesting. I'm not, like, and keep in mind, I'm not talking about extra elements around. I'm not giving you a meta. You're not having your Yam aura. It's just Keshiks or Sipahi. I think Sipahi are more desirably equipped there. For a start, when you clash 3,000 resources worth those 2 units, all these guys will be attacking straight away. You can also kite them. And then when you go to do things like killing villages, it's more easy, right? You have better mobility. Also, because you're statistically having more units, more entities than Keshiks, there's less likelihood that you can just get countered by a group of spears. Right? Because you can split off into more groups, there's more entities, so you need more spears to brace. Like, Sipahi just feel great, man. Like, when you're able to scale like this, it's scary because if you lose them and they can die quickly, it feels GG. But the amount of versatility they give you is phenomenal. Attack speed arrow gets activated, but the Sipahi are already in. They have their own attack speed if need be. Keshiks have to engage. There's no walking away from this in one piece. Voldemort, while pushing like this, is starting to scale his eco towards a castle age if he wants it. It's giving me a reinvestment instead. Keshiks are trying to hold on at the tail end of this fight, but the Spearmen aren't getting focused down. There's still 3 or 4 in the mix. Keshik count has been reduced down to 2. And I think Cause matters of moments away from admitting defeat here. Meta is going to be target down. He doesn't even finish it. Please, no. Oh my god. He didn't even touch it the last time there. 8 health left on the meta. And now a dominant military lead. The world is oyster. A match point on the horizon. Voldemort now leads the series. Oi, oi, oi. Can he finish it? In 4, though. We've got to go and assess the drafts to figure that one out. Because I'm looking at this, I'm thinking about it. I think he has the tools. Like, I'm pretty sure this is just a Delhi pick. I'm not sure how Order the Dragon do against Delhi because we haven't seen too many examples. I feel like they lose that matchup just because the transitions are difficult and Delhi are going to keep you locked into feudal. And if you go for Gilded Men at Arms, there's also Ghazi, right? Yes, they got like slightly nerfed, but I think they're good there. This is going to be a tough one, man. You think Order the Dragon wins? What, like Fast Castle? Or do you think you just mass Horseman and beat Ghazi? I guess I'm thinking like you play Tower of Victory and you just go full infantry comp, right? And then if you see him starting to add in like racks and men at arms, you switch Ghazi. It is what I thought though. It's Order the Dragon versus Delhi. So we read that correctly. It kind of had to be like, it's an obvious choice for Voldemort and Core's only option is this. If he picks Japanese or Malians against Delhi, it's an uphill battle. Japan's been struggling with that matchup for a year now. There might be some hope, in my opinion, with the new Daimyo buffs so that you can get into the bannerman earlier. It's feasible, I think, with Horseman Yumi. But it's still kind of unexplored. And Malians have been getting their teeth kicked in by Delhi for about as long as well. 2TC Malian versus Delhi. Do you ever really want to be doing 2TC versus Delhi? I mean, maybe on this particular map, there would be some viability because your opponent can't lock a Sacred Site win condition. But you're still not going to have much of the map to work with. And you are putting more strain on your economy. It's very hard to ever justify it against Delhi. Maybe if they went Dome of Faith, but if they go Tower of Victory, I think going 2TC as Malian's kind of a death sentence. So, yeah. Interesting, though. 20 seconds out. Let's get ready to go. And yes, this is live. Shout out to Avali for creating the map. Shout out to Hymenae for providing the $100 to reward the players. Okay. Let's get predictions ready and then we'll get into the cast. So, Voldemort for the win. Yeah, but how do you know I'm really KP? That's the existential crisis. Could be anyone. Oh, flip the score. That's right, flip the score, because Core is the one in trouble. One and all, welcome back to the competitive Age of Empires 4 action. We've got a show match here, best of 5, between Voldemort the Kid and Core the Yep, looking more like a no. His back is up against the wall. He faces defeat, and only leaving this arena with $25, while Voldemort would get 75, unless Order of the Dragon can deliver him a dub to get us to a 5th game. It's going to be tough, though. Delhi versus Order of the Dragon. I haven't seen much of this matchup. I've been trying to speculate how I think it can play out. My instinct is that because Delhi can try to force a drastic, quick 1-1-1 type build, I think Order of the Dragon suffers. So, you know, on paper, some of the units they have, like Horseman versus Ghazi, really good, right? But the thing that I struggle with is Order of the Dragon's weak point is transitions. They suck when they have to switch units. Racks, stables, archer range. If you have to make that transition across 3 minutes, your life's a living hell. Your units cost so much, they produce so slow. It's the opposite of the Delhi. The units are obviously cheaper. Their production rate is naturally quicker, but then they can double their production rate compared to Order of the Dragon or any normal Civ, right? So what you end up with is kind of a numbers game in which mathematically I don't think you can compete. So I think what Core has to do here is get the choice right. He has to be on the money with the opening transition. And I think something that's going to help him is that I'm expecting Core to play defensive. Arkin Chapel's on the way. We've already seen Core play Order of the Dragon once today, and in that game, he went for Pro Scouts. I think we might see Pro Scouts again. It's a bit scary against Ghazi, is my only concern. But it would give him the ability to not have to panic about transitioning all the time, because he wouldn't be running out into the field, right? Where you get punished for these transitions is when you have to be present on the map. That's why you usually see a lot of Order of the Dragon players open up with a play, and if they get hard countered, they just kind of hunker down until they're ready. And the reason why you can get away with that here is because on Scarguard, one of the sacred sites isn't easy to cap. You'd have to build a transport ship and run over. So the Delhi would be slowed on the wind condition around sacred sites. We are going to get pressure. Tower victory coming. We speculated the idea of Dome of Faith, right? Castle Age doesn't really feel like the place you want to be, because the one thing that Delhi really been banking on recently has obviously been heavily armored units, and a special heavily armored unit, a big elephant. But to do the pun again and address that elephant in the room, if you told me you were going to build war elephants against Order of the Dragon, I'd probably have to laugh in your face. And it's not even because the spears. It's actually because the Gilded Crossbowmen. Crossbows are actually the better answer to war elephants. We've seen war elephants can actually beat the crap out of mass spear, but they disintegrate to mass crossbow. How you guys betting? All right, so majority is on Core. We've got some big believers in the power of OOTD. Be honest though, how much of it is you believe in dragons and Core, and how much of it is you just don't want the series to end yet? Stables opener. We do not have a mill though, so I don't think this is Pro Scouts this time. But we've seen this in the past, right? Order of the Dragon, if you had to make a choice, this feels like the best unit to open with. Especially when you know your opponent's going to be going Ghazi. Because Horsemen are that good, right? They hit for 15 base, Ghazi hits for 12. They have substantially more health, a better attack speed. It's also a fight that I think you can dictate the terms of more easily. But it all comes down to scaling numbers. And although the tech advantage is there initially, so the timing is better, remember that these guys take 27 seconds. And if this is a stable opening, I think it's something like 14 seconds with a Scholar inside. Blacksmith's now coming in, so Voldemar is prepping tech first. Maybe a little bit concerned about maybe an Archer play. Gilded Archers can be scary. They have the base damage of a longbow and the attack speed of a Gatling gun. So even Ghazi don't feel that tanky. And the Archon is only on the stone because it's on the wood. When you're playing against an aggressive Civ, the best case scenario is sticking your wood on the back of your base, not the forward. So if he placed an Archon here, he'd buff gold, sure, but like look at the position, right? Look at that gap there, and tell me that is not bigger than that. You'd be hard pressed, right? So this is just the safer option. It's also easy to wall because you're closer to the edge of the map. And in general, if your opponent's going to rotate around the back with Cav there, it means you have defender's advantage. You have a heads up to get in position. Because like to draw on the minimap, if you pay attention, you have to like run like this. Versus if it's a forward Archon, they run like this. So initial Horseman, already pressuring. And there we go. Ghazi, 25 seconds. So yeah, 12 seconds, 12.5 seconds if you garrison the Scholar. Instead, Voldemar is going to begin the transition cycle we talked about. Rax drop comes in. Spearman already queued. But Core is already on it. Men-at-Arms coming through. Now, it's kind of interesting because Ghazi can still be a problem there. Remember, Ghazi have high base damage. They get +2 as well on top of that against heavy. But these Men-at-Arms are really crazy, actually. I remember when the expansion first came out, my assessment was that for the same price, HRE Men-at-Arms with heavy maces should be able to beat Order of the Dragon Men-at-Arms. Not quite. It's wild, actually. So they have, I think it's 16 or 18 base. They have a lot more health. But on top of that, they have a better attack speed than other Men-at-Arms. So these guys, whenever they're allowed to stand still, beat the crap out of things. So like, a melee mosh pit is an absolute dream for this unit. Its weakness is actually ranged. It's just, it feels tilting to have to counter it with that because we've seen how long it takes to kill them. Like, guys, this is a Feudal Age unit that has the same health as a Castle Age Knight. But chip damage coming in here. Voldemar just trying to slow down the economy to slow down the military. Now, the cool thing about massing Ghazi here is you can dodge the Horseman issue, and then eventually, if you find Men-at-Arms out on their own like this, yeah, you can see the Scout now just kind of calling for it, right? Obviously, you can't because the Horsemen are close by, but as you scale Ghazi, you can just walk up to these Men-at-Arms with 8 and surround them and kill them. So you pull back. Immediate counter, definitely not something you want to have to deal with. In fact, I think Core may have slightly overextended here. The other 2 Men-at-Arms aren't here. And look at the damage that Ghazi do. Remember, no mind work means no eventual Golden Cuirass either. He's thinking about trying to do something about this, but the body blocks come in. The upgrade for the Spearman is there as well. Good grab coming from Voldemar. Impossible fight. Like, the second Men-at-Arms goes in. I think Core's kind of trickling a little bit to his death here. Ghazi's still not dying. One of them aggroes away. The rest of the Horsemen will finally go down, but the Spearman now able to get in. And Core in quite the bind. What an insane fight from Voldemar. He understood the limits and the mistiming there. Core was holding his Men-at-Arms in reserve for the reason we stated. He understood Ghazi was coming. He didn't want to get pinched one by one. So he waits at home. And Voldemar exploited that to an extreme. You saw the way he so boldly approached the Horsemen to cut off the Men-at-Arms escape. And that is a phenomenally huge loss between the Horsemen, the Men-at-Arms. All these units are 240 resources each. If you're killing 1 for 1, you're losing. Now the Ghazi. Starting to walk away at the Men-at-Arms. Looks like the blockers coming in. Voldemar a little bit ambitious with the Scholar. Mistakes made there. I don't think he needed to hang around. Cool. The Wolf actually gives the assist. But that's a fairly even trade, right? Like Ghazi a little bit more expensive, so 140. The Scholar costs 130. But Men-at-Arms, so it's slightly better for Core. But in the meantime, the other Sacred Site's been locked in. So this whole issue of, oh no, you lost the Scholar doesn't hurt now because you have the passive gold. That's a very important detail. If this had been no cap at all, then it's really bad for Voldemar because if you lose the second Scholar, you feel like your game's over. Your game plan unravels. But he has one captured. Second one is not going to be able to be held here. His units are too far away. But this one is getting walled in. I'm not sure if I like the wall in. I mean, it stops the horseman getting free decaps, but it kind of incentivizes Core to move his whole army to one location, which when you're massing men-at-arms like this, that's exactly what you want and need to do. Spearman. Oh, oh, that was almost perfect. It looked like Voldemar for a second was going to try to run by them to pinch them. Keep in mind, any damage done here is permanent, guys. Any damage done here is temporary due to the scholars. And I think that's how you eventually win this as Delhi, is now that you know your opponent is massing men-at-arms, you want to gradually mass scholars while massing Ghazi. Spearmen aren't too bad either, like statistically, right? Like, so the Ghazi costs 140, these cost 80. In terms of damage output, it's 8 versus 12, right? But you're paying about 50% more anyway for Ghazi. And health-wise, like, you know, it's about a 50% increase. But then when you consider the value of blacksmiths here, you do at least have the +2 extra, but you have the worst attack speed. I'd argue Spearmen aren't terrible compared to Ghazi at dealing with men-at-arms. The negative experience comes in the fact that you won't be able to get as much spatial efficiency, right? So like if you could choose between 8 Spearmen surrounding a men-at-arms or 8 Ghazi, it's pretty obvious which one's going to do better. And outside all those statistics I was giving, remember there's also the Tower of Victory buff. Raid on the backside, though. Hello. You're surprised Core hasn't made Spearman yet? With what food, right? Like, he looks like he's got a lot of food until you remember how much these men-at-arms are. 200 per is kind of crazy. Nice little stab in there, and all of a sudden, 4 worker kills. A big wallet. Farms are at least coming up, and that's info that Voldemar can leverage. The one nasty part about spamming men-at-arms like this for Core is he has no presence on the map to threaten in return. So, like, usually, if there was, say, horseman on horseman, Voldemar would be like, oh, crap, I have to add in farms. But because it's just a bulk of men-at-arms, although it will eventually become a problem in his base, it doesn't necessarily pose a threat on the deer stacks and the berry stacks. Horseman. Shivs out, baby. Hey, wait, is that a no textiles game again? Voldemar, don't make me get the beaten stick, sir. Oh, I hate seeing this. You're going to lose villages. It's inevitable. All right? Like, if there's cavalry ever, there's always a risk. Core is just being so cheeky about this. Another villager down. Wait, I don't think he's getting warnings about it. Big mistake made there. Insane value gained by that single horseman. Counter raid coming in. Ghazi are going to look to strike down another. We'll be able to find it. It does cost them their lives. And the men-at-arms are starting to approach the base. I'm getting an uncomfortable feeling a game number 5 might occur here. Voldemar is in a pretty weak position if Core realizes it. Weirdly enough, Core is a little bit hesitant to make his move because not all his men-at-arms are here. A bunch of them at home. It's a lot of spears, but I agree with this. You need archers. Archers with Steeled Arrow, that's 2 damage going through. That's pretty damn good. And remember, if you have archers, you can kite your opponent out. You don't have to directly conflict with them, right? Have a nice pinch. All right, this is what I was talking about, right? Like I said that he couldn't go and check the flanks for men-at-arms, and you see what happens when he does. That's a freebie. Why is there 18 men-at-arms and 30 spears? Core versus Voldemar, Baltin. Welcome. And that's another freebie. I really don't like that Core's doing this. This is actually buying the time that Voldemar needs for the archer transition. I'm wondering what the plan was with that one as well. Was he going to sneak around onto the deer and check them again? It looks like he's going to look to contest the sacred site. I actually think Voldemar would have benefited from just building a dock and going for a transport ship, actually. So I don't think his opponent would ever be able to, like, mirror that. It's actually crazy that Voldemar's still just on 1 scholar. And remember what we said about damage scaling. Bloomery is pretty sick here. Voldemar. Even pro scouts now. Of course, always naturally happens. I don't like what he's doing over here. He's a bit distracted because it looks like the Ghazi are going in again. Once again, an ugly fight for Core. All you gotta do is like micro it away. These are chubby people with machetes, okay? Like, as long as you don't walk in their arc, they ain't gonna kill you. They can't move. Meanwhile, that's Gilded on the move. Men-at-Arms trying to deny some equity, trying to find some eco kills. A dive coming in on the other side of this, so Voldemar once again with the Ghazi looking for economy. Doesn't want to hang around due to the Men-at-Arms guarding though, and the big fight now underway. Spearmen, archers jumping on top of this. The Men-at-Arms getting that pristine opportunity to stand their ground. The archers win this, though. I don't think they're doing it quick enough. Villagers have to shuffle away. Spearmen are trying to pull back, and all of a sudden a leak through here. A lot of low HP men-at-arms, but now that he tries to dive in to focus fire them down, extra MAA are hitting into him. So what was that, about 30 spears? I think you mean 8. Jesus Christ! Meanwhile, the men-at-arms numbers barely moved. Archers may be able to start mopping up a few of these, but there's going to be an idle cost to this, guys. These men-at-arms can die for quite a while. This one MAA, that lonely guy that just wants to hug. Voldemar says, no, you smell. Wants to get away with the villagers. In the meantime, Ghazi are now starting to arrive, and maybe all of a sudden an overextension here because Core is being a greedy son of a gun. He's trying to go Castle Age. He's going to do it with a Burgrave as well. Which is actually wild. I wouldn't have anticipated Burgrave here. Tech up's beginning though, and he's smuggling it right against the edge of the map. Meantime, still 1 men-at-arms nuzzled up against the marketplace. Chase down continues, and it means by the time you're actually an age up, you might not have an army at all. What a wild choice. I mean, it's crazy, because I agree. I think, like, you know, the men-at-arms here, imagine if he just kept pumping men-at-arms that whole time. It felt like he couldn't do any wrong, but maybe he was worried there was a reboot Magazi he just couldn't see. And Castle just seemed like the safer option after he felt Voldemar had made a mistake. But now Voldemar might have a pristine opportunity to dive into that farmland and shut down any replacement hopes. Archer's going to keep diving. I mean, you just need to reach the farms now. There is at least textiles, so not an easy kill. Voldemar should have alarm bells going off right now. He's going to be walling up. So I think this is where Voldemar saves up, right? You can't mass Ghazi now against Castle Men-at-Arms. It's just a bad idea. There's also a bigger risk that's Gilded Knights, which you can shut down with Spearmen, but it's going to cost you villagers. So walls are coming in. Voldemar immediately starts stockpiling. Men-at-Arms are already on the move, though. Pro Scouts. Okay, actually, if he wastes his time chasing Scouts, yeah, this can work. Voldemar is going to have to put a lot of people in this build-up. Love this archer group. If he sends them into the economy, it's big. It's going to slow down the men-at-arms scale. This is all about getting numbers bloated quickly. Between the Burgrave, between the farm's ability to provide for that. Every little matters here. Now with that veterancy upgrade, all of a sudden these archers do no damage, folks. And why? In what? Why? He's going second TC. Archers are going to idle this up. A few villagers are going to get sniped. This is kind of crazy, though. 2 TC when you're trying an all-in men-at-arms spam. See if it works out. Voldemar trying to snipe down any injured men-at-arms he can find here. Ideal world is your archers tank the blow and your Ghazi just attack. But that's not working out this way. House of Learning now on the way. A few more villagers do get sniped out. Now 10 eco lead for Voldemar. Age up. About a third of the way complete. The men-at-arms are beginning to trickle a little here, but they have so much HP, I don't think he really cares. This is like the most slow and painful death imaginable. They look so dumb with the way they move in. You know that, like, you picture that guy who has the, has basically rolled himself up in bubble wrap so he can't be hurt, but he looks really cumbersome and he can't move. These guys. And wait, why is he chasing the... No, don't chase them into the... Please. This would be the silliest way to lose 4 men-at-arms. I'm going to try to torch through, but probably we'll end up losing, what, 2 men-at-arms before he gets through? 2 more diving in the meantime, but we've got crossbows coming. And reminder, folks, this is Tower Victory. So they kind of Gatling gun. Villagers are going to keep getting idled up, though. Finally, he pulls away. He doesn't fall for the bait anymore. Please, not again. I think Voldemar is sending the archers to try and find villager kills. In fact, no, he's re-walling. Prelates, in the meantime, are picking up the relics. This game. Order the Dragon men-at-arms strategies always end up looking like one of the stupidest things in the game. I don't mean stupid as in they're bad to do. It's just like they work, but when you watch them work, you're like, why? That being said, he may have let the crossbow numbers get a little bit too high here. Voldemar just trying to finish him off. I would honestly recommend frontlining with 2 or 3 villagers here, but looks like it's going to be good enough. He just naturally walks into them. So villagers are going to shuffle away. Auto aggro shifts over. We now have a switch coming into Horseman, but this needs to be fast. Also, Voldemar needs to scout it out quickly. Bro, no one said you could have a coffee break. The walls are starting to crumble. Voldemar, of course, a little bit too late to the race to find his hands grabbing onto relics here. Why is the kid going ranged armor? Maybe he's just... It might be for the counter dives because it's 2 TC, right? So you're going to have to go into the enemy base now. We also have Pakes coming, so he's playing hard into range. This is going to be tough, though. Like, when he discovers this, he's not going to be happy. He's all in on range mass. He has no reason to think he needs to switch, but Korn may have his number now. Yeah, kind of surprised we're not seeing men-at-arms. Homeblades prepped, right? Would solve a lot of the problems, potentially. Crossbow archers are going to be able to chase this down, of course. Not the quickest, mind you. No forced march. Wall is coming up, but Voldemar needs to rush this a bit quicker than this. Oops. These men-at-arms are so freaking tanky. Second wave's also coming in. I don't know if he sees the wood line. We have got a transport ship play, so Voldemar is now playing for those relics. That's awkward. He's so close. He doesn't see it. Woodline's going to be safe. Farm's going to be vacated on the backside, though. Rewalls are coming in. Trying to maintain that gold trickle he's getting from Sacred Sites. Crossbows. And here was the shuffle. Love these bad boys on the defense now. You're able to micro them out to the other side. Second wave coming in is a little bit exposed, but now he's just cutting with half while attacking with the other. Second wave is going to arrive. And that means Kor's going to lose about half the remaining men-at-arms. However, look at the military. He's got 10 horsemen in reserve, 5 land snakes. He could end the game with this. Yeah, Voldemar needs to wake up. He has no reason to suspect anything else, but there needs to be that spidey senses tingling moment here. He knows he's up against 2 TC. He knows the farm transition is complete. He knows that at this stage, almost any unit comp is viable as a transition for Kor. So he needs to be thinking about what the most likely counter is going to be. We've got Stone Gathering as well, so Voldemar may be considering a keep drop. Reroll coming in. Hey, you guys remember that whole Relentless Aggressor meets Restless Defender? It's happening again. Kor, meanwhile, is yoinking more relics. Oh my god, it's 4 relics. It's not great, right? Because it's Burgrave, not Regnants, but it's still great if we're being real. The defensive value alone is insane with relics. Oy, oy, oy. Oh, we have got Mahoots queued up. And actually, War Elephants does beat this. It's just weird to execute because War Elephants will get kited. And oh my dear God, no, 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 Voldemort, but buddy, it's not a Bassett. It's Del. I would think I'm watching a Bassett gameplay from Voldemort right now. Free TC Delhi. That's wild. Well, we did warn these two will not give you your standard vanilla slice of action. They've given you the, what was it, the tikka masala flavored ice cream at this point. Yes, that is a thing. Mass Horseman now arriving though, and this is going to be a quick breakthrough. He's trying to repair it, but good luck against this many. Land Snakes now also running around. That's actually perfect though. Getting rid of these first is important, but it's not going to be quick enough. The breakthrough comes in. Spearman production is now underway, but it might not be quick enough here. Voldemort's army is evaporating like it's been droplets in a desert. And his hopes of winning now are gone. Game 5 will happen. Cause Order the Dragon is a whole other beast. Oh, man. What an insane turnaround. It really looked like it was slipping for a second there, but well played, Mr. Core. God blimey. What do we call that one? The clumsiest looking build in Age of Empires 4. It looks so... Alright, so... I'm trying to think how we're going to do food at this rate. I'll probably snack on some food as we start up the game that we're doing a sponsor piece for. Because we have got a sponsor game after this series, guys. But yeah, so we head into a final game. So Voldemort has somehow just ended up with China. I think you Japanese this, right? Marlins is kind of awkward sometimes because Chinese, fast CCing is a really good solution to Marlins being greedy. And China's just very good at that, for obvious reasons, right? With Imperial Academy and everything else. I think I'm expecting Japanese versus China, yeah. No, it's going to be Marlians. Oh, that's interesting. I wasn't necessarily expecting that. Well, actually, I guess it covers the bases better because if it had been Juji, Malians can contest that better than Japanese because Juji actually have a really cool all-in timing against Japan to ruin them. And if it's like China, you match up reasonably well. China versus Japan is all about timings. Japan can actually strong arm you for a lot of the game. But China in the late game will just run circles around you, right? Because it turns into Mass Onabigusha versus Mass Palace Guard. And Mass Palace Guard move as quickly as Onabigusha with the Yuan Dynasty. One sec, just double checking something. There we go. What are the win conditions for both of these picks? So we can talk about that as we hop into game. I think I'm trying to think which way this usually plays out. So you're probably going to build a few horsemen to poke with the Chinese, and that's going to force Marlian reactions. And then usually you'll see China kind of gradually move towards a 2TC, right? To scale, and then you keep feudal pressuring. The logic being is Malians just have to keep adding an army instead of going for a full Fulani, which puts them off their timing. So, in terms of the end goals, China's goal is a dragged feudal with eventual sudden snap into castle. Whereas Malians are really about like optimizing resources to get a fast castle and then start flooding good units, right? What's interesting is like, I think China has to go horseman. Otherwise, your opponent can just go kind of archers and like poke you in early game. You don't see that often for Malians, but I think against more defensive civs, it is a potential option. A while ago, I did see kind of a cool strat that I thought would be really good against China, which I think it's Recon that came up with it, which was the mass Mustafadi scouts in feudal with archers to back them up. But I don't really see anyone doing that anymore. Gamba, I'm aware, you little addict. So, Core won that one, which means we are going to get a final game here. Such a weird noise. Why are you making me lose glasses? Bro, it's a competitive series. Great, no, I can't see. $100 on the line, and it comes down to the line here. A game number 5 between Core on the Malians and Voldemar on the Chinese. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. That's right, we've got a competitive series on a brand spanking new map created by Avali. It's a beaut. We've relished in it. I've loved all the games we've cast. I mean, I can't believe this, guys. And this is why you should follow this channel, by the way. We have been live for almost 7 hours casting just this map. And somehow, I am still entertained. And no small part thanks to these players. They've had some incredible games, really entertaining to watch. Essentially kind of having this very aggressive playstyle versus very defensive playstyle. A clash of ideas, if you will. Love that. Hate to have those defenders versus defender style. Don't mind the attackers versus attackers, but it's always intriguing to see whether attack or defense can win out. And I'm wondering if we're just going to have a more greedy line out of both of these players. Because Malians versus Chinese... It feels like the Malian players just want to get that castle as quickly as possible. China, that's normally a defensive civ, feels like they want to play a longer feudal. Logic being as your opponent suffers more because you're keeping them away from that Castle Age Fulani timing, which explodes the Malians' economy. I wonder if there's any 2TC potential here for Malians, though. I know it's on everyone's mind right now because of the changes. Those that didn't see it, Malian TCs do not require stone. They actually require gold. So wood and gold will get you what you want. Even before that, there was a few players like Cat that were starting to experiment with multi-TC builds off of Mansa on a delay, which I don't mind the idea of. I don't think you'd necessarily want to rush TC here because then the Chinese player will rush TC. And they will typically rush a TC quicker because of how good the Imperial officials are. So I think you want to try to like apply some pressure, and then you can consider it on a delay. Looking at the spawns right now, Stone is definitely there to kind of be greedy for China if they want to. Like the tree lines as well, Voldemar has a very defendable location with the natural defenses. It's just one long wall over here, right? On the other side, Malian's a little bit more exposed with a wider spread between the tree lines, and they have got some small tree lines to the west, but it's very far out your base. You're unlikely to send villagers that deep. Malians tends to play more condensed than most civs in the game. And berries, things like that, aren't going to matter much. Remember, in terms of food value, you are going to start with 5 sheep each, and then it's the deer around the map. You have 5 deer underneath your TC. This is why I thought Malians would be a good pick, by the way, is there's not many civs that we've seen so far that can get away with just sitting at home and kind of just crapping themselves about when the enemy army is coming. Malians is one of those civs, though, due to the fact that they can just sling cattle to themselves and eat them, right? They're basically able to convert gold into food. One negative of Malians, at least, is you can't get the fat stack gold veins because there's no 8k vein on this map. You're also a little bit more limited in your options on where you can vein up because a lot of them are on the water side. And I can't believe I just said vein up like that. Genuinely sounds like an addict's statement. Yeah, just vein up, bro. We're going to have to see who's going to get road raged in this one because we have got the bolster of the economy. Imperial Academy already coming. Mansa on the other side. We're probably looking at Horseman opening Donzo reaction, which is pretty atypical. And then eventually you'll see Malian players usually just add in archery ranges, anticipating their opponent might try to pressure them. Say, actually, like one of the most popular kind of duets for some feudal pressure for Chinese is they'll open Horsemen, and if they feel like they can do more or they need to do more, they will naturally tend to go towards archers. What would be cool to see here is Horseman Spears, just because you've got to be expecting javelins from Malians. It's probably, I want to say, the most built unit in feudal at this stage. Full-facing Woodline is a bit tough as well. Like, I'd be a bit paranoid about having to do this. If it was a back spawn much closer, you'd feel pretty content because you kind of get where your archers. The upside of this spawn, though, for Core is it means that the back side of his base is a perfect area to drop the Fulani. Whereas if he'd been gathering from a back tree line, he probably would have been forced to put it out on the flanks or closer to the enemy base. Love the Barbican drop, though, and this is close enough for a ball pull towards the choke point. I was wondering if we were going to get Pro Scouts. I'm not really expecting it here. I think Pro Scouts is too much delayed pressure. It allows the Malian player to get away with being greedy. And he's already being greedy. Second pit mine already being set up, even though it's towards the center of the map. Love the griefing as well. Cool, just trying to basically shove away the deer so that he doesn't have superior gathering rate. Really important as well because, as we know, Chinese players are greedy. They usually don't like to rush wheelbarrow. They can, they just choose not to because that would be less food and gold into more greed. How did you guys vote in the end, by the way? I am now very curious. 58% Core. It's 42% on Voldemar. Pretty balanced, I'd expect that. You know, Malians seem, like on paper at least, they're really good on this map, and at the same time, Voldemar is on one of his signature civs. And yes, to confirm for camera off on the YouTube side, this map is no fish. There is no fish whatsoever. The water side plays relevance in the mid-game, not in the early game, because that's when you want to get gold, relics, and potentially a sacred site win condition. First building's coming in. Racks and archery range. Other side. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, he just scouted the move out into the stone at the perfect time. I mean, the Barbican's up, right? So we talked about this, that like Malians have to aggro because Malians, one of the biggest pet peeves for Malian players trying to play Fulani strats, which is every Malian player, bar the 2 people on Reddit that tell you that TC is good, is that they suck against fast TC booming civs. And there are not many faster than China. So if you now end up in an eco race where you're trying to inflate up to age 3, the problem is by the time you get there, by the time you have your Fulani value, the eco lead for China could easily be like 15, 20. And that allows them to then catch up. Like China is probably the best civ at kind of dealing with you with this way, because not only do they efficiently scale into the extra village account with Song Dynasty, but the other wildly powerful part for this civ is how quickly they can then just go up. Right? They've built the age up quicker than any other civ in the game. Well, with the exception of Juji. Malians are fixated on just getting that age up. So I quite like this. Just a few donzos, a few javelins, poke, stop your opponent from getting free food, and then rush age. The reason it's really good here is if you camp these deer stacks, your opponent's already setting up a granary transition. And you might think, wow, this is great. Except it's not. You're granary transitioning at 7.5 minutes. You don't have a huge economy to do this with. So he's going to need the deers. Rancher's coming in. Jav Spears, the best part is he can just camp here, right? Like this is really far out as you wrap around it with the farms. Why am I getting all these question marks? People this shocked at Voldemar doing an 8-minute granary transition. Have you guys not watched Voldemar replays? These type of games are the reasons why we get to reset the days since Voldemar's last loss timer. This is so insanely greedy. It's unhinged. Scout does see the wrap around the back as well. I mean, Voldemar is finally adding in a Rax, but this is so late. Like, son, I love you, but like we got to talk about what you're doing with all your piggy bank savings. This may be agreed too far. How deep are we on the ranches? It's already free full. That's a how is that harsh? I said these type of games are the reason why I reset the timer, because this is greedy beyond belief. I know China thrives off that greed. You have got to start questioning whether this is a bridge too far. Like, you are allowing the Malians to get the win condition while also kind of just exposing your weak point. Now we're moving in. Donzos and Javelins on in. No wheelbarrow either, because what did we say about China being greedy? Still 45 seconds away. A lot of idle time being achieved here. Most of the eco lead is being idled up right now. And there are at least spears coming out, but Donzos are a little bit chunkier, and the veterancy, the hardened stats rather, only just came through. Love the switch choice. Just throw the Donzos away, harass more eco. Oof. So 3 worker kills. Behind this, we're getting close. Also, another wave is coming, and I love this pivot. Core's like, oh, you're only building spears. Well, Javelins get countered by spears. Guess it's time to send in the archers. Once again, these Donzos will win one-on-one with these spearmen, guys. Like, it's actually not that close. They have 10 extra health. They have 1 melee armor, which means they're offsetting over 10% of the damage they receive. It's actually brutal just how much of a counter this is to this. Oh my god. And the awkward part is, like, Voldemar can't afford anything but spears. He's granary transitioning pre-10 minutes. He's gone 2 TC Song. He simply doesn't have the extra economy to do much else. Gold is about to be freed up and traded over. Unfortunately, not though. Are you kidding me? The timing on that with the archers and javelins arriving, if he camps this, the marketplace doesn't go up. Voldemar just doesn't have any way of transitioning, and he needs a transition. I think, like, actually, I'm not even sure Horseman or Archers works here for him. He's so far behind on the count. It's about to be even further behind, guys. Like, not only is it double the military, make that triple the military. It's about to be a little bit extra on the age. It's going to be 1.5 times on the age because we are about to be heading to age 3 for core here. Fulani is full. Oh, one off. Just slide this one over. Voldemar may be losing in the end in this one on his signature civ. Deciding game. 25 bucks is still nice to walk away from. But walk away with rather, but 75 bucks definitely sounds a pretty bit better. What a way it would be to lose out an extra 50 bucks. Archer's now moving in. Again. Well, I say again, this is the first time they've arrived on the backside. There is at least now Horseman. Great. Good job, Voldy. However, there are about to be bigger problems on the horizon. Credit to him, though. I think Core probably didn't need to go this hard into Archers. We already said that Donzos beat Spears. So it's kind of perplexing to me that he switched so hard and aggressively off of them. Like, yeah, I get adding in a few Archers because they're better at killing Eco, but adding in only Archers just cost him a hell of a lot of troops. What? I don't get it. I mean, obviously we have God Vision, right? We always have to keep that in mind. We always warn about that. But your opponent only showed spears. You were in the back of his base. He only showed spears. I think Core didn't think Voldemar would be able to afford the transition. He didn't respect the fact that deer are nearby, that the farms have been clustered out and dispersed around on these small mills. That being said, Voldemar is still stuck in H2. Donzos are starting to arrive now, so all of a sudden these horsemen are counted. Pretty hard. Remember, even more so because like you're trying to attack a unit that has 10 more health and melee armor. It's horrific. And take that home with you too. So, all horsemen removed. Voldemar is now a 0 military boy. Sorry, he's got a scalp. He's walling up though. These vile, disgusting walls will allow him to tech up. And with Nest of Bees, he could hold on. Do like the choice to go into Rams, though. You're going to keep scaling into the blob to try and dive in, but the rams are going to allow you to quickly go through the walls. The rams can also block certain things, like, for example, if a tech is happening, it can stop your opponent getting into lances or getting into palace guard. And we also have poison arrows coming in, so perfectly timed to counter the age up that's now on the way. 2 more villagers are going to get struck down. Interesting goes off in the marketplace, but kind of makes sense, right? Like, look at the gold location, guys. There is the Barbican protecting, and actually, that's where this Barbican is proving clutch. If it wasn't for this, Voldemar would be roasted like a Sunday chicken at this point. It's going to be poke coming in now. Tech up complete. We'll look to garrison the Barbican. 2 villagers should be getting struck down, though. And I wonder, does he dive? Core's contemplating it. It's double outpost on the tree line as well, so a lofty amount of arrows coming his way. But anything he can do to slow this down. The tech is complete. He doesn't want to allow Voldemar to unlock a real army here. Level 2 Eco Tech is also coming in for the food, so that means the Fulani just got better. He's going to need everything he can get. Dives into the farms here. The Toxin Arrows should make it much easier to finish things off. But he needs to get past these static defenses to where it's most valuable. Find the eco, stop the eco. Dive continues. Palace Guard starting to come out. Sofas have now been queued up, though. Has he really done enough? Or has he thrown it away? Because I'm looking at this game right now, and all I can think is this was close to just being an 11-minute GG. So close. So unfathomably close. But now we have a real concern, a real threat. Sofa production now coming. We have got Musafadi being prepped, which makes sense against Palace Guard. I love the local knowledge, by the way. I think local knowledge has been being slept on. It got buffed. It's kind of ridiculous now. So I believe it's a free attacks. You heal for 5 every attack after coming out of stealth. That's pretty wild. When you spread a Palace Guard and a Musafadi line out, and you consider the health that you're going to get on a Musafadi, where, like, we'll find one, we'll click on him. Where is he right now? Are they coming from the back? So Musafadi, 110 health. So it's kind of like, in a weird way, it kind of feels like having boot camp if you think about it with local knowledge. It's a weird way to describe it, but it does make sense. In fact, actually, I think it's, yeah, it is. It might even be, if I'm not mistaken, 20 health, not 15. Surfer Mass is coming. Import Armors is on the way, but I think Voldemar is a rare. Spearmen are now getting queued up. Veterancy is also on the way. Gold-wise, I think Voldemar's fine. He's sitting on about 5,000, 6,000 gold total. Actually, no, more than that. This one's in the wall, so that's 10k gold to work with. No relics have been grabbed by either side yet, but Voldemar is about to change that. Horseman now rohirriming out. It's actually a good fight for Core. Voldemar, I don't think you want to try to force a fight to defend this Barbican. It's really tanky. It shouldn't die fast. It's kind of awkward as well. I've seen plenty of games where people waste their time on the Barbican and lose the game. Instead, looks like we're going to be diving past. Core going deeper here. Sofa's getting a good trade. An initial hit that actually matters. And the follow-up wave could be bigger. A lot of farms that are going to have to be vacated. Villagers running for their life right now. But the Sofas are already onto them. He's breaking through. Sends one wave to the north side to bog down the army. Chases through hunting the villagers. All of a sudden, the eco lead is starting to shrink. Spearmen are starting to show up, but the archer's already here. It's a little bit more problematic. Nice surround there to stop the chase of the Sofas. But pure anarchy in the base of Voldemar here. Good initial hit, but the question mark is, can he keep this push going? He needs more. Love the micro as well. Notice this, he's just targeting them down one by one because with the Toxin Arrows, it's enough to guarantee the kill, even if you don't get it straight away. Great read, gets him more reaping, and means that eco lead that was getting out of control has now been heavily reduced. In fact, I would argue at this stage, Core's ahead, right? We've got Fulani stacking up pretty nicely. I don't know why. Okay, there we go. They bugged out for a second there. So you've got 100 per. So about 2.5 villages each. He's got 6 of them, right? So he's sitting at 15 there. Then you've got the gold mines. It's still an advantage for Voldemar, but not as drastic of one as it was. Barbican is still operational. So, ooh. Have you opened the way to Bethlehem, sir? Okay, looks like he hasn't. He was getting close at 38. How long can Voldemar realistically stay in this corner? He's not even gathering gold out on the map. Like, look, it's actually pretty pitiful. 210 gold income's not great. I mean, he's still got the 2k vein, which is mostly safe. Maybe Siege would make a lot of sense, but it always feels weird to build Siege against China because Springolds are just better for them, right? With the extra health. Sofas. Whoa, boy. Caught, getting awkwardly pinched there. But we have... Cool. Is this happening again? Are we about to begin... Oh, sorry. Are we about to finish this series the way it began? Jean-Claude Van Ram, the German version, is back in the house, ladies and gents. Barbican being targeted down. Sofa pushing past the Musafadi as well. The Barbican is definitely going to be forfeited over here. Army size definitely favoring core. Voldemar needs those Nesta Bees stat. First one gets queued up, but it's coming out all the way over here. Nowhere near the fight. Landmark down. Military lead is swelling up. The Musafadi are able to hold all of this back. You're frontlining with your backline. Your backline is now non-existent. And this is the Zerg factor we were worried about. Musafadi archers rushing in. A keep drop coming in from Voldemar. Not his signature GG one, though. That's usually when it's in the enemy base. This one is a please don't kill me. Nesta Beast reveals itself, but nice dive past. The Musafadi, the Donzo are heading in. A buggy shot coming out. Looks like Nesta Beast is going to survive this. Eco lead has swelled up to almost 40 again. But Voldemar is running out of room to wiggle here. Line spreading again. Nesta Beast shots are looking onto the archers, not able to reach him. Also, villagers stuck in the midst of it. More being sniped down. Staggered formation. He starts shifting past this. Needs to either go in or go out far. Standing here is the worst possible thing. Rams are at least doing a lot of infrastructural damage, but the Nesta Bees is slowly whittling away at the Horde. It might not be enough, though. 10 military bio units for Voldemar. Horsemen have been queued up, but the Musafadi pump continues. Not just that, these Rams. Definitely causing a lot of nuisance here. Finally, they are going to get mopped up as Core once again giggles to himself and walks home. Can't believe this. Springle's now coming in, so it looks like we are going to have our answer gradually. But an expensive fight, and also an expensive miss macro here. A lot of gold sitting in reserve, just nothing really being done with it here for the Malians. We have got Sofas being reboomed. The Fulani is absolutely bumping right now. It's about as good as it's going to get. Pocket economy still has some life to it, right? He's got plenty to work with in the corners. So he's not going to run out of food anytime soon. But I agree, like sitting on this much gold, just buy. Maybe the marketplace just isn't right for it is the only thing I can think. In fact, does he even have a marketplace? He does. Yeah, 130 gold for 100 food isn't too bad. Little Takeshi's castle coming in as all the walls are going up. I'm impressed that one Nesta Bees is still keeping Voldemar alive. It is just one. There's no mass bees on the way. He doesn't have great gold access. Like, yeah, there's the 3k back here. But, you know, you're probably looking for a way back into Palace Guard. I think you just go knobs. Mass Siege is how you win this game now. Because if you try to Palace Guard up, there's just so many Musafadi. Speaking of which, there's Musafadi are looking for the local neighborhood party. Cool. Let's get moving. There's work to be done, son. The lads start to move in. Springhold's able to trade out. Nesta Bees barely able to back away here. It's 5 Springholds. It feels like he's already beaten him with the punchline. Siege will not save him. This time, Voldemar, there's no escape from execution. So for Musafadi dive in. Last nest to be standing, last one down. And the last leg to be swept out of the way. Dive is reaching into the farms. The quality of units undeniable here. Crossbow mass is trying to build up, but the Musafadi is still a problem. Standing defenses are going to slow him down, so Core decides to actually back away from this. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Horseman starting to punish him a bit. The Musafadi have to hang around. And it looked like that was going to be the break-in, but if I'm not mistaken, Core's numbers were deceptive. He didn't have the troops rallying in. Yeah, it looked like he had a second group waiting in reserve. So the front line broke, and then the siege just gets disintegrated. So all of a sudden, with just mass spears, weirdly enough, Voldemar is able to get some breathing room, but a keep drop now on the way. Core, he understands the game. It's about the gold. And he's looking to take that away. He's like, Voldemar, you had your main meal. You had your desserts. We do not give second servants a pudding in this house. Voldemar is going to feel that sting soon. 1,800 gold left over. 4K stripped away from him. Mango's now coming into the picture. Spearunit is massing up, but long-term, your gold supplies are drying, right? You're trying to mass crossbows, Palace Guard, and now Siege with only about 1.5k gold left to work with on the map. At this rate, the only play left for Voldemar is he needs a transport ship and he needs to sneak out. Will Juganus be better than Expos against this? The problem with going Juganu is you run the risk of Sofa coming at you. Crossbows is realistically safer. It's just kind of tough. I think he needed the Nest of Bees quicker. Trebs are now being set up, so it looks like Core is kind of getting sick of trying to headbutt this base and is now taking a more slow and methodical approach. Yeah, hand cannon slits are no joke, guys. It's insane. I think someone done the maths on this recently. When you look at the attack speed difference between hand cannons rather, and Springolds on outposts, hand cannons for the cost are kind of wild. They're about as good as Springolds. No, we don't focus on the sacred sites and relics, Sassy, because that would mean Core isn't putting everything to attacking. We'd have it no other way. Fight spreading out. I don't think Voldemar's winning this. Like, a big chunk of his army doesn't do anything, right? Crossbows have okay base damage, but there's no unit really that countering here. It's just one Sofa. Now, Nestabees is a different matter. Like, that can win you, but you know, Musafadi do kind of hate going up against spears, but the archers are kind of winning it for them. And then obviously as Palace Guard, Musafadi are having a field day. More keeps coming up. So Core, Operation Contain Voldemar is truly underway here. More walls going up as a result of that as well. Voldemar pretty much boomed on economy now. There's not much more he can add in. Core still has some ways to go. Gold. It's about to get tapped dry. Last 400. Nest of Bees though. Big shots. Core, no, not like this. Not with that broken wall. Come on. Don't do this to yourself. Shots come in. Musafadi are pretty much gone. Spearun advantage doesn't exist anymore. I can't believe this. Voldemar is starting to break out. You've got to be kidding me. No. Hoisted on his own petard. His wall caused that. And now it's a breakout. A creeping smile upon the kid's face as he can sense the urgency, the panic, and opportunity. 50 villagers ahead. Only archers left in his way. He's starting to push forward. Nest of Bees shots coming in again. All these choke points are now Core's biggest weakness. A game that he has been in control of for the majority. A game that looked like it would be over in 10 is now his worst nightmare. Nest of Bees somewhat threatened, but Horseman trickling in now. Voldemar is going to have to reset, fall back from this. little bit of overextension, a little bit of exhaustion, but Mass Horseman now on the way. A reasonable solution against Mustafa the Archer Siege. Donzos are coming on a delay. And we have got the transport ship ready to rumble. This time, it's about relics, though. Voldemar finally sees the opportunity. An opportunity that Core never seized in this game. Didn't touch the relics. Food income is just so far apart as well. I think the desperation is starting to creep in for Core because these pocket ecos are starting to dry up. There's not that much deer really left in the grand scheme of things. And there's only so much Fulani can do. Meanwhile, what Voldemar has is Eternal. An ugly granary setup. No, it's farms, right? He's got 2k plus food at all times. And the more likely this turns into a macro game, the worse it gets for Core. Not really many civs that can compete with Chinese macro. Trebs slowly working their way through this. Core can hold it for a while, right? But I don't know, I feel kind of odd about this game. Like, Core never going for the relics on the islands, never going for the Sacred Site win condition. He was always playing an uphill battle to try and push into Chinese defenses, and he almost made it work. But if he had a fallback plan of Sacred Sites, he'd at least be forcing Voldemar to rush. Instead, Voldemar's vibing. He's getting ready for Imperial Age. Great Wall Gatehouse now on the way. His worst nightmare about to be realized. Only one trebuchet, not enough to stop this one going up. And I think we are close to a swift end to this game. One way or the other, because if this punch doesn't hit, if he misses his swing, he's going to be swinging for the floor. Nice choke point hold. Minimizing the exposure of melee units so the Mustafadi don't kill him quicker. Nestabee's assistance is now coming in. There is an opening in the wall. The Great Wall Gatehouse is almost complete. And the crossbows are milking this fight. Finally able to start breaking through. Nestabees are going to be backing up, though, and the Great Wall Gatehouse about to be online. Core needs to do some damage. Squirrels are moving in. Siege continues to retreat, but now the knobs are firing from the wall. He needs to get out. Core body blocked on the retreat by the front line of Voldemar. Anti-Siege is about to be going down here. Big cluster up at the Archers means he's in trouble. Tech up starting to be saved for by the Marlians, but the bigger problem here is Core. If he goes for a tech up, he's not going to have a standing army. This is an overcommitment of a dive. Asgard Flood now commences. Fort of the Huntress is on the way, but what are you protecting here? There's no Sacred Site timer. He never ungarrisoned. Now the beast can be unleashed. Shot triggers on the way. Palace Guard numbers are scaling. We're seeing mass Donzos for reasons which are inexplainable here. The water clash is weird. We got a transport ship with 5, so I think there was a play by Voldemar to try and get some gold here. Yeah. He's going to build an outpost to guarantee he's protected. Monk also now on the island. Skirmish ship has arrived, so looks like water dominance is going to be there for Voldemar. So any little on the sides to help here. He has just teched up. Gold is limited, but if he gets access to these islands, I think it's over. So now Core's in an awkward situation where he needs to contest it. Difficult to do when you haven't got all these upgrades prepped because this is not a civ that can immediately get a giant Carrack. Even more farms now. Voldemar's like, I got all these villages and they got nothing to do. We're over 70 farms. Containment protocols failed. Castles now falling. We've got the elite techs coming in. It's just going to be a focus on Mustafadi to try and mirror the Palace Guard, but these boys are going to get buffed up big. Battle hardened also on the way. Villages, where are we running? Wait. What? He didn't know about the wall! An absolute catastrophe. Core Losing about 10, 15% of his economy there because he didn't know about the palisade. Now reduced down to 75. Military lead is clearly there for Voldemar as well. Gold access has been resumed. He has everything he needs here, which means elite army tactics will be on the way soon. At this point, choose where you attack, really. The whole field opens up. The only thing really missing is, of course, Yuan Dynasty with the extra movement speed. But he'll settle without it. SCB shots are coming in on the Mustafadi. Palace Guard able to start taking out the siege. And I think we are probably about 3 or 4 minutes away from an inevitable Malian defeat here. It's just so tough, man. Like, you know, you need to trade 2 for 1 at least. When you look at the food income, you see why. It's 3,000 now to 1,200. Elite tech now coming in, so it's just going to be horseman spam. Which makes sense, right? Like, Voldemar doesn't have great gold access, so the Palace Guard is demanding. On top of that, the Mustafadi are trading well. So a switch up definitely makes sense here. Gives him a better agency to roam around the map as well. Maybe there's a way that Core could take advantage of this if he pushes in hard. Problem is, how do you push in hard with just 50 military units as the Malians? It's not like those 50 units are gunners. How does Core win this? Okay, yeah, no, Core. I was about to say, like, if this goes long enough and he gets, you know, some mass eco, great. Then I see Yuan Dynasty on the way. Imperial Palace now being added in. That's how you kill a man. You're now in the late game, no stone walls, and you're up against Palace Guard that move as quickly as Cav, and Horsemen that just zoom through the world. It's about to get ugly. War Canoe is at least actually burning a little bit of the economy Voldemar has. Kind of helps him though, right? Like in some ways he might be overburdened on the count. Yuan now in. There you go, guys. 1.58 movement speed on these bad boys. They are quicker than Mustafadi. So congrats. Your unit does actually counter the Palace Guard. You're just never going to reach it. Meanwhile, look what he's reaching for. Eastside Wrap here, 16 damage per strike. Textiles at least there to minimize the losses, but it's not going to help that much. Villagers, the body blocks are in. They're just running into a blade aimed at their head. Several get struck down to 70 again. Not enough room for the rest of them, and also this Palace Guard tanky enough that they could start contesting the veteran archers. New wave now on the way. Carracks also being prepped, so full Navy dominance is going to be in the future for the Chinese. All siege threats pretty much just being stripped away. One mango, just a few springalds. It's kind of awkward, right? Like, in terms of army quality, if they're directly contesting, you'd actually favor the Malians here. The annoyance now is trying to get that fight. Stupid, typical Chinese picks, right? They just run away from you. I always compare the Palace Guard with Yuan to the egg thief from Spyro. Teasing you. Egging you on. And always making sure you come up short. GG. There it is, guys. Sick grand finals here in the Showmatch series of show matches, in fact, to show off Skarsgård, a new map by Avli. I highly recommend you go check out this map if you haven't already. Let the tournament organizers all know they should be checking this out. This map is incredible. I'm absolutely in love with it. So big shout out to Avli. Big shout out to Hymenator for giving $100 across to sponsor this to happen. And then also, you know, another big shout out to Avli because he had a pre-show match to these show matches where he put $25 in. Absolutely incredible. Oh. GG, boys. Well played to both. Okay. So, with that in mind, it's time for sponsor stream. That's right. You heard that correctly. We got sponsored. Whoop, whoop. So, we are going to be checking out a brand new RTS. Oh, I think it's been in early access, but it's got some new stuff added. And thank you very much, Buzz. I appreciate the sub. Thank you, thank you. So, we are going to be trying out a new RTS. So, first look, let me update my title, and we're going to put hashtag sponsored in there. Let me activate our bot, so it'll be telling you about it as we play it. Yeah, so we partnered up with the developers of the game. So it's a game called Eyes of War, rather. So pretty interesting game. You have the whole RTS dynamic, you build your base and whatnot, but then you can basically dive down into like a third-person mode, controlling your units directly to attack more like kind of an action RPG type thing. So yeah, big shout out to Good Mood Games who did sponsor this. We're going to be checking it out for a few hours. I appreciate it if you hang around, give it a try, see what you think. Obviously, we'll have plenty of time for me to talk to you guys in chat. We can learn the game as we go. And also, you know, when people are willing to hang around, watch these games, it lets the devs know that, hey, this resonated with the community. Maybe we should do other games with them in the future. But yeah, big congrats to all the players. If you don't want to watch this, I'm sure there's other people doing AoE4 that you can check out. But we are going to get ready for a few hours, probably 2 hours of Eyes of War.
I remember.
Good lord, that's a bit loud.
I remember the faces of the heroes fallen. The fear and despair in their eyes. The sound of the fire piercing the silence. And the smell of terror hanging in the air. Scarcely a whisper of time has flown since then. Yet a new storm is brewing on the horizon. The drums of war are echoing once again.
This has multiplayer as well, by the way, so we might not just check the single player, we might actually try to peek
within the darkness, shattering the veil of our illusions, unveiling the darkness nestled beneath our fragility. The eyes that witness our hopes, our dreams, our deepest fears, they watch
I might do some multiplayer. We'll see.
Lurking in the shadows, bidding for the perfect moment to unleash wrath upon the world in the name of chaos and dominance. As storm clouds gather on the horizon, casting gloomy shadows upon us, the eyes of war.
So apparently they had a big update recently. Like it's been in early access, but they've added things like unique civs with unique kind of lineups.
They hunger not only for the spoils.
This is my first time trying this game. I saw one of my influencers playing it for a few minutes.
Under the
I didn't want to spoil it for myself, so we've kept most of it
seek to prevail
a surprise.
These eyes, reckless for our pains, see us not as humans, but merely as pawns.
I'm kind of at the point where I don't want to skip it because we're so far in, we might as well let it play out. You know? You know, like when someone's like singing a song, and you're like,
are but pawns in the game of power and dominance. No mercy, no compassion, only chaos.
It's cool
only
art.
The relentless pursuit of dominion. Only eyes.
There we go. That's where you play the theme tune, right? So, Eyes of War. Fantastic. All right, let's go wireless mode on my mouse. Boop, boop, boop. All right, here we go. So, wait, where's my mouse gone? Hello, mouse? Okay. I think we're good. The grim darkness of the distant past. Wait a second. All right, so as I was saying, this game's kind of intriguing in that you basically hybridize between being like kind of a third-person action game and being an RTS. I guess we'll cap at 120 to be safe. Should we go high? Let's go for high. Maybe my PC sucks. Good thing I'm working on trying to get a new PC build done. Whoop, whoop. My PC is that crap. My PC is that crap. It's trying to crash the game. Okay, one sec. We'll restart the game. Dude, I am so excited. I am so freaking excited for this new PC build we're going to be doing. Probably in October or November. I cannot even really do it justice how like hyped I am to finally be able to upgrade. My Ryzen has served me well, but it's a 3700X and I'm a streamer. It's finally time. I
remember.
Nope. Nope. I remember too. All right, we done it once, buddy. Let's move. Let's get to the gameplay. All right. Ooh. Ooh, I might decrease the audio a bit. That's very loud, isn't it? Yeah, sorry guys, give me a sec. Okay. I don't know what that noise was, but sure. Let's bring it down to like 50% maybe? Alright, so should we check the tutorial out quickly? Yeah, I think in like there's even like a PvP arena thing where it's just like a gladiatorial arena. So you can pretty much just play some almost chivalry-esque battles with people. Hey, look at that. Whoa, frame rate. Okay, first up, that sensitivity is a no. I am going to go down to medium because, like I said, my PC is poop on a stick. Probably going to have to reload again, aren't we? Probably. Give it a sec. I think it's catching up. There we go. Fantastic. All right, so we'll decrease the graphics. And then I want to quickly just bring sensitivity down. Probably like 5. Because I have my DPI quite high anyway. Oh my god. Okay, guys, I'm going down to 1. Wait, I can only go down to 3? Oh no. I can't. Okay, we'll stomach it. I just can't be asked to change my DPI. So, yeah. Pretty basic stuff of shift to sprint. Got attacks. Nice. Sick combo, bro. Sick combo. And then you can hold left mouse button for heavy attacks. Is there a block? Yeah, right click. You forgot the backstory? No. you can keep forgetting it. Oh, let me move the what I'll do is I'll move the chat as well. Ow! That's an illegal move, sir. I'm unarmed. Wait, what? Am I being trolled? Oh, I actually think it... Oh, that's interesting. I think your axe, like, you know how most games have just kind of a standard, oh, they're in range, that animation doesn't matter? Your axe swing, yeah, like, that misses because even though he's in range, it's, like, slightly off. I mean, he's shielding now, but earlier, it really mattered. Oopsie. This is going to take some getting used to. Damn, I overswing a lot. There we go. Ooh. 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 All right. Nice. Okay, so now the part that matters is obviously the switch around. So strategy mode, press Q, and then you do this. Okay. For Honor vibes, yeah. But I think that's kind of cool. Like this is where it's unique. This is the unique thing. I like how they give a story for the tutorial. So now, like, they couldn't get the info of the spy. They're trying to rush us. So we can add Raxes in. Do you want more than one? I mean, we've got, like, infinite resources for the tutorial, so sure. Give me more. I think that little rock is actually stopping me building, which is... I feel so trolled. Okay, so... Ooh. Yeah, they want me to build 30 of these bad boys. Not these, but, like, my Rax units. Wait. Can you only select one at a time? Oh! You only need one at a time, so it's instant production. Oh, nice. I'm just gonna... That's too much. I actually, like, it almost sounded like it was bugging out a bit. We produced them so quick. Okay, so I'm gonna move across now to encounter the enemy. My boys are a bit slow, but I guess it's because they're beefcakes, you know? Ooh. That's an interesting zoom perspective, right? It's almost like FOV changing instead of zoom in, zoom out. You know what I mean? You can lead a single unit? Yeah, we're going to do it in a second. We're in the tutorial, so it wants us to walk over here first, and then we'll probably hop in. All right, I got my boys. Have at 'em, lads. So now we can left-click on a unit and press E. Nice. And now we can press tab. Hey, look at that. So you can just, yeah. So this is like a bit like the Mountain Blade system, yeah?
Attack!
Leroy! Woohoo! And then you can switch. So I think, is it like this? There we go. Yeah, E. So this, I saw someone doing this, and it reminds me of Battlefield 2 Modern Combat, if you guys have seen that game. It was the console version of Battlefield, and what it done different is you could look at other allies, like AI allies, and do that. I think that's really cool. All right, so we won the fight. It wasn't even close. Get wrecked. Lol noobs. And now we've got eliminate deficiencies. What's this? Oh, we haven't got a wall yet. Got it. Yeah. Walls are good. Yeah, I had someone say they got like stronghold vibes from this as well. Okay, so that should be underway. And we can add defenses. Okay, nice. I think that's going up. Did I overlap and it almost looks like a place too. It is building, right? Yeah. It's definitely building. Okay. Wait, maybe not? Oh, I don't think I can... I clicked complete. There we go. You have to double click. Okay, double click will complete then. And now we can place archer towers. Whoop, whoop. Be honest, some of you are out... Like, some of you are HRE mains. This is exactly what you'd be doing. Oh, wow, I can build another outpost. They'll never get me. Okay, so now we're going to teach us about economy. Yep, lumber camps. Great. Great. So we got what? Lumber. Oh, so that's the current number that we've got in. So we got lumber, stone, metal, and gold. And like these guys take lumber and stone, which is would have thought metal, but obviously it's the higher tier thing. And then we can get a mining camp over here as well. I think is that iron? Or is that oh, you built it on it, right? No? Hey? I think you built... Ah, there we go. You gotta be very specific with the point. I think that must be metal, right? I mean, it looks like it's metal, gold, and stone. Ah, that's intriguing. So it's all free, and you choose how much you want. So you can dial it back and up. That's kind of unique. Okay. And then, what does it want from me? It's kind of being weird. Usually when it like dulls out like this, it's because it's trying to get me to do something. I just don't know what. All right, there we go. Get more gold. Because like KP actually prepared a bit. Oh no, what happened with Beastie on the watch stream? I'm curious because I organized that. Alright, we'll upgrade the main castle. I mean, I think I'm... No, I don't know. I looked a little bit, but like... So I'm kind of familiar with it. But I don't want to spoil it for me. I want it to be a genuine experience. So I think that's very important, is the user experience, and you guys understanding it matters a lot. Because like, how would you feel when you first picked this up? I think that's very important. And give me one sec. I'm trying to Alt-Tab out so I can move the camera out of the way of what we're doing, so it's not ruining things. I think we place it maybe here. That kind of works. But yeah, I'd say I'm also just very good at picking up new games. I've always been that way. Like, we all have that friend that, like, they pick up a game and they're quite good at it. I'm that guy. I'm not saying that in a cocky way. It's like, someone will work hard enough that they'll beat me. But initially, I'm tiltingly the guy that, like, will win. Sorry, I'm just trying to get it right up in the corner. So there we go. That should do it. Okay, so we need to upgrade our... Okay, I don't know why the map... How do I move the map quicker? Is there a pattern? There's like... I'm using the keys, but it's really slow to move. So I'm going to check if there's a... Okay, I guess you just have to use a mini-map then in that case. So we can upgrade the Raxes though, so... There we go. Use some wood, and that'll give us access to... I don't know why I built multiple Raxes, I only need one. But now I have access to the Guardians of the Galaxy? Nah, just the neighborhood. Oh, nice. It looks... Are those glaives? I think those are glaives. That is a really trippy zoom. Do you guys hate it when I do that? It's very unique for an RTS. I don't think I've had like an RTS that had that style of zoom before. And now we want to build and upgrade stables. Dude, I want to control the cav. Like, we've all been there. We've all played those type of games. We're too lazy to walk, okay? Let little Silver carry me through. So, we don't want sword cavalry. That's lame. Let's go straight to the Giga ones. Axe cav. So, I can't... Sorry, let me do that. I know you guys really like that part. There we go. There we go. Is that better? So, what I'm not sure about is what unit is better in what way. I think it might just be a statistical increase from unit to unit. And what I mean by that is like, you know how with like Age of Empires you have the counter system, whatever? I think they've just got like, this unit's more expensive, so it should just be better. Which I mean, I think for those that are looking like hyper like deep, that might be a little bit basic. But I think when you consider the third person element and the action and switching between that, maybe that's a better way to take things, because I imagine like not many people have played these type of games, because like RTS hybrids, they had a time where they were starting to grow a bit in popularity, but then they fell off. There weren't that many coming out. So it's probably quite a polarizing experience to get used to doing like the switcheroo all the time. So we wanted to upgrade the archer range. Should we get some techs as well? Increase health, movement speed. Yeah, give me everything, mate. I'm the best in the world. I think the upgrades are instant as well. Yeah, so this is meant to be very fast-paced RTS in a way then, I think. 50 infantry? Dude, at least please, no, like, can we, is there any, like, quick buy? Can I have a quick buy, please? That's a lot. I'm sorry, guys. I don't think there's any shift queue, guys. I mean, look, feedback for the devs. I think that's an easy add. That's definitely worth it. People love their hotkeys. They love their shifts. Try holding shift. Maybe. Let's see. No, holding doesn't work. Shift doesn't work. Control doesn't work. Carpal tunnel it is. So many units. How many is that? Oh, it's a bit hard to click them. Maybe I need to zoom in a bit. Oh my god. Double clicking is definitely not advisable when they're moving. Does this game have like alt or shift click like a StarCraft? No. So you just let them all double click at the right time. 30 good god. Wait, did the archers not make a noise? Oh no, it's because screw that. Ain't got time for upgrades yet, mate. You can do that afterwards. Is it too loud still? Do I need to turn it down more? Oh my god, this is a giga army though. You know what? Age of Empires players love big armies, AoE4 players in particular, so it's okay to admit that you really like this. That's a lot of units. Oh, we still need to get the cav. They want more. You know what? I actually like the horse noise is very peaceful. Well, you know what I mean? Like, maybe peaceful's not the right word, but you know what I mean? It's like, yeah. You control the knight in third person. I'm aiming to do it, mate. I'm just trying to... Was it tab? I think it was tab, right? And then Q... Or was it Q? Like, it's Q to come back to attack, and then E to swap. Why can I not... Am I an idiot? Am I remembering the button wrong? It was tab, right? I'm not even trying to fight you and you're losing. Get wrecked. Oh my god, my frame rate. My PC is not great. E. It was E. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Ah, it was because we were in the tutorial mode, wouldn't let me. Yo! And we can sprint. Woohoo! Dude, I feel like Guan Yu in Dynasty Warriors. Hell yeah, baby. Can you heavy attack? Oh, you can just like charge it up. As in like you don't swing straight away. I am okay, be honest, who else is getting like Mountain Blade vibes doing this to them? Hey look, wait, should we be an archer? You there, boy. Come to Papa. So, you right click and then, yeah, baby. And it has charge up, which affects distance. No. Guys, shut up. Don't say anything. I am good. I said it. It must be true. That did hit him, by the way. It just bounced off him. You even heard him go, ooh. Nope. Got him. Mission accomplished, boys. We can take it home. And then you can do the switcheroo, right? So you E, and then I think it was it E again? Yeah. Whoop, whoop. So it says we still have to destroy the enemy. I think there's one archer just vibing. Oh my god. Got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Could you imagine being that guy for the last 10 seconds of his life? Oh. Getting PTSD for him, good lord. Alright, so we can now, what have we got? We've got strategy, which is skirmish, I think. You've got battle. And then you've got arena. And the arena one is just where you play the soldier in the arena. We somewhat overbooned? Nah, dog, we're good. Oh, they got a survival mode coming. That's kind of cool. So yeah, you've got the different factions. Like what we got? Silveria, Norvian, Solvong, and Viridia. Let's be honest, guys. We're a freaking bird. Oh, you got some free player maps as well. That's intriguing. Should we try the basic one, Rapids? Should we try AI? See how like a game that doesn't give me infinite resources will be? Yeah, I did. I did like that cavalry charge. That was intimidating as all hell. And I, sir, am green. I like that you can be the same color to grief, but... Did we try hard? Yeah. What's he gonna do? Kill me? I'm going to lose to AI, aren't I? Statistically, there is a probability. Alright, nice. So we start with a sword cav. And first things first, we want to set up what? The lumber camp. So we've got wood coming in, because that's going to allow to build anything. Mining camp. I think you just always want to set these up immediately, right? You got markets, so you can exchange resources. We're probably going to want to go in... Where's my house? 10. Okay, so we could probably build a military building first. I'm gonna spam cav because I'm impatient and I like moving fast. My reasoning is basic and very reasonable. So wait, can we just explore the world? I can show you the world. I think you move quicker like this, by the way. Yeah, you definitely do. Because I don't know if you can get them to sprint if you're not controlling them. Oh, come on, mate. Just let me dip my toes. But obviously, if you're doing this, you're not managing your everything, really. your base and whatnot. Oh, that's interesting. You can't just click anywhere on the map. So you kind of have to see where you're going first. Right, let's get some of those bad boys. How much lumber do we bring in? It doesn't let you know the income, which is a bit unfortunate. Can I just build more of these then? Yeah, like, why would I not build more of these? Sounds like a plan. I am going to get a bit annoyed by like the slow drag. Because I'm using WAS, but WAS is very, very smooth, just in case you get disoriented. Ah! No, 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 no. Wait. Chat, we're fine. That wasn't me that made that noise. That was them that made that noise. Yeah. All right. If we fail, we've got the backup guy. Am I winning? I think I'm winning. I was sort of winning. Why am I not getting lumber, by the way? Do these guys drop off in batch, maybe? Oh, okay. No, it is just quite slow. So you want a lot of these, then. So third person overrides Fog of War? Yeah, which makes sense, right? I mean, it overrides it within reason. Leroy! Haha! Yes! I'll just clip it. I never lost. So I don't know what the point in these are, though. Also, I'm wondering, like, is this just the downside of Cav that they're very expensive, I guess? Oh, God, yeah. And I don't trust them with their own lives. Jesus Christ. They were just running around in circles. They're like, we're very good at our job. I'm like, I don't think you are, mate. Oh, and by the way, that's where my resources went. It's just in the tutorial that they were producing that quickly. That makes more sense. I'm glad of that. I was a little bit worried that it was going to be a bit cheesy with production. Okay, so we have a lot of wood production. I feel like we could have more. Yeah. And then we need to get some houses. Houses are important, guys. Whose house is it anyway? The chat in the top right, that's my chat. So that you guys can be part of the moment. It feels weird not being able to use middle mouse button pan. It's going to take some getting used to. We're getting there, though. So yeah, I don't know what the bandit camp is about. Like, do you get resources for that? Is it kind of like almost like a Warcrafty-esque type thing? Which, that would be cool. I actually like that. We have a lot of this stuff. We need to get more stones. Let's pivot. We should also start getting upgrades. I think we just more or less spam all of them, right? Yeah. Interesting concept, but a little random. Would be cool if you played a Hero Commander. So there was a game in the early 2000s that done that, and it was made by, I believe, the Empire Earth developers. But it flopped pretty hard because halfway through they switched developers. So I don't mind it. I mean, maybe they could expand to like a hero idea, but I don't mind this. I think maybe the one balance challenge, now that I'm thinking about it, is I'm wondering if like maybe controlling some of these units makes them too good. But I think that's the interesting trade-off logic, right? Is like if you're controlling them, you're not dealing with the wider picture, your economy, your army. And clearly those things matter. So I think it kind of works, actually. Obviously, I'm saying kind of because, you know, we'd have to test it more to see. But in theory, like, you get what I'm getting at, right? It kind of makes sense. Oh, this is a new RTS / third-person hybrid. To war! Oh, nice. They got Molotovs? Dude, how do I Molotov? I want a Molotov. How? I guess I can't. Should we check out his base? Damn, he's expanding quick, huh? Oh, there's his army. Leroy! Oh. Very, very yes. Bye. I think he doesn't like us. Oh, we need more pop. I guess we can spam a bunch of these. That's a lot of wood. Do we have anything that doesn't use wood? That would be good. I rhymed. No, it's all... So wood is... I want to say wood is more like food in this game, you know? Then obviously you need the stone to get into that. I think we just build a bunch of them then. Okay. Alright, let's get our army moving. I need vengeance for myself, except it wasn't myself, it was someone else while being myself. Having one general managing the base and a few captains commanding the army, that's the thing. I think that'd be cool. And like, someone could double check. Click the link, it'll take you through the Steam page, but I'm pretty sure it had online PvP, but also it may have said online co-op. So I think there might be some intent there to like allow people to play the game that way. I don't know if it's in yet, but maybe that's an idea they're looking at. Which would be pretty cool. I'd love to see that. Okay, so we need more Bob. Yeah, we had the right idea to start spamming a lot of production buildings early on anyway. It just kind of makes sense. I think one thing I'd kind of like to see, now that... maybe this is another way you can do it, but like when... Uh-oh. Guys. We have their attention. There is a lot of them, though. But it's okay. Because I know how to spam left click. Can't wait for the new PC. Swap, swap, swap. Are we winning this fight? I think we are. I think our archers just gigged him. He's sending it into my base, which is ambitious. Have fun, buddy. Oh, what? Dude, he just immediately wiped out 3 of my guys. That's wild. So I think that maybe that was AI. I think the AI was in third-person mode, and that's why he was able to do that, is my theory. We need to start upgrading buildings, though, right? We should have been doing that soon, I think. But we need to upgrade, yeah, our castle first. Okay, so you guys going to lose this fight? You're going to embarrass me in front of all my friends? Need to get more of our boys out. I do feel like cavalry just seems... It's a bit clunky, but I think they're very tanky compared to others. So they might just be the good bread and butter to have. Well, luckily the AI is taking a while to burn down my buildings, which don't cost much. So I'm fine with that. We vibe. And we go and counterattack. I like that it gives you notifications about your units dying as well, which is kind of cool. It's almost like you're playing an FPS or something like that, the way it gives you those notifications, which is quite unique. Stable's not up yet. I think, did we tech up already? So we can cancel this and... No? How long until tech? Halfway. Okay, this should be enough guys to defend. Meanwhile, even... Okay, I love the fact that even Archer's like, let's just use a Molotov. Okay, nice. So, we need more mining. Because we're kind of poo-poo when it comes to our metals. We're not using much gold, actually, so maybe we pivot to more metal. There we go. I don't know if you can have multiple mining camps on the same. I can't see why you wouldn't be allowed to, though. So I think you can just go like this. Yeah. Hello, Rune Glorious. Thank you for your amazing voice line Dota 2 from 2022. I can't imagine playing... Oh, man, thank you. Oh, that's so wonderful to hear. I'm so proud of that line. It's like, I love it that people are still using it. It's such a fun line. So thank you, thank you. Appreciate the support. Oh my god! Rebel Scab. Why? Why are you here? Like, bro. Other guy better be getting attacked as well, or I'm going to feel scammed. Outrageous. The nerve on these guys. Alright, let's upgrade building. Let's kill a bunch of boys. Maybe better mining? Oh, you need to upgrade. You can upgrade the mining camp levels as well. Intriguing. And that'll unlock access to the better techs. Am I losing to... I'm not losing to them, right? No, that would be silly. I'd never do that. You okay, buddy? Alright. Yeah! We rockin'. I always feel like performance for me is better in the third person mode, which is kind of... Oh, what the hell? Dude, there were so many bandits. Holy mother of bandito. Did not expect that many. Okay. So, what we'll look to do... Maybe upgrade these. It's a bit finicky upgrading each individual one, but presumably it's worth it for the damage increase and whatnot. Get him, boys! Woo-hoo-hoo! Peace. Don't think they have a select all army, right? Don't think so. A lot of my units have kind of scattered into the lumber camps from defending, so I just got to keep an eye out for that. I want to send you guys on a raid. Whoop, whoop. Wonder if siege is worth having. Yes, that's right. You heard me correctly, guys. This has siege workshops. I guess we can build one and find out. We're a little bit shy on the wood. There we go. We've got enough now. Oh, wood is limited, right? Because this tree line was bigger before. I'm pretty sure of that. Intriguing. Get more lumber camps out here. Get more mining camps. So I think I'm winning. Uh-oh. No. Oh my god, dude. They gained velocity, so running away from Cav feels almost impossible. Good lord. Shall we prep the better stuff? Yeah, let's get the better stuff rolling. I think maybe we just lean hard into Rax. Maybe Cav isn't that great, and Rax units can just beat him. And we've got ballistas, as well as catapults. So basically, upgrading good catapults. Because his army is quite blobbed. So we probably want to try to focus in on punish that. We get some max cav. Yeah, might as well. We're low on stone. Oh, wait. Is this shared between all? Ah, that's why I'm so weak on resources, chat. Is like, you modify this, it's all sources. That's helpful to know. We need more houses as well. Let me know if anyone's got any questions and I'll try to direct it. Oh, wait. Building limit? We're at the building limit. Really? How do I get more? Like, is it because of any type of building? So maybe I've got, like, too much of certain things. So, like, if I delete... Let's find out. So if I delete a lumber camp, can I now build another? No. Okay. Oh, wait. Can you upgrade house? There we go. Chat. Okay. I was about to say 52 is kind of rookie numbers. Now that makes sense. So you upgrade the houses. Interesting. That's pretty cool, though. Like, from a spatial standpoint, I actually really like that. I rate that pretty highly. I'll go ham for more of these. Our army should be growing. We want to upgrade our Raxes. Let's maybe get good old catapult. Oh, damn. We can afford quite a few. Poogers. Love to see that. What's up, Pikey? What's the game? This is Eyes of War. So the bot should be popping up in a sec to let you guys know about it. And we've also got a banner down below. Actually, big shout out to the devs for partnering with us to check out the game. Oh, you can actually see them through the fog. That's... Seems a bit busted. Like, RTS is an info, right? Info is important. That's a pretty big piece of info being given over. Get them, boys. Aha! Run, you cowards! Yes! Mincemeat all! Get back here. Nice. Your pony isn't covered in enough blood. Let's fix that. Oh, nice that you wear the red armor so no one can tell you're dead. There we go. Boom. Every time I go down that mode, I do get some good old Mountain Blade vibes, you know? That's good, though. It's a fun game. Oh, he's going for his camp. Nice, he's distracted. Wait, guys, can... Yes! You can go over there. Onto the enemy base, mate. We've got a mission. It's a very important mission. It's Michael Bay inspired. We're going to blow everything up. Alright, we're doing pretty well over here, but I think... Oh, no. No, no, no. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. Whoa. Wait, what? Surely I can't miss them now. Nice. I don't think you get bonus damage for headshots, right? Well, this would be tilting for an AI. So what do archers counter? Because I don't feel like they counter melee infantry. Then again, this is a tier 1, right? So maybe I'm wrong on that. Alright, whatever. Worth it. Got a 1-for-1 trade. Peace. Alright, so we've got another big boy army. Let's get them moving. Why are you not... Wait, move. Go. You little jubbers. Can we upgrade again? I think the upgrade is still ticking, so we're not there yet. Maybe increasing the damage of the archers will make them worthwhile. So I'm a little bit underwhelmed by them so far. Actually, I think we should do we just pump more cav upgrades like crazy? I think so. And upgrade that afterwards. Get that queued up. So we'll play infantry for a bit, and then we'll pivot into the cav. I think is the goal. Third person is a special ability? No, you can just use it. Like I said, the trade-off logic that I think they're going for is that if you're doing that, you're not actually overseeing your army on a wider like scale, right? So that's the sacrifice. Nice. Protect the catapult at all costs. Reinforcements are coming, boys. Whoop, whoop. I think you get buff stats when you're in this mode, by the way. It feels like I have buff stats in this mode. Alright, there we go. So, maybe movement speed for siege? And increase damage. We don't need extra range. We'll be close enough. I need a lot more wood. Yeah. Into the forest, boys. We have like 5,000 stone because I pivoted. Oh, we need more pop now, don't we? Yeah, yeah. Oops. We can't build more houses, but we can now upgrade the existing ones. Do they actually visibly change? No. That... bit hard to... Oh, wait, no, they get little side crenellation pieces, or like, you know, on the roof. So they do look slightly different. Looks like some good old roofs. Always some good old roofs. It's interesting that, like, these gathering buildings use up population, though. So you really have to... Like, it does have that kind of element of villagers versus military units, but it's balanced in a different way. So, guys, what we want to do is I can give the order to attack.
Attack!
Then... Woohoo! I think I hit them? We are losing that fight pretty badly, right? I think so? I'm pretty sure we just got wrecked, guys. I feel like I'm just not... Oh, Pog, there we go. Guys, the mistake was going in. We should just stood here like this. Holy crap. Okay, actually catapults, you're seeing that now, right? It takes damage, but the damage... it takes time, rather, but the damage is really good. So I should be dead, but the AI is just not punishing me. It's hard from... I think what they've done is they've done the classic, like, it's hard and it has clearly got an eco advantage. Like, it's getting extra resources or something. But it doesn't press that, I think. Oh, wait, what? Dude, there's a strat to increase all damage in your primary. That's kind of wild. And I guess there's one for production. All units regenerate health. Workers give more. Oh yeah, dude, we're just like pounding into a lot of those. Hell yeah. Let's upgrade some of these Raxes again. We'll go even higher tier. So the archers just remain archers. So you really, it feels like Rax is really... I don't know if they scale well. Like, I don't know. I'm kind of shocked at how quickly my guys got flatlined, like pancaked by a bunch of cav, right? So that was a little bit weird. And I think I finally lost my... Run, boys! Oh, no! Oh, come on, that was brilliant. I love the collision physics. It's brilliant. So that's interesting. So I think it's almost like the cavalry rubbing up against them does damage, if that makes sense. It sounds a bit weird. What can we build here? Berserkers or Huskars? I mean, everyone would say Berserkers, but I'm like Huskars, bro. Let's go. Yeah, we like them. Increase cav damage. Increase archer damage, and then we'll try to scale archers afterwards. I think we probably want some more production buildings. Yeah, so archers are just meant to be kind of spammed up the wazoo, I think. Probably need some more lumber camps. How do you think I'm doing, chat? Rate me not sucking. My instincts tell me I should have been dead about 3 times. The AI just doesn't want to finish me. Okay. So we've got a bunch of Guardians. I need to get some more after this one. And we've now got Huskars, which are... If we have a look at their stats, so like... A Guardian's 140, 35. These guys, Berserkers are 120, 50, and Huskars are 130, 48. So Guardians are the more tanky choice. Axe Cavalry has high damage, but low health compared to them, or lower. I think. Just want to scale a bunch of... Let's get a bunch of archers together. We need to keep upgrading houses. Oh, nice. So you've got these little things you can just utilize to upgrade. That's very handy. So you can just go around and click all of them. That's quite nice. Okay. I think... Is there anything else to upgrade? Actually, we probably have other lumber upgrades we should be leaning into. Maybe military healing out of combat's not a bad idea. Yeah. Uh-oh. Here come the banditos again. Should we do some fun little first person? Or third person, rather. Whoop, whoop. Willer's Dominion. Ah, see? There, it tells you. It does increase your damage and stats. Oh, wait. They're not attacking me. Alright, we chill. Wait. Because I beat the camp, I think they might work. Yeah. That's interesting. So, yes, you can clear the camps, and it will capture them to attack for you. That's cool. I like that. That feels better than, hey, we're just going to keep poking you in the side because we're really annoying. That's much better. So go for the Berserkers. We'll upgrade that Rax as well. Get more Huskars. Is there any, like, infinite production button? I don't think there is. Get a bunch of Axe Cav. Okay. Fandappy Bloody Dozy. We'll get more mining. Actually, did we confirm what it does? Yeah, so market is definitely for, like, exchanging to different resource type. So, enemy army is now getting dragged back, I think, in reaction to that. Yep. Well, Bandito is being annoying. We have a pretty big army. Let's get this new wave over there, and I think we should be able to do some serious damage. Should probably be looking to scale into some siege weapons. Let's prep some siege and reserve, rather. And then we need to... Well, we're still using so much stone. It's kind of crazy. We don't use much metal, which is kind of surprising. You guys are drunk. If you'd like to just, yep, form an orderly queue and get the hell out of there. Just got a small reserve group. I think you just kind of want to send your guys. Alright, this is it. Finally, we are not going to get our teeth kicked out, right? Right? Uh-oh. Oh, that's why. It's just a bandito. Lamau. He died. Now we're torching. Send the gasoline. Oh, no. Guy. Oh, no, 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 please, please, please. No, 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 no. Are we winning? I kind of feel like I want to be down in the action. I should have been down in the action. I thought we just got insta-giga wiped, but I don't think we did. I do feel like cavalry is kind of OP, though. Right? Like, you guys are watching what I'm watching. Cavalry kind of looks busted. Alright. Screw it. We must go in like wrecking balls. There's only one way. The all the way deep way. So all units, attack arena. Oh, so it targets where you're looking. All right, Leroy it. Whoop, whoop. Wait, you have maces? How do I get them? Maybe that's why I'm losing. Maybe they just have the best cavalry. Oh no. How do you... I wish you could just like switch to another guy without pulling out. That'd be kind of nice. Okay. My archers are actually kind of slapping them. Do archers really counter cav though? That seems very weird. Based on like what my brain wants to say is correct. Well, that's a win. That is nightmare fuel. What can we do? I don't know. The more I think about it, the more I just think we just have to mass cavalry. It's like every time I try to think of like a different strat, my brain thinks mass cavalry is just the way. Get more cav than them and blob. Okay, interesting. So... Oh, I totally forgot about walls, by the way. Could you technically, like, creep walls all the way to the enemy side? Is that an option? No, you're very close. You have a zone of influence like Stronghold has. Okay, that makes sense. Ah! That's what we've been missing, guys. There's the Raven Monument, which has special text in it for us. So all units gain base damage. You can make berserkers hit harder, but they lose a lot of health. Units can attack from further range, but only structures. I mean, I guess we just go that. Get the extra, like, gathering on wood. There's got to be a quicker way to queue up units, though. I feel like I'm doing this the most primitive way, and it doesn't feel right. So I don't know if there's, like, something I'm missing. Almost like a select all production tab. Maybe not. Oof. Okay, let's get a few berserkers in. I think our catapult wave built up though, so like maybe they can save us. I definitely need more stone gathering. A lot more stone gathering. I think that should fix most of our problems on stone gathering. Maybe? Probably? Probably. There is no select all army from what I can see. So we'll just have to go through. Grab everyone for the after party. Whoop whoop. Those are ones we don't control. Oh. You can't shift drag. It's individual ones each time. These guys are a bit slow to move. Are Yumi Ashigaru good now? Always. Yumi Ashigaru a life, mate. Underrated unit. Always has been. Always has. Huskarls out. Or Cab as well. I don't know how I'm going to beat them. I legit think I just need to build even more Cav. I think whether I like it or lump it, that is literally the answer to this problem. Which circumstance are they good? So usually situations where you can basically win with like horseman archers. So you can kind of bait your opponent to spear plus archers and you have more mobility. I'm struggling to get my units to walk across here. Getting a bit silly. Okay, so they can't pathfind very far or something. I don't know why. It's being a little bit weird. Let's say we definitely have a bigger army than is apparent there. Let's get them all upgraded so we can get access to Axe. I think Axe is just outright better than Sword. Which goes against every fiber of my being as like an RPG player. I love Sword. We can check. So Axe is 4820. I don't think I have any swords to check. Oops. Okay. Yeah, you can't, like, they won't rally beyond a certain point. So I gotta play them tight and close. I see why like Cav are so strong, but or at least like the high tier ones, they cost 500 resources. I guess that's meant to be the trade-off. Let's see what the stats are like. So Axe Cav's 120.48, 110.44. That's still really good damage. I actually think spamming Sword Cav might just be more viable. Seems giga strong. All right, let's get ready to roll. If I can't kill them with this, I'm just a failure. In fairness, we could probably just scale to close to 200. Would make the most sense. The horses basically just float through infantry and disintegrate. Yeah, like it feels that way. It feels like Cav may be a bit strong. But I think, like I said, their balance point I think is meant to be the cost, because let's check. Like a Huskarl. A Huskarl costs more. That's a tough one then. I think I just want to get Cav. Cav. And then we'll both lose all our Cav, and then I'll cry from carpal tunnel from clicking to replace them. Cav. Should probably have even more stables for the reboom after I lose everything. Yeah, I kind of wonder if you just should maybe just do Cav from Sec 1. I'm trying to think in the early fights if we got much value out of the infantry. Like in theory, just having high numbers, right? But I don't know if it played out that way from what I can recall. Okay. They've got their outlaws coming. Can I even select all of my army? I don't know. I think they're just waiting for each other. Honey, I'm home. They are ridiculous. Alright. Let's get the catapults moving in, folks. For the sleepover. Well, at least those guys are rally. I don't know why the other guys wouldn't rally that far, but at least those ones work. Can we just... Oh my god, my frame rate. Yes, push me. I love it when you push me. Hell yes. Push me harder. Wait. Now, wait, can I not move now? Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay. Seems my Cavo boys... Please. I just want to go shoot something. Please. Alright, there we go. We are in. Guys, you ready for the Vamos? Here we go. All units. I ain't micromanaging this. Go, 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 go. Whoop, whoop. Whoop. Nice. That's a lot of torches. Yes. Good, Anakin, good. Oh, here they come with the catapults. I'm going to want to switch to you. Before we get catapulted to death. Oh my god, my frame rate. Okay, on a scale of 1 to oh my god, it's scuffed. How likely are we to crash right now? Get them, boys. Alright, get me out of that view, dude. That is so unplayable. Oh my god. Oh my... What? Dude, he deleted my whole army. I have nothing. I don't think I can beat him. His cap is just better. Oh my. Unless maybe? It's just mass catapult, mass cavalry from them. Good lord. That is wild. They even built a nice base. I didn't bother with that. Oh, wait. Catapults. Yeah. Catapults. Keep winning catapults. You can do this. I mean, catapults did just take out a bunch of their cav, right? Yes, but they also have a lot more cav. So zinc. Our boys are about... Yeah, they're dead. I don't think I'm going to beat this AI. I think they've just reached critical mass of Cav. What I'd rather quickly do is try to figure out our, maybe resolve the frame rate issue a little bit. Make things smaller, make things smoother, because, yeah, it's not just you guys experiencing it, I'm experiencing the pain of that. Oy, oy. Right, so, let me check settings. I think we're just gonna, let's just lowball it to be safe. And hopefully, probably not gonna look pretty, but it should run pretty smooth. In fact, bear with me a second, guys. I'm quickly gonna refill my water because my throat's getting really dry. So be right back 1 sec. Alright, guys. We're back. So, hopefully, that's fixed the frame rate issues a little. Sorry about that. Let's get ready, though. So, let's see. Should we check Arena? Is there any way to just get people in? I'm not sure. Lion's Roar, dude. Hell yes. Looks Romanesque. Take me there. Oh! So you choose multiple units to work with. Always Berserker, right? Teehee. You get a second unit. I reckon... You know what, dude? Why am I complicating this? I should have just picked 2 cavalry. Very Oh, I see. So you can only pick them once. So, yeah. And you're going to... Like, yeah. Okay, so that's kind of cool. I think... Yeah, pretty good one. They have Samurai? Okay, I'm jealous. I have Guardians. Samurai sounds so much cooler. Huskarl and Final Round versus Guardian. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's see how this plays out. Alright. Who's betting against me winning? Yo, we even went kind of Roman. Graphics are not looking great, but we did just put it on very low, so that's to be expected. I just want to try and get it to a point where performance is smooth. My PC is definitely a bit outdated, so... You first, mate. Wow. Yeah, cavalry's OP. I just noticed the health bars in the top. Didn't notice that before. Gotta be a bit careful your own plan this, but yeah, cavalry seems really good. Well, let's try not being cavalry this time, see how different it is. Let's try and be slightly less OP. Oh, nice. Oh, this guy does not do much damage to him, huh? Wait, is my guy losing to the other one? I think so. Can you please die? I'm dead. That's a samurai. No! No! Get! Yeah! No! No! I almost had him, dude. Oh, I was so close. I was like, I just kept spamming because I'm like, nice, I've animation locked him. I guess you like, yeah, you can kind of kite a bit, right? Yeah, he's lost, dude. You game over, dude. Oh wait, maybe not. Ah! No. Okay, there we go. No! Why don't you reach? Why don't you like winning? Weapon difference. Pro tip, I'm supposed to go! Am I gonna ban Fab Larp? Maybe. Weighing it up. Just give me a lot of subs. Look, I imagine the AI loses to a lot of people, and I just didn't want it to feel bad tonight, you know? When it gets in bed with its wife Toaster, and they think about all the little iPods they're gonna make, I didn't want Skynet to feel like it wasn't CPU enough for his bae. So like, good guy me took the knee so that tonight he could perform for his toaster girlfriend. That's the kind of guy I am. And yeah, it's RTS. It has some Mountain Blade elements. We're just trying the arena out. Let's try Green Garden. It's kind of interesting, this draft system, though. So, like, what counts swordsman? Cavalry. The answer is always going to be cavalry for me. We've learned that the hard way. And then Archer to perk at the Guardian. So then, he always drafts first. That's a really big disadvantage. So then we want Hostile. He's going to go Archer, right? Went Samurai. I think I go Cav. And then final round will be... Did I have Hostile in the final round or Berserker last time? Whatever. I ain't no pussy. He wants to shoot me from range. I'll shoot him in the face with an axe at point blank. Whoop, whoop. That makes sense. Don't read into it too much. Y'all ready for this? Oh, we got a long arena this time. It's very quiet music. Let's cheese this! Axe wield! Good luck hitting me. Yeah, so whoever strikes first has a very big advantage because of the animation cancelled, from what I can see. Yeah, Cav is broken, man. It's so good. I mean, to be honest, like, is this really different from other games? Like, someone was saying Mountain Blade earlier. Like, Mountain Blade was like this too. Let's not delude ourselves. How many of us just ran around charging up a big hit? What's going on here? Am I not allowed in round 2? What's happened? Have I bugged out? Huh? It's okay, it's okay. I trust him. I trust in my cavalry. See? Trust. No! No cavalry! No! Get him! Yes, Huskal! Kick that samurai's ass! Dude, look at his metal. It's so sad. He's just got like a small pointy stick. We've got a giant slab of metal to cave his skull in with. Go, 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 go! E didn't work. I think it just didn't despawn my unit. I don't... I think we may have ran into a bug. Maybe? I think we're stuck? I mean, it is an early access game, right? That's a bit unfortunate. I was totally not going to let... I was not going to let Skynet impress its toaster girlfriend tonight, so... I'm a little bit sad, man. I was going to kill him. I was going to wreck him. I was going to be simply the best. Better than all of... So what does battle do? Because we've done strategy, right? I think it's just... Ah, so yeah, it's just you build an army and you go and fight. Okay. Interesting. Give me 1 sec. Just need to double check something. The stream's being smooth now, right? Ever since we changed the settings, it's smooth for you guys, right? Just want to make sure it's nice for you. Nice. Okay, much better. Fantastic. All right, let's try battle. Add an AI. Should we try something? Let's try the lions. Rawr. I know, I betrayed my bird ways. Sands of Destiny, Tears of River, or Glacier of Glory kind of sounds catchy, you know? Okay, so... select your units now. You can add in... Alright, guys, don't worry. I know how to do this. Why does he get 4 more? He has elephants? Bro, I've got a horse and you have an elephant. We are not the same. Knights on footback? So the army's too big for them to all come out at once. They'll come out in waves. I just got... Like, I just ego child, and I just got humbled. Bro has 100 elephants. There's gonna be more PTSD than current Delhi strats. Oh, no. Oh, my giga frames. Guys, I don't think my PC is built for this. I mean, yeah, I'm just going to say happy with that. Let's bring the crossbows a bit tighter. Other than that, yep. Looks good to me. Okay, I don't like Glacier because I can't really see. Wait, where are we? Okay, like, you know what? Screw it. Units. Attack? Where was attack? Attack. Lyra! Oh no! Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. Okay, nah, we zoom out, zoom out. So, it's okay, guys. It's improving. When the mummy elephants and the daddy elephants are done loving each other very much, there will just be lancers left alive because I trust in my lancers. They are the best. There's just so many trees, I can't see anything. Is it better? Okay, I'm just gonna leave this game mode. I think spawning 100 elephants may have been a misstep on my half. It may have been. slightly too far. But it's fine. We persevere, baby. Should we try that again without having it be 400 units on each side? See if it works better. I think the scorpions have the elephants. We'll try Sands of Destiny, so hopefully it'll be clearer. We're up against Bird Faction, so like, I'm not that phased. Yo, what? We get camels! Okay. low detail camels look horrifying. And its jaw. What? Nope, can't do that. I mean, for the psychological damage, we're picking camels. And we have archers on horseback. Well, yes. That'll do, pig. That'll do. To the battlefield. I don't know, man. I would have preferred camel archers. Imagine the morale damage just from seeing those things. Maybe make it like a weird noise like, as they attack. Yeah, even this feels a little bit laggy for me. I mean, I guess it is still 100 units, right? But this game looks interesting. Whoop, whoop. It is. My PC is struggling a bit with it. Alright, here we go. Let's go. There's no mini-map, so I actually just have to... I have to pat across like this. Where are they? Let's go. Oh my god. Give me a guy. Give me any guy. Whatever it takes. Camel beat horse! I think we're beating them. Alright, we're definitely beating them. Yo, the horse archers drive by the way. This is what roost horse archers wish they could be. Oh, nice. Nice. It's okay, I got this. Slice and dice, mother duckers. Slice and dice. Wait, am I dead? I think we've still got more. I looked up and I'm like, I think everything over there is green. Are we winning? We still have our archers, chat. Was it 2 FPS? I don't know. I seem to struggle beyond about 50 units or so, I think. But I think we have won. Behold the power of my horse archers. Turns out me carrying playing horse archer bad. Turns out AI with aimbot playing horse archer good. We learned an important lesson today, and there would have been no other way to tell that, because, as you know, I'm an infallible beast at aiming, and no one has ever beaten me in the arena. I'm the 15-time world champion. Someone's BS detector is really going off on one right now. Yeah, there is a lot happening. Because that's the thing, like, it's not like an RTS situation. Like, there's a lot more detail in the animations because it's a full 3D render in close, right? And all the AI units are kind of acting more like independent entities instead of maybe following like void behaviors and whatnot that RTSs use a lot, as far as I can tell. So like something I did notice from our earlier games is like I would say compared to a lot of RTSs, this has a lot more physics going on, which is probably straining my performance a bit more. Bows seem really good. Yeah, dude, I kind of just want to spam Scorpion bows now, you know? You know? Kind of seems pretty good. I'm starting to think Bird Faction might just be weakest faction. So maybe we just whoopsie picking them, you know? Trying to figure out what's overloading. It's not my CPU. I think it's my GPU is just struggling, which is surprising. Like, I thought 2080 would be okay with this. In fact, let's quickly restart the game, just in case we needed to after we changed the graphic settings. Yeah, once again, really big shout out to Good Mood Games, who did sponsor us to check out this game. So they booked us for a few hours to check it out and see what we thought. I think my biggest discrepancy right now is, of course, performance. But I like the idea. Balance is always something that can be fixed. I think there's some like cool elements here. I like the idea of just like kind of hybridizing this action in the mix experience and having the RTS. I think that can actually be really cool.
The faces of the heroes fallen.
And in terms of performance, it is early access, so I think that's usually to kind of be expected. And will definitely be something I'd imagine is going to be improved upon. All right. So we've rebooted. Is there any more? I hit nothing. Interesting. I feel like I'm being set up for a trap there. There's 2 people in. So I think they were 2v2. Let's see how the performance is on strategy again first. So what were we playing before? It was Silveria. Was Silveria the ones we played that had the horse archers? I think it was. Yeah, Silveria. Let's try Serpent's Pass, maybe? Oh, there you go. Barren Dunes. Very open, very flat. Wait, I did add an AI, right? I can't remember now. I kind of rushedly clicked the button. So now I'm not entirely convinced I did. Oops. Think the load not work? Yeah. I like it. I like that they haven't just gone for like a render in game. Like someone clearly had some fun. It's almost like they've been painting pictures. So, right, anyway. We need to... It's a bit laggy. Get our mining camps in. It's a bit hard to see the outlines sometimes against some of the backdrops. Like these open planar ones, I think the forest one seems to be the best to play on. For being able to see where you're placing things, you know? Okay, so... Stables OP. Remember, chat? It's our mantra now. Stables OP. It's the only thing you ever need. In before, it's not the only thing we need. But right now, okay, that's a terror. Whatever. Just let him build it. Let him feel like he's part of the system. All right, vibe time. That's a very open desert. Nice. No extra assets for me to load. Almost crash on. I like. God, I keep pressing spacebar like I want to jump when I'm doing this. So I assume there's mercs inside these, maybe? Oh no, they're over there. Okay. I wonder, does he have military units yet? I think he's training them. I don't know if you can kill villagers. Or if they do that, you can't. I don't know. Let's have a look. Let's see. You seem to scare them off to safety, which is interesting. Right, whatever. Yeah. Woo, woo, woo. You want peace? Yeah. There we go. Oh. He built a few. That was good spread damage. But that was horrible return damage. No. Leave me alone. Maybe I can cheese him? Kind of. Take a while. Kind of brutal when you just kill villagers. You can't. They run in. That's what they were doing. They weren't dying. They were just running into safety. So I don't think you can actually kill villagers in this. I think we need more stables. There's not much wood on this map, right? I think you've just got mainly the backward, and then that's kind of it. So quite a scarce map for resources. Can we upgrade primary? Yes, go for that. Yeah, like, I mean, I think they know it's not like, well, it's obviously not complete, it's an early access, right? It has some interesting potential, though. I just realized you have, like, little archer dudes up here. They're entities. But you can't move them or whatever. We haven't been building, though, have we? Terrible me. We could have been building walls. We need a lot of stone to do that, though. So we better up the ante if we want to. Oh, we need more pop. Yeah, yeah. Well, the performance issues, I mean, like, yeah, I said my PC isn't that great at the moment. We should have that fixed by the end of the year. So that's the good news. I'm a little bit surprised by how much it tanks me sometimes, though. Maybe I just need, like, some sort of graphics update. And like I said, like, other things which may seem like to pose a problem, like cavalry being OP, is fixable. Right? That's just balance. That can be fixed over time. And like I was saying, these kind of ideas, they fell off a long time ago. There were some attempts in like the early 2000s that got ruined by different devs taking over. And then, you know, I think for a lot of people, maybe something like natural selection comes to mind. But natural selection was like 2011, 2012. So very, very long time ago. And that wasn't really RTS as it was slight strategy elements with like an FPS experience, right? Okay, so he's... I think archers do actually counter cav in this game. Maybe not. Okay, we're now catching them, so maybe not. I think because they were moving, maybe not. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. Nah. I don't think... Oh, wait. The cheeky git snuck by. So what was their plan? Are they just trying to burn my... Yeah, they're trying to burn my main castle. Lol. Yes. Stand still, please. There we go. Chat, I'm going to beat this AI. I'm going to beat him so hard, he's going to cry to his dad. He's going to cry to his stupid little, like, Macintosh 98 dad. That got personal. So I think it's actually cheaper to upgrade houses as well. Yeah, 150 instead of building a new one for 200. So let's increase our damage, because as we know, damage is king. Get movement speed as well. Love some movement speed. Dune Troopers is the... I think Dune Troopers was just the camels. That sounds very camel-y. That's the one, Sylvestris. That's the one I was thinking of. Rise and Fall Civilizations of War. Where you play like Alexander the Great or something like that. But that game flopped hard. It was really poorly designed. Because it was originally being made by, I think, the devs that made Empire Earth. And then they got fired and replaced. And the team that took over just didn't understand the creative direction. They tried some weird, different punt. So it kind of just made it a different game. Right, nice. So, we've got a lot of resources here. Lumber's still a problem. Can you build lumber camps inside here? I don't think so. I'm not sure what you're meant to do for more lumber. Maybe there's some on the flanks? Oh yeah, you can definitely see that they put quite a bit of effort in. It's like, I also kind of like that they didn't try to like overdo it with the graphic style, you know what I mean? Where some games try to be next-gen in graphics and it just holds them back in terms of what they can develop because of limited scope and whatnot. Because I don't think the Eyes of War team is a huge team, right? It's not like 200, 300 devs. And I think people really sometimes sleep on how hard it is to develop RTSs. It's... In terms of the workload, when you build from scratch, it's comparative to the amount of budgeting, money, effort that has to go into, say, an MMO. Oh, Gotta zoom in a bit because we zoom too far out and it looks like the cavalry guys disappear. All right, so we are beating their cav pretty convincingly, even without me. Yeah, I think my main feedback, obviously performance is something that will just improve in time. I think maybe one of the big things I noted that they would benefit from, I feel, is going to be is quality of life stuff. Like A-click is a really nice thing to have. People love having A-click in games. Shift Q, like these. I think these are simple things that they'll probably like implement, and it's maybe just they need more feedback. So always give feedback on these type of games. Always try to, just so they know what to target. Because a lot of the time, games can really like up the ante with very small efforts. If you know what I mean. But like someone like adding stuff like shift Qs is very simple, but it's like very easily overlooked, right? Should we go? I think these were the guys with horse archers, right? So let's just prep horse archers. Can't quite upgrade yet. I think we need more metal. So we'll switch over to more metal. That was pretty sick. What, the way they wiped me out? Or what I tried to do? Alright, we're going to go Sultan's Raiders, and we're just going to wipe the floor of them. Whoop, whoop. Can you just build ballista towers? Oh, you can. Now that's interesting. I thought you just needed to have them on a wall, but apparently not. Don't mind if I do. So I think we want to get the upgrades first, and then we can prep the boys. Uh oh. I think I aggroed. Whoops. Dude, trying to find the straggler trees is rough on this map. It's so horrifying. Oh my god. It's funny as well because they don't do charge damage from what I can tell. So they're just basically headbutting and then they're slice and dicing. It does look so epic though. Like we can all respect just how epic that looks. Alright, I need to wait for tech upgrades, so we might as well spend on some boys in the meantime. So there should be a camp up here that if we clear, it'll start sending enemies towards the start sending boys towards the enemy base. So get rid of the banditos, senoritos. Can you just stop turning left? He says as he holds the A key. As you do. So this should now switch to us. There! Oh, dude, look at that! So the banners do switch. So it's clear in here. I think maybe because we didn't realize last time in the overlay, because it's very subtle. So maybe like here it would be cool to have like a UI little thing that pops up. But it's definitely very clear when you're down on the ground, which is cool. So now they fight for me. I am their Lord and Savior. Behold. Meantime, we'll get more of these bad boys going. Gonna get ready for the horse archer pump soon. We need to get more pop. What's up, Penguin? What's this? It's a new game called Eyes of War. It's in early access development. They just had a big patch drop, like all these unique different civs folks. I think this was recent. They just added this. So they reached out and sponsored us. So we're doing a sponsor stream, courtesy of a cool agency as well as the devs over at Good Mood Games, to check it out and give our take on it. I think it's fun. Like, it's kind of cool. I would actually really vibe on this if there's a way to have maybe like 4 or 5 people on the same team. So I was mentioning, like, as a comparative of these style of games to a less degree was like natural selection, right? But the logic there is like most people were playing an FPS and one person was playing a strategy game. I think that would be cool. So then you kind of just give people agency to how they want to play the game. And the reason I love to see them do that is they've kind of got the baseline for it already to be viable. But what really is desirable about that style that people love is it just kind of invites those that are unfamiliar. That style of game is underrated because what it reminds me of is, you know, it's like when you play D&D. You guys know how you get in D&D, right? You get in D&D because you hop into like a group with like most people who stick with D&D get into D&D because they experience D&D at the hands of a really cool dungeon master, right? It's kind of like that. And this isn't just like something specific. It's RTSs in general. So I mentioned before, like I think they've tried to keep it basic on in terms of like the mechanics of how units interact, right? Like, you know, how Age of Empires has those deep layers to explore. StarCraft has all those upgrades and extra abilities. I think they've tried to keep that calm so that people can process it a bit easier, which I respect. I think that's really smart. Okay, so we've got some horse archers, we've got a bunch of swordsmen, maces, everything. Need to start doing some damage before he starts spamming too many units and I get carpal tunnel. In before I lose this fight. It almost looks like he's got palings or something there. No, it's just his army. Go! Oh my god, that impact. Wait, did I lose? I lost quite a few, I think. Nah, I think we're vibing, chat. I think we're good. Let's just get a sword boy. I don't want to try to play ranged like that. So can you go? Can you just walk inside? Oh, you can. Boys, you need to reassess your security organization because that is not an effective gate. Yo, what's up, Hetero? Thank you very much for the resub, buddy. It's been a while. Hope you've been well. We're just checking out a new RTS. It's quite an intriguing little one. Should we just go Dune Troopers? We can't afford tier 3. We've been spamming too many units. Oops. So, you know what the solution is? Spam even more units. We need more mining camps, actually. It's a bit awkward on the edges of the map to see them, but there are some here. Yeah, let's just go ham, Daro. Get loads of them. Subtract the trees would be nice to try and work. Lumber really is a limiting factor on this. Is it fun so far? I've had some fun with it. My PC's letting me down on the performance, which makes it a bit tough at times. But yeah, we've definitely had some laughs. I think everyone can appreciate my superior RTS skills. I am simply one of the best. Right, chat? I think that's what we were saying earlier. I'm pretty... Yeah, that was definitely what we were saying. Okay, horse archers are really expensive. So I think we're going to hold off on spamming those. Because we are burning through our resources too quickly. So we kind of need more... Oh, we got more metal coming in. Okay. Conk 6? Hell yeah, brother. Don't you forget it. Whoop, whoop. Got the paternity test back, and we know who the daddy is. Alright. Anyway. Do we go siege? Maybe, what if we just try spamming some normal archers? Because that's a bit more cost efficient right now. So a lot of cav and a backline of archers isn't the worst of ideas. Okay. Some more cav out. Maybe some more archeries. The panoramic view? Oh, you can zoom out even further. I'm staying a bit closer because on this map, when you zoom too far out, I think the riders on the cavalry disappear. No, boy, this game is quite new. We're just playing it on low graphic settings because our PC isn't quite up to scratch. So we're playing... This is literally the lowest graphic settings you can get, actually. And we're doing that kind of intentionally so that we don't run into frame issues. Because my PC is not doing great at the moment. Yeah, we've got a pretty big army. So my GPU, 2080. And I'm using a 3700X CPU. But remember, I'm streaming as well. And I really ramp up the encoding details to try and give the best quality. Okay, so let's move the big boys out. So they can do... we have that cavalry tech, right? Yeah, we should also get the archer upgrades. I wonder how effective just massing archers would be. Are we Age of Empires 4? Wow, that was a dig at the current meta. Timed upgrade? Oh, I'm aware. I'm working on sourcing parts. I want to do a sponsored integration, build the PC live. I think that'd be really cool, actually. I think it's nice because I think a lot of people out there find like the idea of building PCs quite daunting. And while like maybe calling it Lego PC is a bit of an extreme simplification, I think a lot of people are capable of building PCs. They just don't realize it. So my goal is to find a few brands to work with to basically source the parts so that we can do a PC build live. And people can ask questions if they've got inquiries. You can maybe see me fail when I forget something obvious. And we'll have some good fun. Alright, we're out pop again. Yeah, so each level in the houses is just 150. Alright, let's upgrade the primary. We've reached our limits of housing. So yeah, it does kind of push you to tech at points because of that. Oh, how do the houses look different in this one, actually? Oh, look at that. They get upstairs. See, this one's clearer than the Viking Peoples. The Viking Peoples is very subtle. Whereas this is, at a quick glance, like, yeah, we've got an extra level. I got my banditos on the way. Usually companies will sponsor a bit. I know we do with Dutch influencers. Wait, who do you work for, boy? Do you work in... Oh, I didn't realize you worked in, like, influencers and whatever. Cow can hook up some Steel Series? I don't think that's Cow's contact. I think you mean Marika can. Okay, that archer upgrade is taking a long time. Hopefully it's worth it. I think it was the damage increase, so it should be. Are they building catapults? No, just mass cav. See how much he has at home in boxes? Yeah, I mean, I've got some different brand stuff sitting. You'd be surprised the amount of like peripherals I've got sitting on the side. Okay, so my archers, they have a lot of range actually, I just realized. So maybe archers is the way? Because if I can, yeah. Hey, stupid AI, no, hit me! Okay, they did hit me. Are we winning? I don't think we're winning again. No, it's happening again. It's happening again. Not again. I just want to win. I want to be a winner, not a wiener. Please. Alright, maybe if we just rush Dune Troopers, right? That has to be the answer. Dune Troopers will be the way. Not directly, but I work at a specialized computer store where you can repair and buy custom PCs and work with influencers for marketing. Got you. Yeah. Does that make sense on like doing the local like Dutch community? Got you. That's cool. That's nice though. Slam out a few more boys. Upgrade is about to complete. We just want to increase all military unit damage. That's really big. And get the worker increase as well. And then if we upgrade 2 of these, we can start pumping out the... I'm just going to bluntly call them what they are on the lowest graphical settings. The horror story camels. You guys are going to aim for a treat when you see them. By treat, I mean you're probably going to need counseling, but I'm not paying for it. Okay? They do this hilarious thing with their jaw. Alright, here we go. Let's get a few of them. What does this one do? Is this the extra damage? Okay, so we kind of want that. Might be worth upgrading the archers. Excuse me. Yeah, upgrade the archer's range so we can get the increased archer damage. We just need enough cavalry to hold the front side and then archer spam to win the back. Alright guys, you ready? You ready for this? I can't, man. It's... What do you mean my journey needs to be realigned? It's fine. This is what chewing too much gum gets you. Oh dear, oh dear. That's scary. Damn right it is. Look at my sword. That's most definitely... That's Simon after a really big party night. Alright. The bastard Civ rise up. Here we go, chat. So. Oh, there's a reload time tech as well. That's even better. Yeah, yeah. Are we capped on pop? It seems so. Let's upgrade a bunch more. Nice. Nice. Alright, so plenty of pop on the way. Let's get flaming arrows as well. Love the little cheer when you upgrade a bone. Hey! We figured out infrastructure! Woohoo! So these camels should be beasts, right? 180 health instead of 140. 35 instead of 31.6. Yeah, not too bad. Alright, guys, this is it. This army should win. Right? It's from a... I don't know how many people in the team. I think it's a small-sized team. So it's from a dev and publisher called Good Mood Games. So they've had one other game, which I think came slightly after this, called Space Diggers. So they're a small, humble team. But I love that they're proud of their work. It's a cool game. I love, like I said before, I love the concept. Definitely think there's no delusion here that it's in early access. But I think there's like some potential to be explored here. I'd love to see some of the concepts be dug a bit deeper. Like I said, I think maybe number one thing for me is just, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Cav isn't OP because I'm not winning with mass calving, right? I've gone back to archers afterwards. Game is a bit slow. I think, yeah, there's maybe, I'd like some more opportunities to do damage early game. But in fairness, I'm probably just not playing it right. There's like camps out here that we could have captured for bandits. And that would push, that would send wave to the enemy base. So I think if you want to do early aggro, you utilize those. And you should be able to do a lot of damage to the enemy. Okay. That little blinky eye watching you, man. It's hard not to see it. So we'll get a bunch more archers queued up. Also, part of why it's slow to scale is, like I said, it's simple quality of life things. Like, there is no shift click. Which, I've said already, like, that's something they can easily fix. And it'll be a big improvement. It is a bit rough to play without shift click. The game actually has mangoes. I just haven't built into them. We tried them, like, you can check one of the previous games on the VOD. We had them. They're quite funny. They are pretty effective as well when you, like, third person them. It just doesn't insta-kill, but like it has good damage saturation from what I can see. Okay. Get 'em, boys. Woohoo! Yes. Wait, what? Okay, they died afterwards, so not... I guess that's okay. But, like, what? I lost so many cavalry straight away. I think the no-clipping makes you lose a lot of units. Because they all charge in the same location. I think they all get struck. Because the AI's like logic is going to be that it strikes at the first unit. But by the time it's attacking, there's like 5 more units there. And then no-clipping. Imagine Stronghold voice lines? Dude, I already have been. Every time I'm clicking and I can't build more units, like, not enough wood, my lord. Knock, knock. They are coming. They are most definitely coming. Good lord. Alright, here we go. Why did I lose Cav there? What killed me? I think the kill feed might cause some frame drops here. It might be smooth for them if it wasn't there. Maybe. Okay, we're winning. Chat, we're doing it! We got their number. Yeah, knock, knock. There you go. If only a certain game let you do this to Stonewalls. Send the boys in. Should we just get some Dune Troopers? Yeah. Get my camel boys. And garage. Nice. So I don't think you can torch when you're in your third person mode though. Maybe I'm wrong though. This is really loud. Alright. I'ma back away from that. Good lord. Yo dog, what's up? Oh my god, you're so small. Why are you so small, dude? Just buy a camel. Oh, I think that unit's bugged. Yeah, bro, why are you so small? Just buy a camel. Do you even lift? Bro, buy a camel. What? Dude. Yes. We one hit. Hey, goofiness has charm, man. I mean, why else do people watch me? Alright. I need to stay zoomed in a bit, because these guys keep disappearing on me. Whew, we are lagging a bit now, actually. I'm wondering why. I mean, our army's getting a bit bigger. So maybe it's that. But, chat, are we winning the game? I think we might be winning the game. By God, I think he's doing it. Alright, stop wasting time on this crap. Get inside. Go, go, Ranger power. Go, 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 go. Kill, kill, kill. We're doing it. He's doing it! They're into the base! Torches on top of it all! It's all coming down! There we go. Did we hype it up enough? Lakat Maratag! New wave from getting there. The archers look funny when they're waddling around, by the way. The boys have got some piles. Very sneaky archer look. Alright, nice. Yeah, we Normandy this. Storm the beaches, boys. I ain't going home unless it's in a body bag. Hooah! So we're taking out his production. Got more troops on the way. Got another wave in reserve. I think we can just burn down his castle. Yeah, what, like, yeah, of course. I like how when I double click on his archer, it actually selects mine. That's interesting. It's like a shared UI element. You don't see that very often. Guys? By Jove, I think we done it. Oh, let me just get the jump jacks going, yeah. We're on cruise mode now. I think. I mean, we're losing a few units, but I feel good about our odds. Should we go and bathe in its glory in third person mode? Yeah! Light it up! Wait, can I? Oh, you guys go ahead and die. Can I maybe? Is it possible? What? Okay, good. Wow! Arch is so OP. Insta wins game. Golf claps. Winning more games in the Eyes of War than 8. Bro, you do know, like, the last time I played, I never lost. So, good luck with that. And then there was a team game environment where you were just a terrible teammate. So, I'm just saying. So, let's have a look-see here. Should we do another arena? Just seeing how much longer we're going to be live for, because we are... Are we like 9 hours? We've been live for 9 hours. Alright, maybe we square like 1 or 2 more arenas. Yeah, let's do a few arenas. What, what faction didn't we try? We didn't try the snakes, right? Let's try snakes. The thing I'm wondering is how big are those archers' pockets? They fit 50 Molotovs? Bro, like, do you not know how this works? You drink all the vodka, and then you, like, just have refillable bottles. Hold, you know. Get it out of your system, bring it back in. Could be bag of holdings too, actually. We were talking about D&D. We kind of brought it upon ourselves. Alright, so which one did we... Oh, we didn't try... I think it's a serpent or a dragon. Kind of serpenty dragon. Let's go. So we get Chuganu, right? We better get Chuganu. I'm going to be feeling scammed if I don't have Chuganu. Oh, wait. No, this is... I think this is Japan, right? Because there was a samurai civ. Yeah, so these have samurai. These guys don't have many units. That is a very... not very curved bow. So... do we slap him with a Guardian? Hell yeah. Guardians seem really good, actually. And then Maceman. Okay. So maybe... I don't know. That might be a mistake. We might lose that one. But we can now get Cav. Whoop, whoop. Gonna run down that archer. No more pew-pew for you. And then he's got swordsman. Maybe we'll just go archer there. And then the final duel, where we will prove ourselves the greatest of all. Oh crap, he's got a base cavalry. It's samurai time. We got this. It's fine. Perfect 3 wins in a row. I'm calling it now. Of course we're not going to be on easy. I don't bully AI, okay? I get bullied by them. God damn it. Oh, wow. Yeah, we've even got kind of Japanese vibe music. Love it. Love the helmets, boys. Very fashionable that we matched up for work today. Can we see? Is that worth doing? Maybe. I think I'm losing. But my other guy is winning. Nope. Grief is fight. Yes! Now we will win! The double whammy! We turned a loser into a winner. Guys, told you, this is the perfect streak. We got this. Get this guy. Ain't no way I'm allowing that. Nope, 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 nope. Slap him. The attack speed is way too quick on Cav. They're wild. Oh! It's another double whammy. Does it have the Bannerlord blocking? No. I'd love to see them add that, though. Especially for, like, the PvP against another player. Oh, look. Wait. Yeah, but... Oh, I want the Samurai, bro. All right, we run it back for the Samurai, right? We run it back for the Samurai. I didn't expect to dominate them that hard. What can I say? Just built with things. All right, here we go. By the way, do I have any of the people that work the Liquipedia for AoE4? And just remember, we need to like report the outcomes of the show match we ran. No, we get Samurai. Samurai. Cheer it at home. Be a weirdo in the room. Everyone will look at you, but it doesn't matter. Berserker versus Samurai. All right, I'm good with that. That is basically Viking versus Samurai. Yeah, there's definitely a lot going on for an indie studio. Like I said, you know, I'm sure there'll be some polish, and for me, performance has been my struggle, of course. And like we mentioned, design, but like those are things that will come with time. Oh, I didn't mean to use Sword Cavalry. I forgot about that. Oh well. But yeah, I think there's like it'll take some time to like flesh out, but I think there's some potential here. It's a cool game. Like, I quite often do quite relish these incomplete games that like have ways, because I think actually like, you know, having whatever imperfections actually makes the experience more enjoyable. Like I always use Payday as an example of this. The most fun I had with Payday 2 ever was in the early days of development when you had like weird bugs and unexpected behaviors. Because it's just thrilling. Like I'm experienced at Deadlock now. Like nothing's perfect there, right? But like it's almost like the broken experience on the way is an experience if you have the right attitude. And like I'm finding, you know, the clambering of like cavalry hilarious and really enjoyable. If you guys want to check it out yourself, by the way, there is a banner down below for it, and of course there has been a bot popping up about it. Damn, I love how chill the Samurai is. Ooh. So the main thing you have is like heavy attacks and light attacks. The stagger is really, really crippling though. See? If you get staggered, you're kind of screwed. Maybe like a roll would be cool. I think rolling would probably help against that. So that you can kind of bait people's attacks out, roll, and then counterattack. Because units with fast attack speeds are favorable. I think that's why cavalry is a little bit too good right now. Is because you saw how they swing so frequently. That's what's making them pretty dominant. Compared to like these guys where it's a bit slower. Like if I was on that horseback right now, I'd be getting like my left finger would stop working. I'd be clicking so fast, right? Wait, is he losing? No. Leave him alone. Fear not, citizen, for I am here. Yeah, I know. Thank you. I just built diff. Well, we saw Samurai first round, so we ticked that box this time. Easy clappings. So. Let me check, though, on the time, because I think we're approaching 10 hours. So I might get ready to calm things down and wind down. So let me just double check. Yeah, okay. What I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to find someone to raid. I'm going to end the YouTube side. Thank you for everyone who tuned in on YouTube. And be sure to join us in the future.